It should. Well, I don't know if it's random or it's the same one.
Well done. Your lords and masters.
Oh, I think that
This is
actually
EDAR.
worked. I actually think that worked. Brilliant.
What worked?
The intro, I'm streaming, you idiot. Hello, and welcome to day 20 of the Genesis of Androzani Advent Calendar. We are here for a EDAR live stream. This time it's not a game.
It looks so much. It looks so much better than what was it? The first one we did, the first ever live stream on the Advent Calendar, where it just lagged like hell.
Did it? Oh.
Yeah, remember? I think it was. No, remember when we did live streams for the Advent Calendar and it lags before, like last year or the year before.
Okay. Morning, Power Spine. It's actually 9:13 p.m. for me, because that's how time zones work. You know, there's an arcade place in New Zealand called Time Zone.
Is there?
Fun fact. Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Is this EDAR's 8 or 9?
I don't even know. What was the last one we did? The last one we did was the. I mean, if you're not counting
Chibnall.
Oh yeah, because the gaming streams don't count, do they?
No, they're not part of the official law.
So what was the Chibnall one? What number was that?
I want to say it was 7. If I go to EDAR 7. Yes, it was. EDAR 7 was the Chibnall one.
Right.
Did Chibnall ruin Doctor Who?
So does that mean this is EDAR 8?
Yes.
Also, wasn't the Chibnall one like the last one we did? The last one we did. Sorry, no, the first one we did after the fucking Bolstring one, like for ages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to be doing a video in this one. We're going to be covering a video about Twice Upon a Time. And Callum's obviously here, and Dylan was here, and I believe he's probably got off his phone so he can get on his computer. So he
was eating breakfast.
Yeah, he's eating wheat, whatever it is. God, I need to sort out this bloody chat. It just doesn't fit. Like it just looks so ugly.
You probably need to change the width as well.
Well, no, because that'll just look ugly if I do that.
No, not like actually in like a. You need to change it in the settings.
What settings though?
On the browser settings, there's a width and a height thing in it that you do manually, and it fits into whatever one you do.
In the pop-out chat?
Yes. No. Go on browser on the tabs down below in your sources. Double click it, and you'll see height and width. The actual browser.
So what do I want it to be?
Change. I don't know what the right settings would be specifically. I'm trying to remember.
I don't know if that made it better or worse. I just made it wider. It doesn't make any difference. It's just still the same size. It just makes it like it just changes what I've done to it. It just looks like shit. So I'm gonna.
The one I had was like 400, 800.
Yeah, no, but that doesn't change anything. It doesn't actually make it like the right shape. That's the problem I'm having. It's not long enough. It's too wide, too short. Does that make sense?
I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so
but it works for a lot of other people, so I don't know why it's not working.
So what
here.
I usually do is I don't use the pop-out chat because that's a load of shit. And what I do is I use a window capture on the stream page, and then I change the size of my browser down zoom to like 80 or 70%, and that makes it smaller so that it fits on my OBS properly. Because I can't do that on the pop-out chat. I can't change the zoom size. If you get what I'm saying.
Mm.
Like what I do is I have this here. Ooh, shit. Like that. Maybe. Oh, actually. maybe just a little bit skinnier.
I'm gonna ask Marcus if he uses pop out chat and what he actually does to use it, and if he does, I'm gonna be because that absolutely should work.
Well, no, it does, but it's just not the right shape. It's too wide. It needs to be skinnier to fit inside the box that I want. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, it's the same. It's the same size of.
No. Because if I want it to fit inside using pop-up chat, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna just use the stretch to make it not the right shape. I'm gonna have to make it squished, and I don't want that. It looks ugly.
I don't think the others use it. I don't think the others use the stretch at all.
It just doesn't fit right. Whereas if I do it like this, it actually fits properly. Anyway, we're wasting time. Dylan, are you there? Dylan?
Well, apparently not.
Is he just AWOL? I mean, he's in the call. See, Palspine agrees. They can see all the text now. That's exactly what I was saying.
Well, yes, I know. But the pop-out chat method does work. I've seen it work.
Well, it's problematic. It doesn't let me stretch it to its natural shape within the.
I mean, that's what the height's for.
No, because
and the width.
No, you don't understand. The actual natural native shape of the text is too wide for me to fit inside that skinny column, and so if I want to have the top of that, which is just below where it says chat, and then at the bottom where it has the typing bit, if I want to fit that inside the skinny bit, I have to make it slender. I have to make the actual page slender, and you can't do that in pop-out chat. It's too fat. It's too wide.
Oh god, you're not still on the technical difficulties segment. It's always the worst part of the show.
No. I've got it sorted. It's just Callum's just hell bent.
Now, here's the thing. I've got my own EDAR on my own OBS just for testing things out. So I'm going to do this right now while you just introduce the stream. And if I find that it actually works and works,
I'm going to have my own EDAR. It's going to have blackjack and hookers.
All right. So while you're doing that, basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be capturing someone's video about Twice Upon a Time. So this person, what's the channel name again? I forgot what it was.
I know that person.
Do you?
I'm friends with that guy, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
Who is this guy, if you know him?
He's the guy who founded TARDIS posting. But he's not a bad lad. I mean, I'm sure I'll disagree with him on this, but he's still not a bad lad, so I'm not going to, call him a nugget fucker or something.
Okay. Okay.
Do you often know nugget fuckers?
I know. I mean, you said there might be a Kill the Moon video later, so I'll probably call them that.
Oh, I mean, Harbour Holmes is an alright lad. It's just,
Oh, yeah. Actually, I do know him as well. So God, I can't insult anybody on today's show. Rats.
I know. We're not covering Bolstrack. We should.
That was much easier target.
It's much easier when you're doing Not My Doctors because they're actual terrible people, whereas these people are just people we disagree with. Oh dear.
They just Peter Capaldi stands.
Yes, the best. God. I'm sure at some point Tempo might find this stream and spam it with whatever Tempo says. Yeah, so this is a video from, again, I forgot what the name was.
Joe Brennan.
And he has done a video on Twice Upon a Time, and so he basically said, and the video's titled, Why I Changed My Mind About Twice Upon a Time. What I'm going to assume is, based on that, I'm basically just going to guess, is that they probably didn't like it at first and then changed their mind and now they like it. Or maybe it's the other way around, I don't actually know. But yeah, before we get into that, while Callum messes around with his stubbornness,
I've already finished it.
Oh yeah, and how did it go?
It went fine.
Oh okay, why doesn't it work for me?
I don't know. You've not okay. The settings I literally have for the chat is 400 width and 1000 height.
Okay,
and I've
got a question for you,
cropped
Callum.
it out.
I've got a question for you, Callum. What's the size of your screen? Like what? In terms of
my inches of my
no, like
of my monitor.
like resolution.
Oh, it's 1980.
Yeah, you know what mine is? It's 1280 by 720, and that might be why.
Hmm.
So,
That's peasant.
yes.
Screens.
Yeah, well, I got it for free, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's nice.
Yeah,
That is even more peasant. You're scrounging.
yeah, and I got my
That's true.
I got this gaming PC for $100. That is a great deal. Thanks to Anthony.
I mean, yes, it was a great deal.
Can it even run Minecraft if it costs £100?
No.
It actually can. I imagine
it's worth about 3,000, but it cost me $100 to buy it.
Because his friend is such a good friend, you know, $100.
Because my friend worked at a gaming shop and they shut down and they had about 4 spare, and so he said, "Do you want to buy it for $100?" And I was like, "Hell yeah!"
Rip, man, that's a good deal
Also,
you got there.
put in perspective, that's about £50 if you exchange, right? So that's
That's even cheap.
so that's like the price of one Paul McGann box set.
No, I've got like 50 quid just in this drawer over here.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to spend because nobody's spending real money anymore.
I know.
Do you want to buy his computer?
Yeah, can I have your computer? Can't
It might cost more to ship it than to buy it.
I? Probably true.
That's probably really true.
Yeah.
And you probably won't get it till January. If even that.
Yeah. God, I'm still waiting for my Power of the Daleks special edition DVD. Ugh.
What? Well, the one that released in like September.
To be fair, I only ordered it like a couple of weeks ago, but I'm still waiting for it. Anyway, shall we crack on with the video?
Interesting fish shirt he's got. Just.
I mean, he's got also a very interesting face on the wall. I've noticed.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid entering the gaze of that face, if I was perfectly honest.
Yes, of that person.
Mm.
I already can tell what this kind of video is going to be.
Well, you never know. You just never know, Callum. You never know.
It's good because of the themes. The themes.
Maybe.
He already knows the jokes.
I know that Samuel Davis loves Twice Upon a Time. He says it's like one of the best metaphors for suicide he's ever seen. I'm like, what?
Oh, God.
Doctor and the Pirates handle that subject matter way better.
As did Vincent and the Doctor.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Vincent and the Doctor was even better.
Yeah.
In terms of the subtext.
Yeah, exactly. Especially compared to this. Anyway, so before we get into it, I suppose we could just quickly rattle off our thoughts on Twat. When I first watched it, I thought it was boring. I didn't really care, and then I thought about it, and I was like, "Oh no, actually, this has got some pretty big problems." One of the biggest ones being the characterization of the First Doctor is just really weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get that there's a couple of like, you know, edgy lines from Hartnell, but it's not to that extent. It's not to the extent of like, "Oh, women are made of glass." Like it's
that is the really tism line.
Like there's no evidence from his era to suggest that he is.
I know, like. Yeah, I mean...
No, but he's old.
He's older from the 1960s, therefore he must be sexist.
Oh,
he's from 1960s.
Now, I'll tell you what happened here. It's because there's an interview from 1995 with Stephen Moffat where he's going on about how he thinks the 60s is shit and the 70s is shit. No, the 80s Doctor Who was any good.
What is he like?
And so I think
he's like Doctor Who didn't get good until bloody Kinder.
So basically, he hasn't bothered watching any of the Moffat era and is basing his idea of what the First Doctor is on the 5 Doctors. I mean, that's definitely a ridiculous oversimplification on my part, but
yeah.
I don't know. He definitely feels more like Hartnell than Hartnell.
I mean, even then, Hartnell's sexism is also very just... It's not even that on the nose. It's just a little bit, like, out of character. But this is... The David Bradley First Doctor in Twice Upon a Time is like, holy moly, what's going on here?
It is ridiculously, like, over-the-top sexism.
Yeah.
Which definitely never happened with Hartnell.
No, not with Hartnell. Not in the 60s. Like... Even the
other characters were sexist.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not the Doctor.
I mean,
Barbara, why aren't you sweeping the floor?
No, that didn't happen.
I know. It's like
a woman.
You are the woman.
God, you could. I mean, honestly, if you were to like go on pure evidence, I feel like there's more of an argument with Patrick Troughton being a sexist rather than William Hartnell. And even then, it's ridiculous. Yeah. So basically, I don't think it's very good. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say it's like one of the worst ever, but I do think it's definitely below average and didn't need to happen. It's one of those episodes where I just wish it didn't exist. I wish the Doctor Falls was the end, and that whole episode just didn't happen, and the regeneration happened in that episode. That would make things so much better. The other thing is that it just hardly has a plot. It's just really empty.
Yeah, just think about the plot this way. So they start out in the ice caps, then they go up into a ship, then they go back down from the ship, then they go in the TARDIS, then they go to another place, then they meet a Dalek, and then the Dalek tells them the thing you were running away from isn't actually bad. Good. It's all right. It's good. And it's like, oh well, then we can just end the plot here. And then that's
they do.
There's nothing to this story.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh,
yeah. In terms of
let's visit that time in history that they stopped shooting each other for Christmas. And then they're like, oh, we're doctors of war.
Even though Hartnell isn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I find it so weird how it's like he kind of spoiled the Time War for the first Doctor. It's like, what? And then it's also very like fan wanky. It's like, oh look, Mark Gatiss is the.
But it's not good fan
wanky.
It's like you can do it well.
Well, and then we have to that particular character again at the end of the episode.
Sorry, what?
Clara shows up again.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And completely retcons everything and makes the entire thing of Series 9 completely pointless.
Oh yeah, because Series 9 already made things pointless with the mind wipe, but then Clara him just remembering her also makes that
all my memories are back.
Yeah, just how low were the stakes by the end of the Moffat era because of things like that? I mean, if there's one thing that Chibnall has actually done, when people die, they actually stay dead. So credit to him, he has actually fixed that terrible issue from the Moffat era where nobody died.
It's one of the only good things Chibnall's actually done to improve the show.
And even then, we still get. No, to be fair, like in what's it called? It takes you away, and when they do bring her back, it's not actually her. So fair enough, it's not.
I know they don't actually.
It's more to do with
everything with Grace after the first episode is all just visions. It's not. She's never resurrected. She doesn't have an afterlife. It's all visions and memories, and she's actually dead, dead in the ground.
It's just a shame they don't actually develop the characters beyond the first episode.
I know it's such a waste.
Like remember when Ryan was a YouTuber?
Oh god, it's like the first time they actually have a meaningful death in Doctor Who in so many years, and they do absolutely nothing with it beyond a couple of episodes.
To be fair, they do some of it, and it takes you away, which was quite good.
I know, but I think
it's very bare minimum, but there's something there.
It's the stuff like with Tim Shaw, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna shoot you, and then he's like, no, I'm not, and then he fist pumps Ryan, and that's the end.
Yeah, that was crap. That was awful. Shit for the birds.
That was like.
It's awful character writing.
That was like,
it's not how you do an actual arc.
That was like 6 a.m. Disney Channel character writing.
Did any of us actually ever buy that sweet old Graham was going to shoot somebody in cold blood? Like it came so out of the blue.
Yeah.
Because they haven't set it up. Because when you're going to do that kind of story, you need to set up throughout the season. You need to set up that Graham have this sort of resentment for the Stenza, especially when they're brought up in Ghost Monument. But they never actually do anything like that. They never had this sort of like deep down like sort of hatred with Graham towards the Stenza, or at least Tim Shaw specifically. They never set that up, and when you're going to do that kind of arc, you need to set it up in the story. Otherwise, when Graham just goes, "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him," it doesn't work at all because there's no actual build up.
There's just so much stuff in the Chibnall era that's very on the spot. It's not really built to, and that's annoying.
It's ideas without build up.
It's just so unnatural. So many things that they do with characters and the story, it just happens suddenly, and it's like, well, there was no foreshadowing, and it's so obvious that he just made it up when he wrote it, and I'm like,
Anyway,
it's clear that he never had a plan.
Yeah. Anyway,
we've turned this into a Chibnall rant.
No. This needs to be a Moffat rant. We need to stop talking about Chibnall.
Yeah, come on. Think back to 2017 when Moffat was the enemy.
Yeah. We need to hack down the bloody the man who's the fucking king of pretentious Reddit fan fiction sites. That's all. Yeah. Anyway, so shall we crack into this video?
Yeah.
Yes, I look forward to this video for sure.
All right, let's go.
The last two videos, I've looked at World Enough in Time and The Doctor Falls, two of my favourite stories in Doctor Who history and the finale of Series 10. They were not, however, the final episodes of Stephen Moffat and Peter Capaldi. That one was saved for the
Capaldi
2017
stands
Christmas
absolutely
special twice upon the time. I've been critical.
Falls.
I mean, I like both episodes as well, but I don't know if it's...
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know if I'd put it like...
It's not the best of all time. It's not the best.
I wouldn't put it that high. Like, I wouldn't put it
Like,
amongst,
me and Connor have literally pointed out, like, a very clear problem in terms of the Doctor's character in World Enough in Time that really stops it from being, like, a masterpiece. It's only, like, really good.
Yeah, anyway, but...
what's the problem with World Enough in Time? Because I like World Enough in Time. It's the Doctor Falls not really that keen
The
on.
problem is that the Doctor takes 10 minutes to explain to the Blue Man how the whole black hole works.
Even though he didn't have to.
Even though he knows even though Bill is clearly in danger.
And there's nothing stopping
10
him from
minutes.
getting to the elevator in that time. And because he's the one explaining how the black hole works, he is the one that actually knows that she's spending a lot of time down there and she's in danger.
Not in terms of specifics, but he knows that it's going to be a long time. He knows that it will probably be over a couple of years,
and
at least.
If it was a scenario where he was forced by hand and by the Blue Man to explain it before he goes down the elevator, then it would be fine. And he would obviously, you would want him to show a sense of urgency. But the problem is that that's not what happens. And basically the Doctor wastes 10 minutes.
Oh, Connor, if we didn't do that, there wouldn't be enough time for the dialogue, which is so clever.
Exactly.
It's so clever.
Exactly. That's the thing. And Missy explains when they go into the elevator that it's been 10 minutes. And it's like, well, wow, that's a lot of time wasted. And also then
it should have been like 2 minutes, 3 minutes at tops, because eventually you're going to be like, well, this guy isn't getting it. This is a waste of time. Bill's in danger.
Yeah, and so we've paid.
You're absolutely right.
And we posed this to some people, and they're like, "Oh, well, the Doctor's just stupid." And I'm like,
"It's one line." But it's one line though.
Yeah, but they're like, "Oh, well, it's okay because the Doctor's a stupid character." I'm like, "That's such a weird
it's
excuse.
Not. Especially Capaldi. Capaldi.
You're gonna say he's a stupid character when he's literally explaining how black hole mechanics works? I don't think so. He has common sense.
Yeah, this is a really big issue in terms of the Doctor's perspective. Because even if he went down, Connor pointed this out, even if he went down straight away, well, here's the thing, it's like, the only problem that I'm having is like, did the Cybermen have the headsets from the start, or was it purely them developing them from that point, where it started from scratch? Did they need time?
It's not really explained, I don't think. I think it's more so you just have to assume
it's not shown.
You have to basically assume based off other, Cyberman Genesis stories we've gotten, like spare parts and all that, how it sort of works. But within World Enough in Time, we don't really know. It's not really explained.
Because I'm trying to think, like, do they start complete from scratch? Because it's from Mondas, so they've started from scratch, surely.
Yeah, I don't know. But apart from that, pretty much all of World Enough in Time, aside from a couple of small creative nitpicks I have, it's pretty excellent. But I wouldn't
say that the Capaldi thing is a nitpick, but there's still a lot of good in this episode that actually really works.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about my other small.
Oh no,
yeah,
okay.
They are definitely nitpicks. They're more so just things I wish they did rather than things that actually happened. Like I said, I would have preferred if Bill being down there for so long actually kind of changed her as a person, because you'd think if you spend
10 years, people will change significantly over a 10-year period.
The fact
100%.
that she kind of feels like the exact same person at the end of that 10-year run is a bit weird to me. It's also.
I feel that most of the kind of nitpicks you're having could have been solved if they'd actually like not completely changed the story in the Doctor Falls, and it actually
They just need a bit more
develop these themes.
Well, also,
rather than just saying "fuck that," we want to see the Doctor use the sonic screwdriver to explode Cybermen, don't you?
Well, no, because the thing is if you remember Bill's first scene in the Doctor Falls when not obviously chronologically, but when she wakes up and she sees herself in the mirror. She actually is a little bit changed by the events, but what I think would have been more realistic is if it actually kind of messed her up. Like 10 years is a long time, and I feel like you could have gone a lot further with that. And
in terms of her, like her being Bill, she's still pretty much the same.
Yeah,
like from the first year to the 10 years.
Like the thing is it's kind of a double-edged sword because like I think that. In doing that, you sort of maintain that likability about her, but it kind of plays it a bit too safe for me. I feel like you should have gone balls in and like really messed her character. It's annoying because the one time that you almost felt like she was going to get some really strong character development was in the Monk trilogy, but then they just messed that all up in Light the Land. So I'm really annoyed about that. Anyway.
So this story is not a masterpiece, is what I think the overall point.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of flaws you can pick out with it.
I do like the story, but I don't think it's on the par with like the best of the best. But I suppose, like you said, Dylan, Capaldi stands will, hold it and
they will defend it to their heart's content.
Anyway.
And yeah, you're going to get a lot of them in the comments, by the way, because they're quite aggressive folk. Not all of them, but a lot of them are.
Yeah. Again, like I do like the story. I just don't think that it's top tier.
You can't just say that. If I have anything to go by, just because you like it doesn't mean oh no, you fucking hate it.
Yeah, and you're allowed to be critical of things you like. It's very possible.
Exactly. That's the best. I would say that's the best way to be critical of things that you like. Is being quite fair to everything, and you should be fair to all things and criticize things the same way.
Yeah.
That's just my mindset.
Anyway, shall we continue? We've only 15
seconds. Yeah, let's shut up and let him make his argument.
And I thought I'd use this opportunity to give it a rewatch and see if I reevaluated it. To my surprise, I enjoyed it a lot more than I did 3 years ago, and I'd like to dive into why.
It makes sense to start by giving a bit of background on this episode. If it feels a bit like an afterthought, it's because it is. Stephen Moffat had planned on ending his era and wrapping up the 12th Doctor story with The Doctor Falls. But Chris Chibnall didn't want to start with a Christmas special, and the absence of an episode that year would have led to Doctor Who losing the 25th of December slot. So Stephen Moffat decided to take it upon himself to save Christmas and cobble together this story.
Exactly, we did anyway, so Chris Chibnall just refuses to do stuff on Christmas Day.
I just find it so funny.
I just hate Christmas! Chris Chibnall, 2017.
I just find it so funny how this episode exists because of a conversation they had at a party.
So what are you going to do for the Christmas special, Chibnall? So, the what?
Yeah. And he's like, oh, but we can't have we can't have Doctor Who without Christmas. You have to have Christmas.
Moffat, I've no idea what you're going on about. This is a Wendy's.
Anyway.
This story. This caused one of the episode's major issues. The whole thing feels undeniably messy and rushed, but it also led to something I consider to be its saving grace. The fact it's clearly more of an epilogue than it is a story in and of itself. This is seen by some as a weakness, but I appreciate that the events of The Doctor Falls are still the 12th Doctor's last actions. And
okay, it's not bad because it doesn't have to be a complete story because it's an epilogue, therefore we don't have to actually care about any kind of standard whatsoever.
And yet the broadcast length is like an hour and the DVD length is like an hour and 20 minutes. It's an epilogue. That's a very...
It's longer than most episodes.
That's longer than the epilogue from bloody Lord of the Rings.
Like, seriously, you're telling me you're telling me you can't do a proper episode, even just as an epilogue in that time. You can do something that isn't messy and, meaningless.
You could absolutely have a proper plot and actually, have actual stakes that don't feel artificial. Because this is what this episode does. As much as like it has good moments, but like the actual plot, it doesn't feel like very the stakes have not been well
It's
built,
just so
and
unnecessary.
it really feels confusing.
It's completely
Like,
unnecessary. None of this needed to happen. It's like, you know, the whole theory of Chekhov's guns being like everything in a story should be necessary. This is like the reverse of that.
Why
where
didn't the
everything is so
fucking-
unnecessary.
It's so weird how they
Everything
just
leads to
didn't.
nothing.
Yeah.
It's just so weird how I can't remember what the bloody names are, but they didn't explain themselves at all.
What the
They just left
things.
themselves so vague. Yeah, they left themselves so
Yeah,
vague,
and then
which led to the Doctor being like, "You must be bad."
And what was it like? The monsters from Demons of the Punjab were the exact same things again, just with a better design.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. Why don't aliens explain themselves?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes having an alien that's a bit like you don't really understand is actually really interesting. Like, think about the Midnight Entity. The mystery behind it is what
Sure,
makes
but
it scary.
this is a race
But,
that deals
yeah, well,
with
because
every being at the end of their lives.
But also, the difference is that the Midnight Entity had so much tension behind it, whereas this has absolutely zero tension, and that's
well, it
why
was
it's not
clearly
interesting.
evil. The Midnight Entity,
Mhm.
very clearly evil,
Well, yeah, because it was intending on killing.
taking over humans' body.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And from a personal investment perspective for the audience, it's intending on killing the main character. So, yeah. Whereas these things are just, it's just like,
Which it
this
does.
is like,
And that's the thing.
we're like, oh, we are the living embodiment of like Wikipedia or something. I don't know about the universe. Memories, well, it's like a memory bank. So it's not really Wikipedia, I suppose, but whatever.
Yeah, but these creatures don't explain themselves at all, even though they would probably be very capable of fully explaining their history if case like someone has doubts about whatever they're doing.
I think there is a very clear answer to this. I just don't think Moffat could be asked to explain.
Well, exactly, and that's just what is poor writing. It's like, oh, I can't be bothered. What?
If we spent time explaining what the monsters are, we wouldn't have time for my clever speech at the end.
Oh no! Oh, the children! The children!
No.
If your heart's in the right place and the stars are too, children can hear your name.
It's so clever.
It's so clever.
Because it is for the children.
Oh god. Fucking hell. And then of course you got the David Bradley regeneration scene where Moffat's like, oh, now I'm gonna get my go at it, and he gets to say the long way round.
That's such a worse last line, and it's far from being all over.
I know.
I'm actually really pissed off that is now Hartnell's last line, apparently.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he does say after that, he does say, I must get back to the TARDIS. But to be fair, it's still the last, like, sort of sentence he says, you know.
The long way round.
The long way around is just like, it's like, okay, for, you know, the 50th anniversary, I get why that works, but then in every fucking series, he just had people saying the long way round.
Yeah,
The long way round.
Capaldi say it every season.
Well, but that's because Moffat has this weird fetish for making characters wait a long time.
I know.
Yeah.
It works brilliantly in The Girl in the Fireplace and like Blink, and then every time it happens after that, you're just like, okay.
Tom has the whole arc around it, and then you've got Rory does it for Amy, and then you've got Clara does it for the Doctor does it for Clara, and then Bill does it for the Doctor, and Missy does it as well.
Yeah, and then
all of them have degrees of...
Everybody waits.
And
just
then,
this once. Everybody waits.
And then in the 50th anniversary, the Doctor does it for himself 4 times. Because you got that scene in the jail with the screwdrivers, and it's like,
oh yeah, the sonic screwdriver has to wait. Even the sonic screwdriver.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, like all of them have like varying degrees of success and failure, but it's very clear that Moffat doesn't have any more ideas than, in terms of his era, like, we gotta wait.
It's like,
You gotta wait for the answer.
It's like each showrunner has like a fetish. Like with RTD, it's like campy, cheeky villain that has psychic powers, foreshadows events. And then with Moffat, it's like person waits the long way around for someone they love. And then the Chibnall era, it's like stand in the line and tell everyone what they're looking at.
Well, an example of like the whole waiting thing actually actually working would be with Rory in series 5, but then one completely not working is the Doctor waiting to find Gallifrey, but then ignoring it completely in Hellbent.
I know. I subverted your expectations, though. It's so clever.
He just doesn't care, and it's
that's right.
I'm gonna kill the general.
Did we forget about bloody Under the Lake Before the Flood, where he has to wait in that tomb for so many years in Russia, and then wakes up?
To be fair, Moffat didn't write that. But
I know, but it's still the long way
You
around.
know, because he might have had some hand in editing the script or writing the script. Because Moffat did edit a lot of script.
Look, you can't tell me that scene at the start of Before the Flood where he's playing the guitar and talks about the bootstrap paradox and breaks the fourth wall isn't a Moffat scene. It has to be. It has to be.
Mm.
And he's got that bloody picture of Beethoven, or is it? It's Beethoven, right? Or is it Mozart? I can't remember which one it is. I think it's
Beethoven.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Anyway.
He regenerates. It's just that now we get a bit of extra time before he does. The whole concept of the Doctor dying and holding back the regeneration for the entire runtime is pretty...
See, like, the thing that he needs to understand is that whilst, it's important to find out the results of, like, a football match, sometimes extra time could be fucking painful and tedious and you just want it to end.
Yes. Yes, can.
Yeah. So, yeah, it doesn't make it a good thing.
It only goes on for about half an hour, maybe with penalties. This goes on for an hour.
At the end of Missy's arc, her former self appeared to show just how much she'd changed. Her encounter with the past went on to dictate her future.
Oh, I hate this. People act like, oh, Missy changed. It was a very subtle and well built up arc. She changed for no reason, and everybody just accepted it. Like, what event happened to make Missy all of a sudden,
I think the whole, from Missy's start point, she's clearly, like, changing. Like, she's not the same master.
But, like, what is the
I think it's literally just because of her character change in personality, and I think that's the only reason they give.
But she was exactly
I agree
like
in series...
the other ones.
Yeah, I think in series 8 and 9, it's terribly built up, and there's not actually any... And that's the biggest thing with Missy. It's like there's no build up to series 10. As much as I do like the arc, the actual build up to it.
There is no arc.
I would say within series 10 there is, but it's in terms of the pre build up.
Like what event makes her change? But she just randomly changes just out of nowhere. It's like all of a sudden, okay, I'm going to become good now.
I agree in terms of like the start of series 10. She's already like regretting all of her decisions, and I think the build up to that. There isn't any there.
And
there needs to be something. There needs to be something there.
There's like this one line in Death in Heaven where she's like, "I want my friend back," or something like that, and that's all we get.
That's the only thing. Yeah, it's clear. I think it's not good, but there's a very clear from the very start of when we first see Missy. She's in terms of her personality and what she wants and desire.
I almost feel
it's
like,
different from previous masters.
I almost feel like what Moffat was doing is he was trying to springboard off John Sims Master rather than actually have an event cause what he was doing, and that I don't think that was a good thing, because I feel like Moffat needed to actually have an event cause this arc to happen rather than just have it happen. It's very it's a bit forced.
What I feel about it is that I could believe this arc maybe if there was an episode of Missy in before she was like locked in the vault, where like maybe she does something, like she has this plan and it goes horrifically wrong that results in like the death of millions of people, and she kind of gets to witness that firsthand, and then that kind of is what starts to change.
Based on that idea,
I could understand.
Well, based on that idea, what if it was something like, imagine if in Dark Water, Death in Heaven, her idea was to, save people's lives with this Neversphere, and then it goes horribly wrong, and they all end up in a face worse than death.
She wasn't trying to save people.
No, she wasn't. But I was saying, what if you did it that way? What if you rewrote the story and that was her intent, and then it went horribly wrong? That's just an idea I have.
Yeah, you probably need to do a few rewrites on Magician's Apprentice as well, then.
I mean, that whole thing needs reworked.
That already needs a rewrite.
Jesus Christ! Honestly, she's so terrible in that story. Although to be fair, I don't think
she is.
I think that goes across the board, really.
Yeah, she's not good in anything.
I do think Michelle Gomez is really good.
Oh, yeah, no discredit her. Yeah, she's great, but Moffat's writing is not.
Yeah, I agree with you that it wasn't earned. I do think there are the parts are there for an arc. It's just it needed a motivation. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. And
that
I
motivation
like
makes
the
it
scenes in Series 10, especially in the finale. I do like those scenes a lot. But I agree that the build-up could have been so much better, like in terms of Series 8 and
You
9.
can like them if you can't buy it. Because I can't buy it. That's why I can't stand them. Because I don't buy that this has happened. Because there's no, as we've said, there's no motivation. So
I think that's
why
fair.
should I believe it?
No, that's fair.
Yeah, that makes it's fair. I do remember the last time I rewatched Series 10, which was about a year ago. I remember thinking like, there's just something off about this. There's something doesn't feel right. I'm like, this doesn't feel like it has everything it should have in it. You know, I was like, something wrong, and I think you're onto something there. Anyway,
future.
But yeah,
This
like
episode,
someone
the
said
Doctor,
in
a similar
chat,
encounter. The Doctor.
I just quickly say, we obviously have someone said, well, with Sasha that character change means nothing anymore now, anyway. Because of Sasha, and
a lot of people are complaining about that, and I don't care because the character change was stupid anyway. So,
well, no, I get that, but like if it's there, you can't just straight up ignore it. You got to at least give a reason as to why they've now changed back, or at least is this a master before Missy, and is this going to at least show the change here? You got to do something. You can't just straight up ignore it.
the Chibnall era literally has a TARDIS for a pre-Hartnell Doctor before.
Yeah, exactly, and that's
he doesn't seem to care about continuing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the biggest problem. That the lack of care for it is what really I think it's the reason why the Chibnall era is so bad in terms of respect for the show, because it clearly doesn't care about anything to do with like what has been established before. And that like you mentioned with the roof TARDIS thing, that's one of the biggest examples of him just being, you know what, this would be cool, I don't care.
He's being very lackadaisical. It's weird. I almost feel like a lot of his ideas were written even before Series 10 came out, because he did get the job before Series 10 came out. In fact, he got the job before Series 10 was even bloody written. So it's possible that he may not even have known about the whole Missy thing before he even thought.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the smart thing would have been to wait for Series 10 instead of just rushing it.
I know.
There's a lot of things Chibnall could have done better.
I am just spitballing, by the way. It's possible that he may not have even thought about that at all. And in fact, I would say that's very true, because there's absolutely no foreshadowing of O in Series 11 like there should have been.
Yeah, exactly. There was absolutely none. And that's one of the things I talk about in my video on Spyfall. It's just the fact that there's been no establishment of O before.
Like, also, another thing that Chibnall does is it's kind of reminiscent of what J.J. Abrams did in Star Wars after Rian Johnson. He kind of did the whole thing of like, well, people didn't like the previous film, so I'm going to just try and do the exact opposite, and then people will like it. And then I'm just like, that's not how it works, though.
Yeah.
You know, it's where it's
and
like,
people. I mean, that is actually might be worse.
Because Chibnall's like, oh, people didn't like the Missy thing with Moffat. Well, I'm going to do the exact opposite and just rip it apart and make it all back again. And they're like,
just make the master pure evil.
Exactly. And then they're like. And then he's like,
that.
And then he's like, oh, the people didn't like how Moffat brought back Gallifrey. I'm just going to destroy it again. And it's like, oh my god. It's like,
I mean, how he even does that is beyond me. How the fuck could the Master physically destroy all of Gallifrey?
It's like
I mean, my panel discussion is like, I don't buy the Master can just like, all right, I decide to kill Gallifrey today. It's like he's only one.
No, yeah, exactly.
It's
physically impossible as well.
It's like Chibnall, like Moffat broke a bone, and then Chibnall thought to fix it, he would break it in the opposite direction, but it just makes it worse.
They had literally Gallifrey had a whole time war against the Daleks.
Was the cure.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, like the Time Lords had a whole time war against the Daleks. How the fuck can one Time Lord, the Master, kill an entire race of people?
I find
at least give us an episode to see how he does it. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, rather than exposition. I find it so funny though how it's like the Master's powerful enough to destroy all the Time Lords and all of Gallifrey and take over an entire cyber army and convert them into these cyber Time Lords and resurrect them from the dead, and all hell has happened. And yet he makes these really like stupid, daft decisions with the Doctor. It's like really weird. I'm like,
defeated straight away. Pretty much as soon as the Doctor kind of gets over the PowerPoint presentation shown, it's like, okay, now I'm going to defeat the Master.
Now I'm going to solve the plot.
Yeah, or it's like he gets out tricked really easily in Spyfall like multiple times. It's like, what?
Oh, he is mentally like not there. He's very clearly got a few loose screws. Like he's a terrible villain in terms of competence. It's unbelievable how stupid he is.
Yeah. There's also that scene where the Doctor hands him to the Nazis for being brown, which is very
that's
weird.
terrible. That is straight up just
I'm like
awful writing.
Yeah. Although there is one kind of vindictive part of that, is it kind of proves Bolstraight wrong that Chibnall was not woke.
Do you guys just kind of miss when it was like, the Doctor and the Master both kind of had this kind of sophisticated arch nemesis rivalry? Delgado, Pertwee. Like, I miss that dynamic. It's like that now. I mean, the characters of the Doctor and the Master are almost indescribable, like incomparable to what they were when I actually liked them.
Well, I mean, I don't
writing.
I mean, I don't have a problem with evolving characters. I just feel like what Chibnall did here was just ridiculous. I'm just like, I can't.
You've got to build this stuff up. You've got to actually set this stuff up.
Yeah.
And he doesn't.
I never had a problem with evolving characters, but I don't like what the characters have become, and I don't feel that there's actually any reason for the Master to have changed that much, or the Doctor for that matter, to be honest. At least with Jodie.
Mm.
And the fact that Jodie doesn't even bring up Missy at all is like, really weird.
It's just that the problem I have with it is that with other Doctors, especially with their character development, it's always built on everything that happens to them, and all the reasons why they change as a character is all due to events that build up to them evolving. Whereas with Jodie, the problem I have with it is it's just like, it's these really sudden continuity moments that make her really angsty, and I'm like, what is going on here? Like, why couldn't have something happen in Series 11 that would trigger her character change? Why did it have to be some random thing that we haven't seen before just suddenly happen? It's like, it's just so cheap. You know what I mean? It's so cheap and artificial.
Can I make a motion for we are banned from talking about the Chibnall era until the end of this video?
Sorry. Yeah, let's make it.
It's too easy.
Let's make it Moffat
Unless he brings it up.
Unless he brings it up, yeah. But let's make it Moffat only till the end.
The Doctor starts this episode in the same state he ended The Doctor Falls in. A little bit dead.
I just want to make a quick comment. I would have absolutely loved if at the end of The Doctor Falls, Capaldi regenerated on the floor like the classic Doctors. It would have been refreshing. It would have been very refreshing.
That'd be nice.
And like you've said,
it would absolutely suit with Capaldi.
And like you've said before, Dylan, if his last words were, "I hope there be stars,"
I hope there be stars.
That would be really nice.
That's a beautiful last line.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent.
The children.
Laugh hard.
I let you go.
Run fast. Be kind.
Oh no! It's so terrible.
It's like I'm going to write my character themes on a brick and throw it in your face.
But guys, the themes.
The themes.
And unwilling to generate. The notion of dreading regeneration is a tricky thing for an.
Oh, no wonder he likes this episode, because it's full of themes and he has Ryan Johnson on his wall.
No, true.
That makes perfect sense now.
Yeah, this is
because all he cares about is themes.
I mean,
is that Ryan Johnson on the wall?
Yeah, that's Ryan Johnson on the wall, and he's got him in his profile picture as well on YouTube. Ryan Johnson's in his profile picture.
Interesting.
That makes it all makes sense now.
Okay.
To deal with. It was famously included in End of Time,
sorry,
where
Dylan,
the Doctor.
Trigger warning! Trigger warning! I didn't know this was gonna happen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I didn't like the angsty stuff about regeneration at the End of Time, and I certainly don't like it with Capaldi.
I know. I'm sorry.
At least Tennant fans kind of have the excuse of saying, "Well, he only lived 7 years." It's like Capaldi, we know, has literally lived.
Well, I also think that with Capaldi, I don't think it's actually built up to. With Tennant, there is that's constant throughout his era, at least. This kind of personality he has. With Capaldi, there's not real build up to him resenting regeneration.
From Tennant's first episode, it's very clear that this man has a fucking gigantic hubris. You know? That scene
it's very well set up.
The scene where he dismisses Harriet Jones.
It's very
like, oh, this guy,
present.
this guy is a fucking arrogant bastard.
Yeah, it's very much set up throughout his entire run.
Yeah.
With Capaldi, we never really get that
Yeah,
in terms
I
of
know,
him
I-
presenting Regeneration.
It's also
Capaldi's build up is quite stoic for most of his era.
yeah, it's really weird.
In
How it's
terms of like accepting fate and stuff,
especially towards the end, Series 10 Doctor is very like, it's all about being kind and sacrificing yourself for the greater good. It's very good for this. And then he's suddenly like,
Oh no, fuck that, I want to
will
die.
not change.
Well, it's literally like one of those little pretentious speeches he does. I think it's in the Pyramid at the End of the World, where he's just like plays the guitar about life, blah, blah, you know, like some kind of really stoic crap.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, so where does this come from? All of a sudden, be like, no, I refuse to change.
God, I know. I'm actually kind of startled that you're slightly complimenting Tennant.
I really don't like how they do that at the end of time, but I can at least say there's some build up to it. It feels like there's actually, you know, like even though I still think it's shit,
it makes sense for Tennant to say this based on what we've seen before.
There is actually some build up to it, rather than with Capaldi's case, where I feel the complete opposite. It's like it's building up in the complete opposite direction, especially considering like the Doctor Falls is literally all about him sacrificing himself for people he doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wasn't that the whole point of it? It's just show the self-sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly.
But no,
yeah,
it's definitely to see him asked about for another hour, and he's like delays death.
It's just so clear that the only reason he's saying that is because Moffat's like, well, I've got another episode where he's not going to regenerate, so I need a reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very shoehorned. Anyway.
Implied that the experience was like dying and having someone else walk away. I think this is rubbish. I think it did a lot of harm to the way people saw the Doctor, turning him from one person going through changes into multiple people with the same memories. In Twice Upon a Time...
I mean, context though, at least. You gotta, like, even Dylan's just said, it's actually somewhat built up with Tennant at least.
I mean, it's... I feel like... I feel like this one's up for debate, because...
Personally, of the opinion, it's the same person going through changes.
I'm not talking about like the literal sense of like is it or isn't. What I'm saying is that in the way he's interpreted the dialogue from that cafe scene at End of Time, I feel like that is up for debate. I feel like
it doesn't apply to all Doctors, but it applies to this one.
I don't necessarily think you can prove that that's what that line means. I feel like that's just what a lot of people think it means. But
I think that was just David Tennant's Doctor being melodramatic, wasn't it?
I mean, he's... it's complicated. I don't really want to get into it in this video anyway. I don't want to waste time on that. We need to not talk about RTD. We not talk about Chibnall. We need to just talk about
bad for RTD. It's just
okay. But this one, he brought it up at least, there was an actual discussion.
I know, but we're past that now. We can focus on
Time. The Doctor's for not wanting to regenerate is that he's exhausted and feels as though he can't keep going on in the cycle of fighting and losing people. He can't bring himself to change and start the cycle again.
I don't want to change again. Never again!
Yes.
I can't
You
keep
might
on
want to
being
pause it, Connor,
somebody
as
else.
well, in case he plays some clips.
This means that after regenerating, it will still be him, the same Doctor, but he'll have to cope with becoming very different. I like this so much more than what we got in End of Time. It means that there are consequences to regenerating, and it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card, but it doesn't sacrifice...
When was it ever a get-out-of-jail-free card?
What are you on about?
When was that ever implied?
Sacrifice.
That's not what happens in End of Time.
That's not what happens at all.
Literally the reason why he doesn't want to regenerate is because he loves being that incarnation. It's all arrogance. It's not a get out of jail free card. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's so
about
dumb.
regeneration generally, but I never think it was a get out of jail free card. It's like every time it's been quite a painful experience.
I mean, it might
it's
literally like you die and you have to go through this really painful change, and you also completely lose your personality and get a new one. It's quite a big deal. It's not a get out of jail free card. Like
it's not.
Your whole life changes. Like, what is this?
Imagine changing your whole body and how you act as well. That's fucking terrifying.
I know. Honestly, I don't want to oh god,
But if he shot me and I had to become Connor, that would be just a horrifying experience, because I don't like watching the end of time and not having bad feelings. It would be horrible.
Yeah. And also
we can't do what we hate. It's never what we love.
Oh God, I know. It's just that's a really strange opinion, my friend.
That's not. I just don't think that's based on anything.
No, it really isn't.
There's not a weight to
the
that.
connectivity between incarnations. The Doctor's hesitance to change was actually touched upon in The Doctor Falls, in a moment so subtle it's hard to even know if it was deliberate.
So
Bill
subtle.
tells him she doesn't want to live if she can't be herself, and asks if he understands what she means. He tells her he does, and I reckon the look in his eye shows that he understands far too well. The Doctor not wanting to change is what starts the story, but the discussion about it is really saved for the beginning and the end of the episode. For the rest of it, the 12th Doctor...
Oh, so it's not talked about for the entire episode.
You had an hour of time and you wasted it and didn't talk about it.
We didn't talk about it. It's like, oh wait, we got to do this. We got to fucking finish the story.
Wouldn't it be much more effective to
Because of
actually
the themes,
focus
and they
on
never
this?
discuss the themes.
You know, wouldn't it be actually more? It'd be better to actually focus on this and make it the story rather than just have like one offhanded line about it.
I also like how he says, like, well, this moment might not have been even deliberate, so you might be pulling this out of your arse. Then.
Yeah, and yet he seems to misinterpret deliberate lines from the end of time and call it something it isn't. I'm really
I don't think he is
by this.
really interpreting the way that clearly the episode is trying to do.
Yeah,
because I don't think that line, that little scene between Bill and the Doctor is meant to be building up to that moment of Capaldi resenting regeneration.
Yeah, I don't know. I've drawn a blank.
12th Doctor is really just... He was quite weary in The Doctor Falls, so it's cool that being mid-regeneration keeps him healthy enough to have one last adventure. I will say that the amount of fun the 12th Doctor seems to be having is...
completely diminish regeneration, though.
Yeah, it does.
It's no longer something that is just, I'm literally in mortal danger, and the only way to extend my life is by completely changing myself.
Yeah, so just imagine...
But it's just like, oh, well, you can just go on a diddly-dee-dum adventure in the middle of your regeneration.
Yeah, see, because the thing is, like, because I feel like someone like... He would probably be like, oh, but what about Caves of Androzani? And I'm like, that's not a diddly-duddly adventure. The Fifth Doctor was fighting off death for the whole bloody thing. Like,
and it was clearly affecting him.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't dancing around. He was like, is this death?
Yeah, I know. Like that. The whole reason the Part 3 cliffhanger works so well is because he's literally on the verge of death, and at any second, like, his heart could stop and he could fall dead. But he's still fighting on to save Perry, and doing it is making him go absolutely insane. Like, he's losing his mind because he's dying, as you would.
And there's a consequence to that as well, because his post-regeneration trauma is made far worse after that death.
Yeah,
so he does say it feels different this time, and then he has the worst ever post-regeneration trauma. So you've got to think that that's deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
And even in terms of a physical sense, with Tennant, he held it on for so long, but the longer he held it in, he got weaker as he went on, like as he was reaching the TARDIS. So in terms of physically...
that was still shit.
Like, I'm saying, like, in terms of like him holding it in, he physically is like in pain as it goes on. So with Capaldi here, there seems to be a quite weird inconsistency. Like, he was like hobbling around in Doctor Falls, but now he's fucking jumping on chains.
Even the Doctor who's dying is jumping on chains, which he never even was able to do that when he was healthy.
Yeah. It's really odd, like, in terms of how they... It's just Twice Upon a Time is really weird how they handled the Doctor's sort of regeneration. Yeah,
it just kind of... It's very just sort of, oh, I'm going to die soon, but it's okay. I can just hold it.
I can just hold it in with no problems whatsoever.
Here's the problem, is the way that Moffat handles it here is it sort of goes off the whole thing of, there's this whole... theory around it's like, oh, a Time Lord can hold it off for 3 days before they die or something like that. Whereas here, that's not really all there is to it, because the problem is here is that Moffat's only doing that. He's only doing the thing of like, oh, well, I've got 72 hours for him to play around and do what he wants before he actually dies. The problem is that's not all that happens, is that you not only have that much time before you will die permanently, you'll also be in extreme danger because you are at risk. Like, you think about The Impossible Astronaut, obviously it's a fucking cop-out ending in Wedding of a Song. But in theory, when he gets shot and regenerates and then shot again, he dies, so you're actually in danger. because you're exposed. And also your entire system is breaking down. So in theory, you should be losing energy, losing power, losing strength. And that's not what happens. He's just even more energetic than he usually is, which makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
So yeah. Ugh.
A little
Like
bit
how
jarring
even in the
situation
TARDIS
in
he just
previous
shows
episodes.
the
It's
First
also quite
Doctor
nice
his
to see.
regeneration
I love
energy.
this guy, and I enjoy when he's happy. And it's Christmas. He can't have been too glum.
Oh my god.
I also have...
It's Christmas.
No, but the themes are Christmas though.
He's gotta
But the
be
themes
happy
are
it's
Christmas.
He literally
The
just-
themes of Christmas. The themes of Christmas make this make sense, guys. Shut up.
He likes it when Peter Capaldi's Doctor is happy because he likes Peter Capaldi.
Yes, that means
Okay,
it's
then.
exonerated of all criticism. If Capaldi's happy,
If Capaldi smiles,
and it's
then
all good.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, guys.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
It's a 10 out of 10 smile you got right there, Capaldi.
Yes, did you know that Peter Capaldi smiling can give you the elixir of life for a few hours?
It can heal sick children. Like, I couldn't walk before Peter Capaldi came up and smiled, you know?
Yeah, it's like because in the Empty Child Doctor dances how like he repairs that woman's leg, whereas Peter Capaldi would just smile and her leg would come back.
also have to say, his hair is spectacular in this episode. Like Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible, you can chart the development of the
talking about
12th
his hair?
Doctor based on the length of his hair. As he's become more comfortable in himself and a bit more relaxed, his hair has been let loose.
I thought I've told Peter to let his hair grow out as his Doctor
Wait,
goes on because
wait,
it's just
did
like
he-
his character development. Oh,
Wait,
so
did he actually
clever.
did he just suggest that because Capaldi's hair is getting longer, that constitutes his character development? What?
I mean, it's like a neat little thing. It's a neat little thing that happens. It's not a fucking.
It's so clever, Connor. It's so clever.
I was adjusting my headphones, so I didn't actually hear the last bit. I want to go back.
Oh yeah,
Really
Joko.
get what you said.
It's
It's
a
also
pearl.
quite nice to see. I love this guy, and I enjoy when he's happy. And it's Christmas.
love him.
He can't have been too glum. I also have to say, his hair is spectacular in this episode. Like Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible, you can chart the development of the 12th Doctor based on the length of his hair. As he's become more comfortable in himself and a bit more...
Well, like in the last clip though, Tom Cruise's hair is short.
Yeah, you know how my favorite thing about David Tennant's Doctor is how over the
He literally said for the time's good because of Peter
Yeah.
Capaldi's hair.
my favorite thing about David Tennant's Doctor, and the reason why he's my favorite, is because over the course of his run, his hair gets shorter, which just shows off the themes of how he gets.
It gets more
angst.
spiky.
Yeah.
It gets way more spiky.
It gets more angst because at the start it's all long and flowing and he's happy, and then by the end of his run, he's it's shorter and it's spikier and he's
It's
sad.
short and spiky and sharp, like his situation.
Yeah, just like when he accidentally.
Imagine if we actually argued that. We'd be laughed
Yeah.
out of the room
His
because
head-
it's a stupid argument.
his hair-
Paul McGann, as he goes through his character development, he has to shave off all of his hair.
Oh
because
yeah,
of the
that's right.
grief.
That's right.
The theme.
That's right.
The theme.
The grief of losing his friend. He had to cut off his hair and wear a leather jacket, and that's why Dark Eyes is so good because he's dark and has short hair and is wearing leather.
I'm currently growing long hair, so does that? I'm a more well-developed character.
You're going through character development, Callum. It's happening.
Yeah.
Oh my
You're
god!
changing, Callum.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's also I like how with Smith's hair, the shorter it got, the quality of the writing got worse. That's great character development.
Oh, it's so true.
Chris Eccleston is the worst Doctor because his hair stays the same the whole time.
Well,
meaning
actually,
he has no character development.
it's a little bit thicker in Father's Day, but apart from that, it's the same.
So yeah, that's the only episode he has any character development.
Yeah, because that's
the one where he
says,
Oh, the rest of the time, it's static character.
Don't touch the
Don't touch the baby. Oh, so good. I fucking love Series 1.
Does that mean his Big Finish character is going to be even better because he's got long hair now?
Yes.
Isn't it
that's
got
on the
pots
cover.
of blonde in his hair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did you see how he's never going to return to the actual show until hell freezes over? That's fucking pretty
and
funny.
someone-
Right,
my God.
let's take the ice machines to hell.
Oh, I saw something hilarious today. Someone posted the scene in the first episode in Rose when Rose and Mickey are by the fountain and they walk away from each other at the start. They leave their litter on the fountain, and someone said, "Is Eccleston going to come and be like, I hope the world shits on you?"
Yes.
Oh, dear.
I'm glad Eccleston is refusing to come back because I don't want his Doctor ruined. Because Chibnall absolutely would ruin it.
There was no plan to bring him back anyway.
Oh god, there's a slight chance that Big Finish could taint him, but hopefully not.
Big Finish will only make him better. Big Finish have never made a character worse.
Yeah, I don't think
Big Finish have only improved characters.
I don't.
They've even made insufferable characters good.
Apparently, Diary of River Song and Paternoster Gang are all right.
Yeah, Mel is also a good companion.
Oh no! Apparently, the only thing they've made worse is the fucking Tales of New Earth. Like, apparently, that is the worst.
That was a nothing burger anyway.
Series 2 New Earth was shit, but Series 3 New Earth is great.
Yeah, I know, but like what I'm saying is that apparently the Tales from New Earth box set is even worse than the episode itself.
Yeah, as much as I love Gridlock, I don't really want to know more about the characters. I think they're absolutely fine the way they are.
Oh, it's more...
Exactly. See, even the biggest Gridlock fan doesn't want more New Earth Tales. Big Finish.
That's not because I don't want it. I don't want it tainted. I want it just left the way it is because it's perfect the way it is.
Anyway,
nobody wants that.
Yeah, it's just unnecessary world building. Right, shall we continue and not talk about RTD stuff?
Yeah.
Because we banned that.
You know what this is, Connor.
He's been let loose, abandoning the tight trim he had in Series 8. In this story, it's the longest it's ever been, emphasising how long he's been doing this, and reminding us that he's been holding back Regeneration for far too long.
Hell themes.
This is actually...
Look at him, he's got Peter Capaldi. He's got even bigger than Peter Capaldi's hair, so he's the logical conclusion of Peter Capaldi's character development.
This might be one of the strangest and dumbest arguments I've ever heard about Capaldi's Doctor.
I think it might be half joking, but I'm not sure.
I don't know if he is, though. It's not really a tone of half joking
quite sincere.
at all.
He's just like, I love his long hair. It makes him so much fun. And I like seeing him bounce around on the chains while he's dying. And I think that makes him a really good character.
And the fact that it's changed from Series 8.
He has a crush on him. He loves his smile and his hair.
Yeah.
This is a weird argument. This is a really strange one.
Be done with hair. For example, mine is this long as a reference to the fact I haven't had a haircut since the start of this bloody pandemic. It's a little Easter egg for the real fans.
Let's talk about the other Doctor. The original, you might say.
Okay.
He's a character who is often considered...
Okay, so now this is where it's going to get interesting. And this is where...
Oh, no, you better not. You better not defend.
So the first 4 minutes, what would we say about the first 4 minutes in those arguments? I'd say they've been pretty poor.
Yeah, but I feel like this is the reason why we brought Dylan on, because now he's about to talk about the first Doctor.
This is where he's going to get real angry.
You're at school, man. Well, unless he's actually going to say, fair enough, this was bad.
Also,
which he might do.
Also, look at this.
I don't think he's going to, though. That's the thing.
Or look at this, though. He's already prepared a very convenient clip from the Celestial Toymaker. What happens in that story, Dylan?
I don't think anything particularly bad happens in that story, apart from the N-word.
I guess we'll see.
It's like the Doctor doesn't say that, though.
I know.
The Doctor doesn't say that.
But he might be like, oh, that was once in a 60s story, therefore the first Doctor is a bigot.
Oh god, that would be a terrible argument if it brings that up.
It's not going to be that.
Oh god.
Although Celestial Toymaker isn't a random story to get a clip.
Does that mean that Matt Smith is a terrible person because he's friends with Winston Churchill?
Well, honestly, I think Matt Smith's probably a better example of a sexist Doctor because he sexually assaults a lesbian.
Yeah, I know that's true. He does.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's terrible. It's awful.
And Jodie Whittaker's
That's terrible.
Jodie Whittaker's Doctor exposes the Master for being a minority.
Yeah, for being not white.
Like, what the...
I can see you for who you really are.
Oh my
god. The Doctor sent the Master for over 70 years of racism.
I can see your dark skin for what it really is.
God.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Considered to be the great and mean Doctor, which is pretty unfair. I feel like a lot of people just watch An Unearthly Child and decide that that's what he was like for his entire run. It's true that in that story he's rude and arrogant, but this is him at the start of his character arc. From as early as his 3rd story, we can see the softening of these rough edges, and it introduced to the tender side of this Doctor that is so often overlooked, as he forms friendships with the 2 outsiders that set the template for all future companion relationships.
We must look after you, You're very valuable.
Oh, I love this man.
Yeah, I agree with him here.
I know. I mean, I didn't think Joe was going to make a stupid argument here because he does actually like William Hartnell. He's actually seen the era.
Shall we go?
Oh, what a beautiful man.
There are moments that are more in line with his short-tempered caricatures, but for the majority of his run, he's a kind and whimsical figure, exploring the universe with a greater level of curiosity than any other Doctor. It's a real shame to me that this inspiring man, who underwent such growth and laid the groundwork for every subsequent incarnation, is often misremembered as a mean old man. The version of the Doctor we see in Twice Upon a Time is from right at the end of his very last episode, The 10th Planet. In his last few stories, that old body of the Doctor's was starting to wear a bit thin, and William Hartnell's health was deteriorating off-screen, so he played a less active role in the plots. In this story, he spends a lot of the time unconscious, and the supporting characters are left to do the important stuff. When he is on screen, he seems pretty bossy and exasperated with the military personnel who won't listen to him, which, knowing the Doctor, is pretty par for the course, but when it comes to talking to the companions and the people who actually engage with him, he's warm and caring, which is what we'd expect from the incarnation at this late stage. And we do get a glimpse of
I just want to say, I'm actually quite impressed that he's suddenly turned this video around and is actually being really good.
Yeah. He's actually bringing good arguments.
I'm waiting for it to crash though, when he gets to David Bradley.
There's a lot more to say about how great William Hartnell is than how Peter Capaldi's hair showed good character development.
Yeah,
Because William Hartnell doesn't really have hair, so you have to focus on his actual character and the writing.
Yeah, so far he's been completely right. This is absolutely true about Hartnell.
Yeah.
Of the character's strength, he challenges the Cybermen and takes command of the situation. All in all, though, it's a pretty strange final story for the First Doctor, because right up until the Regeneration, it's just a regular episode. There's no special swan song for the incarnation like other Regeneration stories. It's just an
You've got to remember that most classic Who Regeneration stories were just regular stories, but just where the stakes were amped up a bit.
But with this one, it makes complete sense. It makes complete sense that this is just in a regular story.
Yeah, well, it's meant to be a plot. It's meant to be a twist, though.
The point here is that I really don't like how Regeneration has to have so much self-indulgence these days. It's like there needs to be like 50-minute goodbye in every single Regeneration, and it really annoys me.
I think it when it really started was when it really started to amp up was Legopolis, because that was the one where you got like the flashbacks. That was probably the first time they started to really introduce that into the Regeneration stories, and then from there I feel like it's just gotten more and more and more. And then by the time you get to like obviously Peter Capaldi, you have an entire episode for it.
It's got more and more and more. Consider it. So let's look at the 3 Regenerations after Legopolis. So you've got the Case of Androzani, which is definitely the best Regeneration.
Yeah,
in terms of it's just a regular story where the stakes amped up. It really fits in with Davidson's character arc. It's brilliant. I had to say that. He whips his head off an exercise bike.
Yeah, it's true.
Like there's no self-indulgence there. That's just shit. And then you've got the 7th Doctor gets killed in a hospital due to medical complications. Yes.
What I was going to say that you do, and to be fair though, in Caves you do have that very scene where he's seeing his companions as well, which is kind of reminiscent of Legopolis. But obviously much shorter.
I feel that because it's only like a little bit, I can kind of forgive that, even if I do.
I also think it's actually really well done too. Is I love the bit where he sees Eirich, and he's suddenly like, "Oh no, I'm still responsible for this boy's death."
Yeah, I feel it makes more sense because it's kind of that's not them actually saying goodbye. This is his kind of fever dream haze as he's dying.
And I have to say, I'm extremely entertained by Anthony Ainley's face coming in and saying, "No, my dear Doctor, you must die."
An unceremonious conversation with his companions, followed by a pretty big change. I guess if William Hartnell had been healthy enough to go out with a bang, he wouldn't have had to leave the role. So it was a good idea for this story to give us a last hurrah for Doctor Number 1.
But is David Bradley's portrayal of the character consistent with the version we had in the...
The thing is, I don't think it needed to happen. I think the more sort of... I feel like, because I watched The 10th Planet about a day before Twice Upon a Time. I watched The 10th Planet for the first time about a day before this episode came out. And I felt like it was really fitting that it just felt like a real death. It felt like you're watching a real person pass away. And I feel like that was actually really fitting for the First Doctor. And it worked really well because it sort of fit the mood of The 10th Planet as well. And I just feel like...
I can just be more effective sometimes. Not everything needs to be a bombastic, self-indulgent...
Yeah, because it's like, I feel like there are Doctors where it fits more, but with the First Doctor, I don't think that fits at all. I don't think the First Doctor is the kind of Doctor you should do that thing for. I feel like it's better to just leave it as it is. It's a bit mysterious. It's a bit enigmatic. It's a bit sort of... It's a bit like, oh, this guy is just dying and you don't really know what's happening. I feel like the mystery behind his death is kind of what makes it special. And then taking him out of that and having this entire episode, which basically does absolutely nothing to benefit it, and in fact, in some ways even damages it, is a bit stupid in my opinion.
I can also just say, can we stop revisiting old Doctor Who lore and redoing it? Because honestly,
please
I'm sick to death of it.
Just leave it. Just leave it as it is.
Tell new stories.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like the past is done.
This is why Series 12 is honestly is like one of the worst seasons of TV I've seen, because it literally just is like a massive middle finger to established lore, and it doesn't care in any way, and doesn't try to do anything new or creative. It doesn't try to be like at least ambitious. It's just, I want to change this because reasons. We don't even know why he's changed it.
Well, it's a shame though, because there are things in it that try to be new and creative, but then they often get like wiped out and forgotten about. Like you think about Ashad and Haunting of Villa Diodati, it was like this new idea for a Cyberman, and then in Timeless Children, he's just completely wiped out, and it's so disappointing.
He is now just generic villain number 54.
Oh yeah, it's just like Tim Shaw version 2, you know.
He was like a great, complex character in The Haunting of Villa Diodati, but then the moment Chris Chibnall takes over the writing in Ascension of the Cyberman, it's just like all of a sudden
that's what I call it in a conflict.
Yeah, that's why I hope that when Maxine Alderton becomes a core writer in Series 13, that we get a bit more of what we got in Haunting, because I think that'll be much better.
Yeah, Chibnall, just let her do like the dialogue and characters, okay? Because you're not very good at it.
If he has this like flow chart of where he wants the story to go, and then he just lets her write the stuff that's actually meant to be good, then it might be a bit better. Anyway, let's not talk about
no more Chibnall. No more Chibnall.
In the 10th planet. I'm going to say no. It's entirely subjective, but I have a really hard time seeing this guy as the First Doctor. It's not that he's too grumpy, it's just that he's too gruff. There was a lightness to William Hartnell's line delivery that just isn't here at all, and the twinkle in his eye is gone. The main character trait in this episode seems to just be...
Well, see, I feel like a lot of this is part of the writing as well, because I feel like David Bradley in Big Finish and David Bradley in Adventure in Space and Time actually did portray a lot of that Hartnell-esque sort of charm, and then in Twice Upon a Time, Moffat just makes him this old fart, and it doesn't feel right. You know,
actually like the First Doctor.
Yeah,
Moffat doesn't like the First Doctor, so why did you expect? Why did he write a character he doesn't even like? He's been on record saying he doesn't like the First Doctor.
I honestly believe David Bradley could have played a brilliant First Doctor in this episode.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he does. He really does. I haven't heard that much of it, but from what I have heard, he's actually rather good in Big Finish.
I've heard 3 box sets worth, and there are some good stuff. Like one of the stories in particular, The Invention of Death, is honestly one of my favourite ever Doctor Who stories. Like, he can do a good Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, in Twice Upon a Time, he very much does not act like Hartnell does in that particular point in time. It makes no sense for him to be the way he is.
He's not even.
He lacks charm. He lacks any charm that the First Doctor has.
He's not even like the Hartnell from the start of his run either. Because Hartnell at the start of his run is quite an enigmatic character. He's quite mysterious, whereas David Bradley has no mystery to him. He's just an old sexist fart who's angry. It's just like, oh no. I mean, I suppose there is that. The one bit that I do really like though is when Capaldi's using his like sonic shit, and he's just like, I think we should just calm down and look at this a bit more science-like, and he starts, being a bit more First Doctor-y. I do like that bit, but that's a
Why
diamond.
Don't you just look with your eyes,
Yeah.
There's like, oh yeah, this is what I want. I want the Doctor to actually, have to solve problems with his brain.
But then that's also combated with the scene where like he looks at the 12th Doctor's browser history. It's like, oh no.
It's so clever because the 12th Doctor is now canon that he watches porn. Oh, so clever.
Yeah, it's like rather than like sexually assaulting companions, he now has to be a simp and watch porn. 12th Doctor watches OnlyFans, confirmed. Oh god.
Be old.
They have a line about his face being different because he's mid-regeneration, but I don't even think they needed to. He definitely looks the part. He pulls a few classic William Hartnell faces, and he's not without some tender moments. But on the whole, his overwhelming gruffness takes me out of the episode. Luckily, the quality of the writing slightly salvages it for me.
Oh,
Putting
really?
the two...
Because I thought the quality of the writing was the problem.
The quality of the writing is the massive problem.
The quality of the writing is the reason why he doesn't feel like the First Doctor.
Yeah, there's no dialogue that allows him to kind of really capture the spirit of the First Doctor.
It's just such like... I honestly believe Moffat is just like, oh, what if fucking Filch or Walder Frey was the Doctor, not fucking William Hartnell?
God, don't you imagine all these horrible things about William Hartnell based on what Walder Frey does.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've got that to look forward to. Yeah, and bloody Filcher's... Wait, what's his fucking iconic line from Chamber of Secrets? It's like, tonight might be the last you spend in this castle. Oh dear,
I'm in trouble.
My cat has been petrified. I want to see some punishment.
Punishment towards Bill.
You can kind of say that, like, the writing's so good for... Like, it's like literally all the problems you described are due to the writing. There is...
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing is written for the First Doctor in terms of, like, him having the twinkling.
The writing is there. We can literally analyze it and just... Yeah, it's all there.
Fundamental misunderstanding of the First Doctor.
The two Doctors whose eras are furthest apart on screen together makes for a hilarious bit of meta-commentary. The First Doctor has a disdain for things in the modern series, like the TARDIS's atmospheric lighting and the sonic sunglasses. It resembles the criticisms of the revival made by...
Yeah, but the TARDIS is great. It's a fantastic TARDIS. What are you on about?
I suppose the thing is...
I like the TARDIS.
See, here's the problem, is that what the whole point of it is it's in the mind of the writers and the showrunners is that the Doctors hate each other's stuff because it's different to their own, whereas but the problem is that it comes off really strange because it's playing off as if the audience is on board with this. But the problem is that we also have our own thoughts, and so this is weird because you have the First Doctor see the 12th Doctor's TARDIS and be like, "Well, I don't like this TARDIS." And yeah, I really like this TARDIS, right? And then you got, like, in the Ghost Monument, when the Jodie's like, I really like this TARDIS, and I'm like, I don't. It looks like an absolute dumpster fire.
Yeah, it looks horrible.
It's not saying he doesn't like the sonic sunglasses, but most of the audience didn't really like the sonic sunglasses either.
I know.
Yeah, exactly. No one likes them.
They weren't popular.
It's really
That's
weird.
why they didn't bring them back that often.
Made by fans of the classics.
It was just
like
in
the
Series
5-ish
9.
Doctors, but canon. We also get 12 acting like a bit of a fanboy, getting excited when his former self refers to the TARDIS as the ship.
Honestly, I wish the 5-ish Doctor was more canon than this episode.
What he just said there, it's like he said, I like how it's meta-textual that he fanboys over the First
I like
Doctor.
this. I like this. I like that. I like this. Or
Like, the subjective part isn't the problem here. It's just the fact that I hate the fact that it's so, it's so self-aware in terms of, like, oh, the fans will like this.
it's like
moment,
Disney
won't they?
did
It's
The Mandalorian.
It's so like it's just so Curse of Fatal Death, isn't it? He loves to do just Curse of Fatal Death in Doctor Who. He did it in The Witch is Familiar as well, where it's like anyone for Dodgems. You know, it's just God, he loves his.
No, but here's the thing. It's like what he's describing it as. It's almost like that's what Moffat wants. He wants to trick you into like saying, "Oh, I like how he does this. Oh, I like how you do that." And it's like it's very superficial stuff.
I just find it so weird. I just find it so weird how he expects us to laugh at his meta parody and then also take it seriously.
This is a very serious episode.
But guys,
about,
he's a
looking at the 12th Doctor's character development, but also laugh at the funny man saying funny meta things. It's like,
yeah, like imagine if like some of the jokes in Love and Monsters were in like a series finale. That's what Moffat's doing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's like imagine if the fucking like the scene where he sonics the pavement slab happened in like a serious drama episode. That's how it feels, you know.
Moffat has killed meta commentary in Doctor Who.
Yeah,
Because
like
he's ruined it by doing it way too much.
The first Doctor going to the TARDIS and saying it's hideous is not meta commentary. It's literally a part of the Doctor throughout all incarnations where they just don't like how things are different. Because it's not suited to them.
Is the fact that Peter Capaldi's like said, "Oh, you're saying a thing that you used to say, but you don't say now," because the first Doctor used to call the TARDIS the ship quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, that's what it's kind of getting at, and I think that's shit. Whereas he seems to think that that's some kind of
it's
clever.
Genius though. Yeah, but it's genius. It's genius though.
It's genius.
It shows the difference in the characters.
Being nostalgic about his past, and also as a reference to Peter Capaldi being a huge Doctor Who fan. I do have to give credit.
Oh my god! I mean,
no, we don't need that in the show. It doesn't add anything.
It doesn't add anything. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't add anything.
See, like,
it's
again,
it's nice, but it doesn't add anything.
The thing is, though, that works in something like Time Crash, where it's a mini episode that's not part of the series. Whereas not in an actual episode.
Especially as he's fucking his daughter.
Although he wasn't at that point, but he is now.
Well, yeah, he certainly is now.
But he is now. I love that.
Daddy Davison, literally.
I love that. I love that meme I made of Dreamland, where it says, "I will nut on Peter Davison's daughter."
Oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Credit to David Bradley's delivery of the comedic lines. He's the funniest part of the episode. Even the overused browser history joke got a little smile out of me this time.
No.
It's shit. It's like
good.
the
It's not good. It's never been good. It's never been good.
It was always a stupid joke. I mean, it was better than, Matt Smith's sexual assault, as you were saying earlier, Callum, but it's still not good.
I mean, yes, jokes to just browser history porn is better than the Doctor spanking Clara's ass.
Yeah. So this is better than the Nadir of Series 7. Well done, Moffat. Well done.
Yes, well done. You did better. Well done. Pat on the back. 10 out of 10. You're a fucking genius.
Capaldi's smile, 10 out of 10. Capaldi's hair, 20 out of 10. Browser history, 20 out of 10!
We're 7 minutes in, and he hasn't even talked about the actual story. He's talking about so much superficial stuff.
There isn't a bloody story. It's all superficial.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost as if this is kind of like Rise of Skywalker. It's like, do you remember this? Do you remember that? It's good, right?
God, you're right. Like, literally, I described all of his favorite things about them. They're all just all superficial.
Yeah.
There's nothing being added to the conversation here in terms of like the actual argument for Twice Upon a Time, because you can't. It's all superficial stuff. Like, it's fine to totally like all the superficial stuff, but do not argue that this is good writing, because this is just so superficial. Mm-hmm. There's nothing here.
It's like, surely you'd think they'd open with the substantive argument rather than with...
Yeah, you'd open with, okay,
yeah, I mean, at the very
Twice Upon a Time written?
If this was a Samuel Davis video, he'd be like, oh my god, Twice Upon a Time told me so much about suicide. Oh, the themes.
Who's Samuel Davis? I don't think I've come across that.
He's a Doctor YouTuber.
Oh, is he where the themes come from?
He's basically, I think his most controversial and most interesting opinion he has is that his top 4 favorite stories are the New Who Regeneration stories, and like his reason for Twice Upon a Time.
Even I wouldn't put End of Time even the high. It's like I like it subjectively, but
to be fair, he's talking about when he says his favorite, he means like episodes, not stories, because I know he doesn't like part 1, but what he means is that like it's like Parting of the Ways.
Part two is not great either. It's very flawed.
I know, but what I'm saying is that
part 1's the Regeneration stories tend to be better than the part 2s in New Who.
Yeah, I think End of Time might be the exception to that rule for me. Anyway, but basically he said that Parting of the Ways, End of Time Part 2, Time with the Doctor, and Twice Upon a Time are his favorite Doctor Who episodes. That's like his biggest hot take. And I'm pretty sure he said Time of the Doctor is his favorite piece of media he's ever watched. And I'm like,
what the fuck? Are you kidding?
It's vacuous grandiloquence.
It's so poorly written.
It's a pile
it's
of
so
shit.
bad.
It's a pile of shit.
It thinks it's poetry when it is just a dog shit.
The best thing you've ever watched? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's the one where the Doctor is naked and spanks Clara.
The only situation in which that's the best thing you've ever watched is if you only ever watched.
If that's the only thing you've ever watched.
If you only watched Series 7, Matt Smith.
I mean, I would say it's
I don't think it's the best of Series 7.
I still think I still think it's one of the worst of Series 7, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
I-
Actually,
Like for me, it's like
there's a lot
it's like
of episodes that are
it's
more
like-
competent.
It's like Doctor in the Wardrobe, Silent with Daleks, Nightmare in Silver, and then Time of the Doctor.
yeah, you're right. Actually,
I
Like,
never thought
Town
that would happen.
Commercy is
But he's
so
not
much
just a
better
figure
than
to be
that.
laughed
Yeah.
at. Unlike some, I really don't think Moffat put him in the episode just so he could make fun of the past. There are some playful jokes, but there's also a lot of respect for the era that started it all.
like
Is
turning
there?
into a massive sexist, which I've noticed you're avoiding. I mean, I don't know if you're going to talk about it later, but you have
He hasn't talked about it at
absolutely
all.
danced around the issue. Absolutely danced around it. Especially when you're saying that Moffat was respectful. So that's the one thing you definitely say to you.
Shush. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the actual bad parts of this episode. We talk about the superficial stuff.
Well, let's see. If does he get on to like addressing the obviously false sexism stuff?
We've still got 20 minutes.
Well, let's see.
I guess we have to talk about the sexist Time Lord element. The First Doctor's misogyny. It's not great, is it? Sure, there's a bit of comedy in how embarrassing
Alright,
it is for
thank
the 12th
God.
Doctor, reacting like someone with an ignorant relative at Christmas dinner, but I don't think it's right for the character.
Yes,
it
you're
doesn't
so
come
right.
completely out
Thank
of
you.
nowhere, as some people
Thank
seem to
you.
think.
At least he
The Doctor
made an
definitely did
actual good
have some
argument.
outdated attitudes in the 60s.
Now, don't get exasperated, Susan. Remember the Red Indian. When he saw the first steam train, his savage mind thought it an illusion too.
But actively making sexist jokes feels out of character.
Okay, what do you think about that, Dylan?
Well, the thing is, obviously he's right about like it being it's a character assassination to say that William Hartnell was sexist. But I don't see how you can say that it's respectful to the era if you're going
it's
to
not.
agree with
No,
that.
I'm talking
Because
more
it's
about
not.
the bit where he's saying that Hartnell still had outdated attitudes at the time, though. That's what he's saying.
Oh well, I mean,
How
he's
was that?
cherry picked one line from like the whole era.
Was it? Was it that
I-
bad though? I don't.
I mean, it
obviously, have no
wasn't
context of the
even-
line.
Well, I think
No,
it's,
basically,
I think it's mainly because the fact that the First Doctor called a Red Indian a savage. That's the line he's talking about.
in context, that's not like the
Didn't he
worst
say he
thing
was?
ever.
I don't know.
But still, that is from like you should have seen the original draft of An Unearthly Child because basically the writer Anthony Coburn, he was a proper reactionary. Like David Whittaker did a bunch of rewrites to make like because he portrayed like basically Anthony Coburn didn't like women. You can see that if you ever listen to the Masters of Luxor, which is a lost episode where it's a very very sexist. And like in some of the things that David Whittaker changed about An Earthly Child was like Barbara being drunk
Oh,
during the
God.
episodes,
oh my god.
and Ian making weird comments towards her about
Also,
the
you
gender.
notice how in the pilot episode, which is like the original An Unearthly Child, like the First Doctor is really, really hard on Susan, like really hard on her. And there's like hardly any of that charm in there. And thankfully, when they did it for the second time, the Doctor was a lot better. Unfortunately, the TARDIS shot was worse, which is a shame.
Yeah. Okay, so I now have to duck out for about an hour and a half. You two can continue.
Because you gotta
This-
get COVID, don't you?
I gotta go get COVID real quick. It'll be a hot hour and a half.
Okay.
So,
I'm sure.
I imagine
Yeah,
you'll still be
poor
going on.
wanker.
I imagine you'll still be going at the point. So yes, enjoy the tisms
Okay.
of this not very good video. Bye bye.
Alrighty.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I do like you, Joe, but yeah, this video so far has not been great, mate.
Alright, let's continue.
Character for him. It's too mean-spirited. I don't know. I'm definitely not as outraged about it as I used to be. I actually wrote an article in my school blog back in 2017 about how much I hated it. It was a bad decision, but it's not the end of the world, and it doesn't ruin the show or the episode.
I mean,
Putting that aside,
it kind of
Disrespectful, and you said it was respectful.
it kind of shits on the character though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a complete middle finger to William Hartnell and Verity Lambert and David Whittaker and all of the other people that contributed towards the First Doctor's very well-rounded character,
And also-
who was not sexist.
And also, people that have only seen New Who that want to get into Classic Who, this is their first impression of this character. It's not a good look. You know?
This is not respect.
This would be like,
you can like.
this would be like if they recast Tom Baker and they suddenly had him like being racist to Chinese people because of the talons of Wang Chiang. You know? It'd just be so out of character. It's like such a weird misrepresentation of what happened. You know?
You're going to bring back Tom Baker and make him say the N-word. It's like, oh no, it's not the end of the world.
It really does damage. Like, people now have a very specific interpretation of what the First Doctor is based on this episode. It's had an effect. It will have. Millions of people watched
and
it.
I feel, and it's not good. It's just I really don't like it just for the sake of William Hartnell, who's been dead years and years and years.
Yep.
And like, he put his heart and soul into this character. It wasn't a sexist character. It was a much more complicated character than this episode, gives on. Yeah. And then Moffat's just taking a big, massive, steaming shit on it.
And you can't use the excuse of it being at the end of the Moffat era and getting low ratings, because that didn't happen, because Twice Upon a Time got really high ratings because there was a female Doctor about to start, so people wanted to see it. And that's what they got. This is their impression.
Not that ratings mean anything about anything.
Of course.
Episode
I know,
anyway.
but
Like, the War Games got some of the worst ratings of the 60s.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that some people would be like, oh, but it's in an episode that didn't get a lot of viewership, so it doesn't really matter. And I'm like, no, it did get a lot of viewership. Like, it got a lot of viewership.
Even if it's just like kind of Doctor Who fan viewership, though, a lot of those haven't actually seen Classic Who at the end of the day.
Exactly, yeah. And also, like...
So I don't understand how you can say this episode fundamentally mischaracterizes a character in a way that makes him look bad, but it's still respectful and it doesn't matter.
Also, some people that may have tuned out that were fans of the First Doctor, right? They may have been like, oh, I might want to check into this episode again and see what Doctor Who's doing now, because, a character that I really liked is returning, and also there's this whole buzz about a female Doctor. Maybe I'll watch the show again on Christmas Day. And then they watch it and they see that this character that they loved is not the character that they loved. It's like, you can't call that a success. You can't even call that not a big deal, because it really is. You are playing with fire.
Including this nation was a really smart thing to do, and serves both Hartnell's Doctor and Capaldi's. There's a thread in the story about whether or not the Doctor has lost his way over the years. A sort of ghost of Christmas past. Or future, depending on whose perspective we prefer.
And we've already had this before, because Matt Smith's first Christmas special was this story, so why would you have to do it again? Oh, Christ.
The Doctor meets Doctor and worries about his behaviour.
Oh, do you know how hard it is to write about two versions of the same character? I've had to do it 2 videos in a row. Remind me never to do a multi-Doctor story again.
The First Doctor has to grapple a bit with who he's going to become. It's clever, but I think it's a bit underdeveloped. It's only properly looked at in the Doctor of War scene, which is a weird one. For starters, they flash up a bunch of Doctor Who scenes that look like they were filmed using doorknobs. But it also can't seem to decide whether it wants to be a triumphant collection of the Doctor's victories or a grim look at the warrior he's become. The music seems to think it's epic,
but it never actually goes into it at all. It's just completely ignored.
It's like, oh, there's a Doctor of War, and it shows, like, for example, you got like Peter Davison being a hero in the Caves of Androzani, but then you got the 10th Doctor losing his mind in the waters of Mars. It's like, well, this is such a blanket statement over just intense moments.
This is a personal thing, but I absolutely hate lines like, oh, the Doctor of War. It's so pretentious. Like, can't we just have this man be a traveller?
Well,
please?
It's a very, like, it's the sort of Moffat slogan thing. He loves his slogans, like in the 50s. Yeah. It's like, the man who regrets, the man who forgets, The
man who never would. Oh, wait, that wasn't Moffat.
No, that was RTD. New Who is New Who loves its slogans, definitely. And I
hate it. I hate them.
I feel like if you're just going to throw slogans on characters and not actually do anything with the story, that's quite lazy.
Yeah, definitely.
Is loving it, and the Doctors just seem shocked. But I'm not sure that the intended disgust from the First Doctor is explored enough. The other moments in the episode where he criticises how his future self operates are all played for laughs, and can't really be taken seriously.
I think it's a real shame this concept wasn't given more of a focus, because it's a really interesting thing to bring up in a multi-Doctor special, and the payoff is great, but we'll get to that.
So, well, you see, this is the thing, though. Everything about this story is all superficial. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's terrible. And you haven't really come up with anything positive that isn't superficial.
Well, he's saying that the payoff's great, so we'll have to wait until he gets to the payoff,
okay.
Right?
For now, let's do companions.
This episode introduces the captain, played by Mark Gatiss,
Okay,
as a sort
I
of...
will say I do like Mark Gatiss. He is pretty good in this.
His character actually is written well, to be fair.
I don't like how Moffat is obsessed with like, oh, he has to be a relative of the Brigadier, and it's like the First Doctor's like, I will look after your relative, and it's like, oh, ugh. Like, it's just so self-indulgent. It's like, oh, I'm gonna stick my mark on this canon again.
I'd forgotten about that, but that's actually really bad. That means that the Second Doctor actually knew that he was talking to a relative of this man.
To be fair,
in the Web of Fear.
I think if we go off to be fair, though, I think if we go off what Moffat's established about how multi-Doctor stories work, I think the First Doctor will probably forget this moment even happened. But maybe, but I think it's meant to be some kind of subconscious like thing of like, oh, these people are meant to be
like that. Why can't the Doctor just be friends with somebody because he's friends with them? Why does it have to be some kind of universe conspiracy where I must protect the family? It's like just let him be friends with somebody.
Why can't it just be what actually happened in the Web of Fear, where they met and they were at odds with each other, and then they grew to be friends out of
Isn't that nice? Isn't that just a nice normal thing to happen? Why does everything have to be so ridiculously over the top?
Yeah, I don't like this at all. I think it's weird.
Sort of one-off companion, and I think he really adds a lot to the story. We're on his side.
I just think Moffat has this obsession with making everything in Doctor Who heartfelt and like a fairy tale, and I think within his own era, I'm like, whatever, play with your own toys however you want. But when he starts sticking his fingers in other people's pies, I feel like that's where it gets too much. Where he's like, oh no, the entire show is this heartfelt fairy tale about the power of love, and I'm like, no.
And the power of Clara to save him in every instance.
Yeah, like I'm not the biggest fan of Series 5, but at the very least he keeps it all within his own story. But once he gets to like Series 7 onwards, he just starts messing around with other people's stuff. Then I'm just like, don't do that. Please don't do that.
His side right from his first scene in the trench, where he tells his enemy that although neither of them want to kill the other, they'll probably end up doing it in self-defense. We're taught so much about the character in this moment, that he's kind, intelligent, and just a victim of circumstance. What I really appreciate about him is that he's not a complete idiot. He's a World War I soldier, so obviously he has a bit of trouble keeping up with the science fiction shenanigans, but he's smart enough to use the stuff he does pick up to figure out the general gist of what's going on, and act on it. It's really refreshing, because clueless side characters are often too clueless, completely incapable of wrapping their head around even simple things.
Is he shitting on that scene?
Katrina like that.
Is he shitting?
That was a great scene. She knew what she was doing there.
That was a brilliant scene.
How dare you shit on Katarina's death scene?
The Traitors is a brilliant episode.
How dare you use that as an example? That's one of the best deaths in Doctor Who.
It's one of the best episodes in Doctor Who.
The Traitors is amazing.
It's incredible. Imagine shitting on the Traitors to praise Twice Upon a Time.
It's like, do you really think that he pressed that button by accident? I mean, she may not have had a full grasp of what was going on, but she realised, what she had to do in that moment.
Anyway, what the hell's wrong with being a victim? It happens all the time in real life, to the best of people. Like, it's not like she could have done anything else. Ugh.
So that was a very, very poor choice of examples. And the fact you didn't even dignify it with an explanation is what I really didn't like.
I don't like that blanket statement.
You just kind of brushed over it as it was obvious.
I don't like the sort of blanket statement he's making of like, oh, stupid woman is stupid, bad writing.
She wasn't stupid though. She sacrificed herself.
I know. Like, Katarina is tender. She's not stupid. God.
There are some funny moments where he doesn't know what's happening, but they're not at his expense. He makes the comments himself, as the straight man in an absurd situation. But he's not just there for comic relief. His reaction to the phrase World War I is absolutely heartbreaking, even if it's slightly under...
Also, he hasn't really brought it up yet, but I just have to make a comment. So, I really like Bill in Series 10, but I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of her in this episode. I feel like she's a bit... She's a bit different here in some areas. I think she goes a bit off what I remember.
Who wrote Bill's ending by having her live forever as a.
Oh yeah,
like,
I know.
orphan.
I'm not talking about that. Though.
And then it's like, but this is just adding insult to injury.
Yeah,
It's like,
well, no, because the thing is, like in series 10, she was a lot more human than a lot of other Moffat female characters. But I feel like in Twice Upon a Time, Moffat really injected some of that sassy Moffat girl humor back into her that other Moffat girls had, and I was a bit disappointed by that. She's still, obviously, in the end, is still moments where I'm like, oh, that's very Bill, but there's just a couple of bits where I'm like, oh, no, you're straying away from what she was. I don't like this. Yeah.
Undercut by the Doctor response.
World War One.
Judging by the uniform, yes.
Yes, but
Oh, yeah.
what do you
I
mean?
have to say, that was quite funny.
One.
It was a heartbreaking moment, and I feel that it would have actually been a much more. You could have made that a really touching moment, but instead of just played for laughs.
Yeah, true.
Which is a bit.
I know. That's the problem, is that it's missed opportunity. It's like you could have played it for drama, but this episode is just surface level comedy.
Oh, sorry, spoilers.
There's another really touching bit where he talks about his fear of dying, and how the hope of being rescued has made him less ready for it.
Oh,
he
here we go,
reflects
the
on his
themes,
life
the
and
themes.
thinks about the people he's leaving behind. It's a lovely little moment, but it's unfortunately undercut by some forced tension that I'll get into in a second. It's
Oh, yeah,
just a shame that his
weird.
two best moments aren't as good as they could have been. And surprise, surprise, he's a Lethbridge Stewart. I think we all saw that one coming. In fact, I saluted the screen every time he was on it, just in case. It feels very Moffat-y, but I guess he's entitled to a Moffat-y twist in his last episode. I'm a big fan of the Brigadier.
No. Like, because it's a Moffat-y twist that impacts the rest of the show, like parts of the show he didn't write, and I don't think he's entitled to do that.
I completely forgot about Cyberbrig.
Oh yeah, the Cyberbrig's the worst. Well, is he actually going to defend Cyberbrig?
And I think it's a shame he only became so prominent in the revival after the death of Nicholas Courtney. I suppose I should just be glad he ever became prominent. But Captain Lethbridge Stewart is a great addition.
Oh no, you shouldn't be glad about that. I'm sorry, you shouldn't. I know. This sounds to me like he's settling. He's like, I'm just glad that he got a moment on screen in the revival. I'm like, no, that wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth having him
That
on
was a
screen.
terrible moment.
Honestly,
It wasn't worth just bringing up Nicholas Courtney's corpse to say, oh yeah, he's a Cyberman who just wants to salute.
Honestly, as much as I don't like the Wedding of River Song, I have to say I think the scene with the phone call, I feel like that was enough. I don't think you needed to dig him up out of his corpse, make him a Cyberman.
Addition to the episode. He's one of, if not the best one-time companion the show has ever had. He's a good
I feel
reminder
like-
that characters
I
from
don't know. I feel like that's a bit over the top.
What other one-time companions do we have? I mean, can we
Like,
class him as a companion?
like I would argue that Rita from the God Complex is a better character than
Sarah Kingdom?
Yep. Although to be fair, he is talking about the revival.
Oh, right. Linda with a Y.
Yeah, Linda with a Y. I think, again, like I said, Rita from the God Complex, much better than him. The guy from Mummy on the Orient Express, what was his name? I can't remember his
I
name.
don't know. I do prefer Mark Gatiss' character to him.
Yeah, I can't remember him. But I have heard some people say they really like him.
I mean, you can't remember his name, that's not a good
true.
sign. Although, to be fair, I can't remember Mark Gatiss' character's name either.
It's
But I like that character.
Archibald Lethbridge Stewart, I think, is his name.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the Lethbridge Stewart. Also, what's he doing now? Also, if he's a Lethbridge Stewart, why is he not in Scott's army uniform? Because Lethbridge Stewart is from the Scottish army, and in the Web of Fear, he's wearing a Scottish army uniform. So why isn't he wearing that? Just saying.
Oh, bloody Captain Adelaide Brooke. Way better than Archibald. She's brilliant.
from the past are interesting and unique additions to the team, and their lack of science knowledge doesn't have to be a big problem. If he had been the only companion in this episode, I think it would have worked. To be honest, I think it would have worked better.
This is, of course, because we get the return of Bill. Don't get me wrong, I think she's a fantastic companion and a lot of fun in this episode, but at the same time, I really wish she wasn't in it.
Her inclusion is the part of the story that feels the
Me
most
too.
rushed,
It's so
and it doesn't
forced.
seem like it was properly thought out.
Didn't
Stephen
he?
Moffat was already a good way through writing the script before he decided he couldn't resist bringing her back, and it kind of shows. I understand him wanting more of Bill, but I really don't think she fits. The previous story gave us a hopeful...
No, see, I feel like with Bill, less is more is what you should have gone with, because you know, the whole thing of wanting more out of her is because we liked her with the series that we got. And I feel like bringing her back just wasn't necessary for the plot, and it was just indulgent to be like, oh, hey, extra Bill.
My opinion of Bill is worse because of it. Because, you know, as you were saying, less was more. I like the fact that we kind of had this nice human companion, and that it had been short but sweet. And yeah, I didn't like her ending, but overall I was a fan. But then it just twice upon a time just dragged it out. It's
Exactly.
like, you know, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Hopeful, open ending for the character, and having her come back so soon slightly undoes this, and it doesn't seem like a worthy.
Oh wait. So he's defending the ending from the Dr. Falls that Bill had.
Well, basically what he's saying is that Bill coming back so soon undermines this ending, which in a way I suppose that does make sense, even though I don't particularly like this ending either.
It undermines everything about the show, though. It's yet another companion getting away scot-free, consequence-free.
It's like this ending for me is like, it's like a less offensive version of the Hell Bent ending. You know?
It's almost the same, yeah. It's like, you know, you were going to die, but instead you're going to live forever in a different way.
If I was to rewrite the ending of Dr. Falls, the way I would have done it is I would have had Bill carry the Doctor to the TARDIS, like, you know, like the way the Doctor did to Perry in Caves.
Yeah.
And I would have had her carry him inside, and then she would die knowing she saved the Doctor. Like, that was her last memory. And I feel like her dying as a Cyberman would have been actually a really, really, like, heartbreaking moment. It actually would have been really, like, kind of new for Moffat. It would have been something that actually would have really been interesting and, like, quite somber. And I feel like... And it's like, obviously, it's not all despair because she died doing something heroic that she can be proud of. And then it's kind of something I can relate to because, you know, in real life, we die.
Cybermen are really getting devalued as well. Because think about this, we've now had 3 characters in New Who just ignore their cyber conversion stuff. Like, you know, we have
Craig.
You know, I did my duty for Queen and Country. Like, you had that one. Then you had Craig, who just through hearing his baby cries able to unconvert.
What about Daddy Pig? What about Daddy Pig? It's like, I love you, Clara.
And then Danny bloody Pig as well. So that's 4. And then you've got Bill, who's saved by Magic Puddle Lesbian, who's apparently God. They can just change particles.
Although, to be fair, Danny Pink didn't really have any emotions anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
He had more emotion as a Cyberman than he did as a human.
It's
the same with
betrayed. Her reunion with the Doctor feels pretty naff. It seems so recent.
It's the same with bloody John Lumick. He has more emotion as a Cyberman.
That's true as well.
Yeah, because like the only emotion he has in human form is like a bit of like sassy, campy humor. He's a bit like, "How would you do that from beyond the grave?" And then like it seems appropriate time to say, "I've crashed the party." But apart that, he's very emotionless. But then when he's a Cyberman, he comes out like Darth Vader, like, "No!"
It's like episode 3. It is Revenge of the Sith. Look, Rise of Cybermen, Age of Steel is the Revenge of the Sith of Doctor Who.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not an insult.
Yeah, exactly.
Or compliment.
The thing is, like, you can get away with it there because it's actually fun. Whereas something like this, it's just like, it just kind of shits on the whole tension of the story, you know?
Well, it's like, you know, John Lumick doesn't get to unconvert from a Cyberman. He dies as a Cyber controller.
Exactly. He actually fucking dies. Man, that was something I actually liked about the Davies era, is when he would kill characters. Like,
remember when people died in Doctor Who? Well, actually, they do again now, to be fair.
Yeah, remember when in Voyage of the Dam, when almost every side character actually died? Like, there's that, like, that married couple that fall to their death. And then there's fucking in Waters of Mars.
It's just fucking Moffat was the one who wrote the line, "Just this once, everybody lives." But yet in his era, everybody lives almost every time.
I know, and like think about when bloody Captain Adelaide Brooke committed suicide in Waters of Mars. It's like if they tried to do something like that now, you couldn't take it seriously, or at least probably with Chibnall you could, but with Moffat, you couldn't take it seriously because like, well, he's just going to bring them back in the next episode.
Graham commits suicide because Jodie Whittaker wouldn't talk to him about the cancer.
Yeah. Like, I feel like, honestly, like, Adelaide's death in Waters of Mars is, like, the last time you can take death in the show actually seriously, you know? You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, Chibnall is starting to solve that, but it's just a shame that... I just wish there were some actual characters to give a shit about.
I know, that's
actually
the problem.
make it worth it.
It's like I'm glad that there's death, but I don't care. It's so boring. It's just like, oh
So
no,
recently
man,
that they were
I'm so
last
sad.
together. In her last episode, she told the Doctor that she hoped to see him again, but she never really does. There's a version of her at Testimony who does, made from her extracted memories, but presumably the real Bill is still out there, without a reunion with the Doctor. It's strange to bring her back, but it not actually be her. Maybe it's better to leave Puddle Bill out exploring the universe, keeping that happy conclusion, but if that's the case, then she probably shouldn't have come back at all, at least not as such a substantial part of the episode. But I suppose
He says, oh yeah, it was a nice happy conclusion, but for me, when every conclusion in the Moffat era tends to be a happy conclusion with almost no consequences, that kind of makes happy conclusions really sour. Because it's just like, that's just what happens every time. I feel as if that's why, so I never have to worry about the characters.
That's one of the reasons why I find something like The Big Bang very unrewatchable, because it's such a like happy conclusion with no consequence. It's very much like everything that we wanted happens. Like everything that's like positive happens. It's like Amy gets a family back, she gets married, the Doctor comes back, all is happy ever after, they get married and they travel. And it's like this really big joyous ending. And it's like, I can't actually get invested in that now because Moffat's done that so many times. You know?
If you build up stakes, there has to be consequences. Otherwise, the next time you try to build up stakes, nobody's going to take it seriously. Nobody's going to feel the tension because it's just like, well, it doesn't matter if the stakes are this high because everything's just going to be magically resolved anyway. So you need to have consequences.
Yeah, and again, like I said, if Bill had died as a Cyberman, I feel like that would have been a really brilliant moment, like an actually brilliant moment in the show.
It would have. But the thing is, I always knew that wasn't going to happen when I was watching it, and it just made it even worse.
I know, and it's like when Clara died in Face the Raven, you just knew it wasn't real. You just knew that she would come back.
Yeah.
And it's like, and that's the frustrating thing about Moffat is that there are so many points in his era where it was almost brilliant, like it's almost brilliant, and then he fucks it up. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake! It's like, why would you do that?
Just needs to be more clever, Connor.
Like, just imagine though.
Not clever enough.
Like, honestly, like if Face the Raven actually was her death and Heaven Sent was left untouched, like I would be so much more favorable to Series 9, so much more. And again, it's like with the Dr. Falls, it's like if Bill had died as a Cyberman, I'd be like, holy shit, this is like one of the best new finales. And then she gets saved by the puddle, and it's like, oh, why? And then obviously the puddle's like, oh, and if I want to, I can bring you back to life. It's like, no, don't do that, don't.
Because Puddle Woman is God because she can just change particles.
You're literally disassembling and shitting on something that could have been brilliant. You had all the cards there. You had everything in place to make it a brilliant story, and you fucked it. And it's like, why would you do that? Fuck.
There's no real point talking hypotheticals. The reality is, she's here. And she's not without good moments. As usual, she brings that fun, bubbly energy. She has some fun.
Bill is a fun character, 10 out of 10.
Peter Capaldi smile, 20 out of 10.
Yeah, David Bradley is a good actor, 10 out of 10.
Well, actually, no, he says the opposite. He says he isn't a good actor.
Yeah, that's a load of shit.
Well, not isn't a good actor, but says that he isn't a good first Doctor.
That's a load of shit. David Bradley's brilliant in everything I've seen him in terms of his performance. It's just the writing here is gobshite.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of... If Hartnell had kind of received this kind of characterization in one of his scripts, he would have went and shouted at Moffat.
How dare you, sir?
Because Hartnell definitely wasn't shy about going and having a word with the writers, like how it was written.
Especially John Wiles as well.
Ah, Billy Man Wiles!
You dare fire Murray O'Brien?
Some funny lines, and some nice scenes that develop her relationship with the Doctor. I like that she's very quickly able to recognise that the silly granddad on the team is one of the Doctor's old faces. It shows just how well she knows him. Her appearance is all tied to the idea of whether or not...
That just reminds me of Clara, though. I'm telling you, like, in Twice Upon a Time, Bill becomes a lot more like the other Moffat girls, you know? It's just like, oh...
Yeah. She's just so clever.
Oh, I know. No, don't do this. Why? Why couldn't we just have had, a human companion? That's not, like this. Moffat.
Whether or not she's real. Fred, I think, had a lot of potential, but doesn't really work out. It could have been a decent parallel with the Doctor, reflecting his concerns about whether or not he's the same man he used to be, or if he just has the same memories. And we do get a bit of that, with an exchange very similar to one the Doctor had after his last regeneration.
Seriously? You're looking right at me and you don't even know I'm here?
Correct. You can't see me, can
it's
you?
so clever.
You look at me and you can't see me. You have any idea what that's like?
Superficial bullshit.
But in my opinion, it's not delved into enough to be properly effective.
But
okay, yeah, so he is agreeing with me.
Yeah, true. But again, I'll just finish my sentence though. But the problem with it is that it doesn't mean anything. Has no impact on the story. It's literally just I am doing the same thing again because reference, because fucking, Christ.
And this, I hate the fact that not my doctors talk about how the show was dead and shouldn't have killed it. It's Doctor Who's been dead for a long time, man.
These things where you have a line that is in something at the start and something at the end has happened before, but there are examples where it's actually worked within the plot. So an example that I can point to from Series 1 is the scene where the Doctor and Rose are walking down the street. And he's like, and all you do is you just sit home and you eat chips and you watch telly and you go to bed. And right under you there's a war going on. And then that ties into, in the finale, when Rose is saying to her mum and Mickey that, I don't want to just sit here and eat chips, I want to make a difference. Because it actually ties into the story and it actually ties into her character development and, learning how to, fight for what's right. That's what the Doctor was teaching her. Whereas something like this, it doesn't have any bearing on the plot. It's literally just the same line said again for reference. That's the difference. And so if you're just gonna have it like this, it's just completely meaningless. If you're gonna have these lines tied together, you got to make it work. You got to make it actually mean something to the plot and have it work, and tie it in, and it be natural to what story you're telling, rather than it just being fucking, oh, this is what he said in this first episode, and I sing it again. This is so clever.
Effective. It takes more time than it's worth, and it's mostly just used to force a bit of conflict in this pretty relaxed episode. They tease us with the possibility that this Bill duplicate might be a baddie, but the tension it adds feels really artificial, and it takes away from the moving conversations she has with the Captain and the Doctor. We're not able to fully appreciate what they're saying because we have a feeling that Glass Bill will turn around and stab them at any moment.
So
These scenes take place on Villengard, a planet mentioned in Stephen Moffat's first episode, so that's a...
Yeah, of course.
Don't tell me this is actually something you brought back. For fuck's sake, can the man never just leave some dialogue alone?
No, he's just like, oh, this is...
No stone unturned. Every single little thing in Doctor Who must be explored into the most minute detail.
Not leaving stones unturned.
We must do nothing new. Do nothing new. Just look at every little thing that was done in the past and just make sure it's explored into every possible avenue. It's that's compelling television there.
I find it so funny how it's like with Husbands of Riversong, he takes her to the Singing Towers because that was referenced in Silence in the Library, and I'm like, okay, so it's interesting, he's tying up that continuity. But the funny thing is when you watch the scene, it doesn't make any sense because River asks him, have you seen the Byzantium yet? Yet she knows that it's the 11th Doctor that's seen the Byzantium. So his own continuity is screwed. And it's all because he thought David Tennant was going to be in Series 5. Oh, God, Moffat's funny. But yeah, like you said, it's like leaving no stones unturned, in theory, is meant to be oh, all of the things that you set up in your series has to be paid off in the end. But this is not that. This is literally this is some random offhanded bullshit that I mentioned 15 years ago, or whatever it was. It was 12 years
But it's
ago.
not even just his own stuff. Sometimes he just does it with just random bits of classic.
Yeah. He's just in Doctor Who, he's just oh, the Cybermen are from Marinus, because he's oh, the Vord of the Cybermen. It's fuck off.
Well, that's actually based off a comic.
Yeah, true.
Which I don't agree with the comic. I think that comic's not canon. The Cybermen came from Mondas.
That's a cute little full circle moment. But the other stuff that happens there is on the messier side. We get the return of Rusty, which
Yeah, well, he thinks Big Finish isn't canon, even though, like, pretty much every writer has said that, like, who works on the TV show has said Big Finish is canon.
Moffat himself said Big Finish is canon in Night of the Doctor.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Which baffles me to this day. I guess using him to access the Dalek database does make sense within the story, but I'm fairly certain no one has given him a single thought since Into the Dalek in 2014.
Yeah, I didn't.
So
I completely forgot he existed when he turned up. I honestly, when he said that I'm a good Dalek, I was thinking it was the one from Dalek that committed suicide, because that's the one where like he's like, you would make a good Dalek, and that's what I thought it was.
Who was clamoring for the return of Rusty? Like, when this episode came out, it was, it wasn't badly received, but nobody was like, oh, but we need more of this Dalek. It's like, nobody was really that interested, to be honest, because it was just mostly a retrace of themes done far better in Dalek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, Into the Dalek was fine, but, like, why would you bring Rusty back,
It's like, he seemed to just assume that Rusty was a fan favourite or something.
I know.
Yeah, like, nobody cared. Nobody cared.
I know. It's ridiculous. It's like, but again, it's like, it's literally just referencing things in the past. Like, the whole reason why, something like Harriet Jones turning up in the Stolen Earth works is because of how she was established in Aliens in London and the Christmas Invasion, and how fans actually really took to her and were really interested in her character. And then her turning up in that moment, like, the reason why it works for people is because of that. Whereas with Rusty, like, no one gave a fucking shit about him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know anyone that was, like, clamoring for him to come back.
Yeah, this is a very weird inclusion. Although it looks like Joe's agreeing with us on that, so...
It's a bizarre inclusion. And the addition of Dalek mutants on the planet really adds nothing. Thanks to him, we find out that Testimony, the organisation that is ostensibly the episode's villain, aren't actually baddies. I quite like this twist, and the 12th Doctor's confused reaction to it. It means they don't have to take down evil this time, and his last stand is still the one he made in The Doctor Falls.
It's so clever because there's no plot and no villain. It's such a brilliant twist.
That's what I was about to say. It's like, it's a great twist. Yes, so what was the point of the episode? If all they did is like, these things must be bad, let's run away. They run away and find out what they are. It turns out they were good. Let's just stop what we're doing.
Well, no, because it's like,
end the episode.
Because like, again, like you talk about things that have been done better before, like a story like Warrior's Gate. The whole point of that story is inaction in this E-space sort of mid, like sort of, I don't know what you call it. It's like a void or something. The whole point of that is being like, oh, this is a world where science is based off Eastern mythology and inaction is more powerful than action, and that's different. Like, that's something where it's like, oh, there's not actually a threat, and the whole point is that you have to let yourself go and relax. Whereas with this, it's just, you thought there was a plot, but there wasn't. Ha ha.
Exactly. It's just the twist is the episode has no plot. That's the twist. That's the twist you're saying is a great twist because of the theme.
Yes.
The theme.
Oh god. Honestly, I when I first watched Twice Upon a Time, I didn't think it was that bad, but now thinking about it now, it's actually a piece of shit. Like, it's a really terrible episode.
I'm glad that Joe's managed to convince you that Twice Upon a Time is shit.
It really is.
This video is the opposite as intended.
It really is just nothing. It's just complete and utter nothing.
And then also, I want to point out again, I pointed this out earlier, but we're now over halfway through the video, and the only positives he's pointed out are all superficial. Everything that's substantive, he's criticised heavily.
Yeah. Well, I think also, like, I mean, it's a very case-by-case basis, and you have to go into every episode and sort of dissect them all. But as a broad strokes thing for me, I feel like something that is really strange about the Capaldi era is there's a lot of stands that tend to sort of... They go off this narrative that the Capaldi era is really complexly written, and it has this really deep, integral, like, writing, processor that's got, like, everything is so brilliantly written, and it's so...
He's making it up as he goes along, and it's obvious.
And I'm just like, it really isn't. It is just sort of superficial. Oh, I'm a bit edgy and dark and moody, and it's a bit like emotionally not black and white, but that doesn't mean that it's complexly written. It is very surface level. And
he goes the exact same story beats over and over again. Like you know,
because like to be complex, you need to actually have subtext, and the Moffat era doesn't, like in the Capaldi era, doesn't really have subtext. It just has surface level themes. You know, it just has these like, oh, this is the idea for the story, and here it is, and I'm going to tell you what it is. And it's like that's not really complex writing. That's just displaying that you have an idea. You know,
I didn't lie. You don't need subtext to write a good Doctor Who story.
Of course not.
But if you're going to do that, you just need to actually, you know, write an interesting sci-fi plot, which he doesn't do either. It's like the sci-fi plot's always skipped over in favor of whatever theme he's exploring.
Exactly.
That's the big issue.
I know, but the problem is that he doesn't really explore the theme in a
he doesn't explore the theme, and he doesn't explore the plot. So what are you left with? Superficial bollocks.
I know, it's literally just a brainstorm. Like, that's what I don't like about Moffat, is he has these, like, brainstorm stories. In the Capaldi era, it's very much just like, I am going to tell you what I think would be a cool thing in Doctor Who. And then in the Matt Smith era, it's just like, here's a cool idea, and then here's another cool idea, and then here's another cool idea, and then here's another cool idea, and here's another cool idea.
And let's just not explore any of them.
Yes. Yes.
Like, seriously, I think Moffat used up literally every interesting idea in Doctor Who ever and wasted them, and that's why the Chibnall era is crap, because there's just nothing left.
There's no ideas, and he's just like, well,
like he's taken all the ideas and done nothing with them. So Chibnall's like, well, what do I do?
Well, my new idea is that there is a very angry man with teeth on his face, and I don't have any other ideas, so now I'm just going to steal ones from before and do them worse.
The real victory he has in this episode is saving the life of the captain. A small and personal gesture, but an important one. It's important because it's the thing that shows the First Doctor the true nature of the man he will become. Although the subplot was a tad underbaked, the resolution is done rather well.
But why can't you just have the First Doctor learn this as he goes through his fucking character arc?
The First Doctor has never saved anybody's life before. This is something that only happens to future Doctors.
Why does he have to be showing this? Why can't he just be that when he becomes that? Why can't you just have him learn to be the person he becomes as it happens, rather than have a fucking telescope in time be like, oh, this is what you're gonna be in the future. You better be ready. I just don't get that. I don't get why that's a good idea. I don't get why showing a character what they're going to be before they are that is any good way to develop a character. It's just bullshit. Like, it's not even foreshadowing, it's just because he's not even going to remember it, so what was the fucking point?
I think the problem is Moffat's trying to sew together, you know, every incarnation of the Doctor as one coherent line, but that doesn't work because there's been so many different people involved in Doctor Who, it's not coherent. And that's why I argue that Doctor Who doesn't have a canon. Because it's so incoherent, you couldn't possibly rationalize all of it into one distinct thing.
Well, the thing is,
so just don't try. Just use Doctor Who as a vehicle to tell interesting stories.
Yeah,
that's all that Doctor Who needs to be.
Honestly,
you don't need to try and sew it all together into a neat line because it doesn't work.
Honestly, I think all you really need to do to be a successful Doctor Who showrunner is just maintain the canon within your own run. That's all you need to do. Just maintain what you've done yourself within your own tenure. That's the main.
That's why I don't care about what Chibnall did with the Master, because it's like, well, whatever, it's difficult to kind of people say, oh, Missy and all that, but it's like, how can you link Roger Delgado to John Sim to Missy? It doesn't really work anyway. So it's like Doctor Who doesn't need a canon. Just keep consistency in your own era and tell interesting stories. Like nobody needed all of Doctor Who to be threaded together. Like it doesn't work. Especially with New Who now. It already was too of a kind of lengthy task with Classic Who, but New Who's made so many changes, it doesn't work even more now.
Yeah, and also the other thing is that the Moffat era makes an effort to reference Classic Who, and that just makes it worse, because now you're putting a magnifying glass on these issues. You're now being like, oh, look, now there are these issues. It's like, well, we didn't even know, sometimes we didn't even know they existed, and now that you've pointed them out, I'm like, well, fuck, you... Yeah, it's just...
I forgot how bad Moffat's approach to storytelling in Doctor Who
been a
was.
while. It's been a while. It really has. But I just, for the broad statement that I have is that I honestly don't think the Capaldi era is as complexly brilliant as people say. Like, I just can't get into that. I just feel like it's just so, it's so much more surface level than people say it is. You know, that's the thing.
Well, the best people can say is Peter Capaldi's hair goes long because he's more chilled out later on.
I know. Like, because the thing is like, if I was to have a discussion, because like about complexity in writing, right, within a New Who, and I would actually dig into why I think there are complexities in the Russell era, I would actually be able to point out things that happen in the story. Whereas what these people are doing is like, oh, there's these such complex ideas and themes and emotions, and it makes me feel so giddy. You know? And that's the thing is, it's like, you're not really talking about what happens in the story substantially. You're just going over ideas that are presented. And that's not complexity to me. Ideas are ideas, but it's not really a full-blown story. And that's the main issue I have with Moffat, is he's very high concept, low plot, low story, you know?
Yeah, me too. Because like some of the concepts he comes up with are really interesting. But it's like, all right, now you came up with a great idea.
Honestly,
now what you need to do is actually fucking write about it.
Honestly,
actually write a story about it.
Like the synopsis of Listen sounds like the best episode of ever. It's like a monster that has got such good at hiding that it can never be found. That sounds like a fucking brilliant episode. That sounds like a 10 out of 10 classic. And then you'll watch it, and it's a pile of shite.
And the reason is because it's like, well, I'm not really, like, all of a sudden the episode's like, I'm not interested in this idea anymore. All I'm interested in is about the Doctor's character and Clara motivating him with fear. And it's like,
God. It's so forced.
And again, that's another instance of him trying to sew the Doctor's story together in one coherent line, but it doesn't work. Just tell the story. If you told the story, Listen would have been interesting, but instead you go on wank off about who the... Like, no, this does not work.
Yeah. And it's like, how is an episode that's about a creature that's good at hiding has now turned into, and this is why the Doctor doesn't use guns? It's like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, I don't understand.
People were telling me I was going to miss Moffat when Chibnall took over, and I haven't liked the Chibnall era, but I haven't missed Moffat either.
No. They're almost completely different.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I prefer the Moffat era because there's more good episodes, but I don't miss Moffat's style of writing.
I mean, at least it has a bit more. It has a bit more energy and a bit more flair.
Yeah,
you know.
So all I miss is the fact that there was just more episodes.
And to his credit, I don't miss
Moffat's style at all.
And to his credit, there is the very occasionally very funny joke here and there. Like, there is actually some quite good moments. Unfortunately, it is ruined by the majority of it, which is very cringe. But there is every now and then you do get one line here and there where I'm like, actually, that was pretty funny. Whereas Chris Chibnall is just can't make me laugh.
I guess we'll have to have a conversation. All of Moffat's bad jokes were instantly just like, right, you're no longer the worst. You're free to go.
Yeah, like the only time I laugh at Chibnall stuff is when it's unintentionally funny, like Torchwood. When it's like him trying to do a serious drama with Yanto and Lisa. It's just like, you're not Lisa.
We're talking about Chibnall again. We're talking about Chibnall. Let's restart the video.
Well, he sees the good deed and learns what it means to be a Doctor of War. It's clever, and it makes me wish the
learns what it means to be a Doctor of War. Oh, just fuck off. No, I'm sorry, Joe. No, seriously, I just hate how overblowing the Doctor. That kind of
you don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. All you need to do, like, literally, it already happens in the story. The Doctor learns how to be a Doctor of War. Well, I don't want to use that title, but he learns how to be in a war when he becomes, McGann and John Hurt, and he goes into the Time War, and he has a fucking war. He doesn't need to have it foreshadowed. He doesn't need to have Capaldi be like, oh, this is what you need to do. This is the future. This is how you become a Doctor of War. Like, it's not necessary. It's not fucking necessary. You just have him be in a war. For God's sake.
Your Moffat impression sounds like the Scottish people from the film Brave.
I haven't seen Brave.
If you could change your fate, would you?
I haven't seen Brave yet, but I might at some point. I'm currently doing a.
My little sister watched it, and I saw it in the background.
Yeah. It's I never watched it because after Cars 2, I was like, nah, fuck Pixar. I'm not watching any of these films now.
Well, yeah, okay, so why the fuck did you watch Cars 2 is my question.
Well, I watched it in theaters when it came out. I had no idea what was going to happen.
But why?
Well, because I watched...
Why were you interested in Cars in the first place?
Well, no, because I liked the Pixar films up to that point. I watched them like every time they came out, and then Cars 2 happened. I was like, nope, this is a piece of shit. Fuck Pixar. And then I did, and then from then on, I was very selective. I was a bit like, oh, I watched this one, I watched that one.
Developed, because it could have turned the episode into an impactful character study. The speech to the Masters in The Doctor Falls perfectly defined the Doctor when it comes to himself, exploring his motivation. This Doctor of War interaction could have defined...
It was a bit pretentious, and I wasn't a big fan, not gonna lie. Can we not just have the Doctor be a traveller? That was the... It was just... When the Doctor was just a traveller, we could actually, you know, have some fun stories.
The thing is that I feel like at that moment in the Doctor Falls, because of the situation they're in, at the very least, it does make sense why he's saying that, as opposed to other times when he does these sorts of things and it's completely out of context. At the very least, I can see why he's saying it. Like, I get what you're saying that you want the Doctor to be a traveller, but what I would say is that I feel like that moment with the Doctor and the Masters, it makes more sense because at the very least, the Doctor Falls sets up a story where that moment is applicable. Like, he needs help. He's in a dire situation trying to save lives, and he wants the Masters to help him, and they basically refuse to. And now he basically goes up to them and is like, this is why you need to help me. You know, this is why I do what I do. This is why I stay behind, you know, because of these reasons. So that's why I think it works. But I don't agree with his assessment of comparing that scene to this one, because this is not the same. This is not within context. This is literally just waffle for the sake of it.
Defined him in relation to the universe and the people in it, if it had been set up slightly better. Seeing this convinces the First Doctor that he should regenerate, providing a satisfying close to that half of the main...
Oh, no, I don't like this, because I prefer...
So he's not convinced he should regenerate because of the fact he's literally fucking dead. No, he's convinced he should regenerate because, you know, Capaldi shows him doing a good thing. Nice.
No.
So you can't convince somebody to die when they would... So, like, he was dying, and you can't just say, oh, I'm refusing to die. It's like, oh, well, you should die because of this. It's like, I'll die now. That's stupid.
I like the idea of he's scared because it's the first time he's doing it. I like that. It's just that when you get into the whole thing of the First Doctor is convinced to die by this moment, I think that's stupid. You know? Like, I prefer that whole thing of, like, he's a bit scared of it because he's never died before. Although, now, because of Chibnall, we know that that's not true. But, originally speaking, I sort of like the idea of, like, the Doctor hasn't died yet. This is his first time he's going to regenerate, so he's a bit anxious about it. That's cool. But it's just that it should be, I'm a bit scared, but I'm going to do it anyway, rather than, I heard my future self tell me that I have wars to fight, therefore I need to die so I can live on. I feel like that's really weird. Ugh, and then he's just like, the long way around.
Of the main plot. So he heads off to the TARDIS, instilled with a new sense of purpose and hope, and we get a far more ceremonious regeneration for this Doctor.
Are you trying to insinuate that the Doctor didn't have purpose already?
So you see, the only reason the Doctor manages to defeat the Daleks and power the Daleks is because the 12th Doctor actually inspired him and gave him that hope, because it's so clever. And I did power the Daleks. You've got to thank me for that now.
Oh my god. Ugh.
That's essentially what's going on there.
God, David Whittaker rolling in his grave.
Doctor, complete with the last words.
Here we go. The long way around.
Fuck off.
Back then, a few of us got our knickers in a twist because of Moffat's impact on canon. In fairness to us, he changed the first and last words that we heard the First Doctor say, and made his companion save every previous incarnation. To be honest, that all feels quite tame when you compare it to
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's still shit.
No, it's just as bad as the Timeless Children.
You can't
bad.
just say that because Chibnall's worse that justifies this. It doesn't. That's a load of bullshit.
So those people who were kind of saying that, people who don't like the Timeless Children are hypocrites because of, the Moffat stuff. So when people were saying that, there are actually people like that.
Yeah.
There are actually people who defend the Moffat one.
They really are, because they're like, well, it's not as bad as the Timeless Children. I'm like, fuck off. That's not an excuse.
That is hypocritical. They're both shit. You can say they're both shit, because they are, but to say that one's good and the other's bad, I mean...
No, it's worse than that. No, it's worse than that. He's saying one is good because the other is worse. That's stupid. Oh my god, man! It's a shame that Callum had to leave, because I feel like Callum would be right into this at this moment now that the Timeless Children.
His rage burner would be just through the roof.
Yeah.
To the canon alterations we got from the next showrunner. And I don't mind the new Regeneration. As I said, William Hartnell was unable to finish his run with a triumphant or poignant story, so I'm glad...
We're just going to bring him back, character assassinate him, and give him a shitter ending that doesn't suit him.
Honestly, I think the 10th planet works fine. I don't have a problem with it. I think it works really well. I think it's a nice, sort of realistic, sort of old man passing away. He's got a lovely final line, a couple of lines, and I have absolutely no problem with it. And I think that they should have left it completely untouched and just moved on and not done this absolute bullshit.
Glad the Incarnation finally got one. I really don't hate Twice Upon a Time as a First Doctor episode.
What have you actually said that's positive about this story, other than you like Peter Capaldi's smile and hair, and and you think it's a better ending than the 10th planet?
It's all the shit, and the shit about the Doctor of War is basically what he said.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything about the story.
Well, apparently to him, the Doctor of War stuff is the story.
But it's like, it's literally... He literally said earlier in the review that the Doctor of War stuff could have been explored more.
Oh my god, I could have written this bloody script. I don't want to be, like, pig-headed or anything. I'm not a professional. I don't know how to write scripts for real. But when you're talking about, like, shit like the Doctor of War, this is like, fan fiction. This is actual fan fiction.
It is. I mean, yeah, that's the problem with a lot of the Moffat stuff.
I'm not going to say this for everything, because obviously, there's things I couldn't do that Moffat can do. There's the vast majority of Moffat scripts I could never do. I'm not that talented, and I don't know how to write scripts. But this fucking thing of, like, the Doctor of War thing is just so basic, so surface level, so cheap. And
it does feel like fanfiction, because basically it's just like there's one theme, and then there's all sorts of things and characters being brought back that kind of amble around for a bit, and then it just ends.
Yeah,
it feels like fanfiction.
It's literally just like, here's some continuity, and here's an idea, and then that's it.
A half-baked idea of that.
Mm-hmm.
A good balance between reverence and poking fun. It's not perfect, I've mentioned the things that bother me, but I was pleasantly surprised at the amount of spotlight he was given. I remembered him being much more of a supporting character, but it's pretty equal. After his regeneration at the 50-minute mark, however, the focus shifts back to the modern. The next bit is the part that should have been Bill's only scene in the episode. One last look at the Series 10 TARDIS team. She gives the Doctor...
To be fair, I feel like...
anything.
To be fair, you could have just had her not be in it at all, but if you're gonna have her in it, this would have been it. Like, if she was just in it for a flash, I would have been not happy, but I would have been fine with that. But the fact that she's in the whole thing is just like, oh god. And then we obviously get this.
Capaldi looks haunted by this kiss, by the way.
Oh yeah,
what a great screen cap.
Well, I believe that this is the bit where Clara appears. So I think he's meant to look a bit confused as to what about.
No, he's feeling the lesbian energy, and it's killing him.
Oh god.
Doctor his memories of her back, and we get a weird-looking cameo from Jenna Coleman. I know Moffat doesn't like leaving things
I like how he called her Jenna Coleman, because it literally doesn't look like the character of Clara. It literally just looks like Jenna Coleman in front of a green screen.
Deep fake at first. I thought it was a deep fake at first, I'm gonna lie.
I know.
It looks like a deep fake.
Yeah. It might be. It honestly might be her head CGI'd onto her body from Face the Raven.
Let's go.
Too sad, but I feel like this was a step too far. In my opinion, she should have stayed forgotten to preserve the emotional impact of Hellbent.
What? No! You didn't go there!
Okay,
The emotional impact of Hellbent?
Okay, I'm gonna pour myself a drink. Go off. Do your thing.
Oh. I don't need to say anything, do I? I mean, that's just patently, obviously stupid. We literally discussed it earlier about how the fact that all of the emotional impact of Clara's death was sucked right out by Hellbent, by how, all of a sudden she can just live forever. Oh my god! I mean, I didn't realize you were a Hellbent guy, Joe. Didn't realize that. Hellbent has no emotional impact. It rips out the emotional impact both of Gallifrey returning and of Clara's death by having Gallifrey ignored and Clara come back. And then you say, oh, well, she has to lose her memories. Yeah, but she also gets to live forever. It's like, it's a pretty happy ending considering the previous ending was she's dead. And then it completely wastes the return of Gallifrey. Hellbent does not have emotional weight to it. It's absolute bollocks. Man, I am in shock he went there. I'm in shock. Let's have a look at the chat right now then, since I've been left with you by Connor.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. I can't believe he went there.
Mm-hmm. He really is a Capaldi stan.
Oh, we haven't had any comments in like an hour in the chat.
It's all right. It's okay. Yeah, he went there. He brought up Hellbent.
I can't believe he was using that. Good Lord, help me. Do I dare press play? What am I going to hear next? Hitler was right?
I think... I mean, I can't stand Hellbent, but I don't know if it's...
Yeah, no, I was obviously joking.
One of the lines in this scene features an incomprehensibly long pause.
And don't go forgetting me again because...
Wait, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, you're right. Jeez. Look at that neck and collar. That's CGI'd on. Mm-hmm. That's CGI'd on, my friend.
Yeah. It also, this long pause, it was very awkward, wasn't it? It was so weird.
Quite frankly, that was offensive.
It's absolutely baffling. How did that happen? Did she zone out? Did she forget where she was? Did no one tell her it was weird? Who knows? And really, who cares? Because what happens next is way more exciting.
What I just wanted to say was, that moment doesn't feel like the character of Clara. It feels like fan convention Jenna Coleman appearing in the episode.
No, it's not fan convention Jenna Coleman because she smiled.
Oh, that's true, actually. Okay, what the hell's good? Because this is going to be the big one where everyone cheers, but what's this going to be? Is this going to be when Nardole appears?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's a big Nardole fan, Joe. Yeah. Well, I remember that.
Memories. Important, right?
I know what you're thinking.
Oh my god, he's literally he's edited Twice Upon a Time onto a football. Like, they're watching the football there. Oh, Nardole still has no character, man.
I mean, I was just like, oh, it's Nardole, that's nice. I wouldn't scream and be like, oh, it's fucking Nardole!
Like, people literally just like him because bold man funny. He doesn't actually have any character.
He's almost treating like this Nardole moment as if it was like Captain Jack's return and Fugitive of the Jadoo. Like, it's like that.
Well, that was a shit return as well.
I know, but in terms of like,
but at least he's an actually good character.
In terms of like the intended reaction though, because like the Captain Jack return is like you haven't seen him in like 10 years, and he's like this beloved.
So we haven't seen Nardole in 5 months.
Yeah.
Bill and Nardole explain how much better the universe is with the Doctor in it, but they tell him they understand how exhausted he is.
Look, okay, honestly, like, I feel like there is a time and a place for this sort of thing, but this is not it. Oh, here we go.
Can you stop jerking your... Oh, wait. Callum.
Hi.
Oh my god.
Don't tell him, Connor. Don't tell him. Let's rewind the video and let him experience a fresh reaction to it.
Okay.
Which one, though?
So we're on 7?
Because there was 2 of
No.
them.
I know the one.
Which one?
So just... Right, I'm trying to find it.
There's a good balance between reverence and poking
Okay, so here we go.
It's not perfect,
around
I've
this
mentioned
round.
the things that bother me, but I was pleasantly surprised at the amount of spotlight he was given. I remembered him being much more of a supporting
so it's
character,
not this
but
bit,
it's pretty
so just-
equal.
it's just
After his
after this bit.
regeneration at the 50-minute mark, however, the focus shifts back to the modern. The next bit is the part that should have been Bill's only scene in the
This
episode.
bit's fine, it's
One
the bit
last
after
look
this.
at the Series 10 TARDIS team. She gives the Doctor his memories of Clara back, and we get a weird-looking cameo from Jenna Coleman. I know Moffat doesn't like leaving things too sad, but I feel like this was a step too far. In my opinion, she should have stayed forgotten, to preserve the emotional impact of Hellbent.
Oh. I mean, was there any there to begin with? Because of how awful that moment is? Like, don't get me wrong, Twice Upon a Time completely makes it all irrelevant, which makes it even worse, but Hellbent wasn't good, and this emotional payoff is bad.
Also,
The emotional impact of fucking Hellbent!
There's also another moment.
It made me distraught.
There's also another moment we have to find. This one will probably break Callum even more. You have to find that one.
Oh, which one was it?
The other.
Well, message me what it was.
The other one with Clara. You know, that one. The continuity one. The one I'm talking about.
Oh yes, I do know the
You
one.
have to show him that one. Oh, is this one it? We just go slightly before, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
words.
Here we go.
The long way around.
Back then, a few of us got our knickers in a twist because of Moffat's impact on canon. In fairness to us, he changed the first and last words that we heard the First Doctor say, and made his companion save every previous incarnation. To be honest, that all feels quite tame when you compare it to the canon alterations we got from the next showrunner. And I
So, Moffat's change is good because Chibnall's change is bad. That's the logic.
No,
there.
it's tame. Just because. Oh my god. Okay, so both are terrible. Both completely fucking ruin the whole point of what this show is meant to be. The Clara one makes her the most important person in the Doctor's life at that point, literally going through his entire timeline and making sure he lives through every situation. Then Timeless Children says, fuck you to continuity, fuck you to all the Doctors, fuck everything, none of them are special.
I personally think the Clara one
doesn't make sense.
I think the Clara one's actually worse because it means that the Doctor, throughout his entire life, had no agency. It was all just Clara.
Both are bad. I think both are just terrible.
Yeah, both of them are terrible, but I honestly would argue that he's saying that the Clara one's tame, but I'd say it's far worse because that means
it's
that
not tame.
In pretty much every adventure, every time the Doctor wins or gets a bit of luck, it's because of Clara. It's just like,
I'm not really bothered about which one's worse or anything because they're both.
Yeah, fair enough. They are both
how
terrible.
Done.
I know. I just find that so weird how he's just like, oh, the Clara one's good because the Chibnall one's worse. I'm like, that's such a
here's the thing. I don't
stupid
think
excuse.
he said tame. He says like it's tame as if it's like, well, it's not that offensive.
It's like doesn't.
Bro, it literally goes through the Doctor's entire timeline and saves him from every situation and makes Clara, who is the most bland, uninteresting, and unbuilt character we've had up until that point, be the most important person ever in the Doctor's life.
Yeah, there was also
and it's never earned.
There was also another bit where you haven't seen the story, Callum, but we got really angry because he shit on Katarina's death and Dalek's master plan, which is actually a brilliant moment, and compared that to Twice Upon a Time to praise this episode. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
But that is the thing. He showed the clip which said, some characters from the past are just idiots that know nothing. And it just showed that as a clip, as an example, and didn't even go into why he thought that was bad, that scene.
Even though Katarina's not stupid, she's just tender.
Oh, also, do you want to know a fun fact, Callum?
Say again?
Do you want to know a fun fact?
What is a fun fact?
So we're 17 minutes and 50 seconds into the video, and he still hasn't told us why he likes the plot.
Are you kidding? He hasn't actually talked about the actual plot with like Rusty or anything.
He's talking about themes. I mean, he has talked about Rusty, but it's all been about the themes and the characters. Yeah, the themes and the characters.
He hasn't talked about how this plot makes sense, how it's actually all worked, how it's placed, how all these characters are like this all meaningful towards the characters, even though it's totally not.
Nope.
That's God.
The thing I have the biggest beef with is how he says that this gives the First Doctor a fitting ending because it has the 12th Doctor foreshadow the Time War, and it like gives him a purpose. And I'm like, fuck off. You don't need to have him know what's going to happen before it happens to give him a character arc. All you have to do is just have him experience what happens when he gets there. And it's just like to pretend that the Doctor didn't have purpose, and we're like, also the only reason why he killed, he did what he did in Power of the Daleks is because of the 12th Doctor doing this. It's like, fuck off. It's a whole load of horseshit. God.
Anyway, so we've still got 10 minutes left. What's he going to talk? Is he actually going to talk about the plot now?
Deserves to rest if that's what he wants. It's a lovely scene. It's not really a goodbye to that team. We had that in The Doctor Falls. It's more like a short reflection for the Doctor before he moves on. He thanks them for everything they were to him, but tells them the next part is something he needs to do alone. And after a goodbye hug, he heads into the TARDIS. Ah, that TARDIS. Luckily, we were treated to some gorgeous shots of this interior in its final episode. I'm not sure it's ever looked better.
Yes, this entire era looks nice.
But I want to hear whether he's going to defend the speech or not.
The speech itself,
yeah. They make full use of the fact 2 Doctors means 2.
Also, I just wanted to point out, I believe it was at the very start of this advent calendar, I believe it was even day 1 or day 2, me and Adam did a Regenerations ranking thing, like Regeneration scene ranking. This one was at the dead last for me. I hate this scene. It's so awful. It's so pretentious.
Where did Adam put it?
Like somewhere in the middle, I think.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that. I'd have to say it is the worst.
It's just so...
It's very pretentious.
I just can't stand it. I can't stand it. It's just so long and drawn.
It's like David Tennant's was self-indulgent. Matt Smith's was pretentious, whereas this is just...
It's both.
Stupid.
It's like both. It's self-indulgent.
It's the worst of every possible world. I mean, the only thing worse is if, he hit his head on the exercise bike and that's what killed him in the end.
Well, the thing is,
that's the only one that is worse.
Like, the thing is, though, I know you hate the David Tennant one, but the thing is, it being self-indulgent is actually set up because the 10th Doctor is a self-indulgent character. Whereas here...
Yeah, and I still don't like it. I'm allowed to not like it.
I know that. But what I'm saying is that why is this scene so just ridiculous? I don't get it. Like...
At this point, the show's, became so, metatextual and sucking itself off.
Yeah.
It's just it's almost like this...
The Regeneration scene isn't to do with the character. It's about to do with the actor. Not to do with the character.
Yeah, it's to do with the actor and the people watching rather than what makes sense in the universe.
Honestly, I'm not. I don't like Chibnall, but I'm very interested to see how he handles Regeneration because I want it to be as different from Moffat as possible.
It can't be worse. It can't be any worse. It literally cannot be worse.
I mean, it could.
It could be worse.
How can you make it worse than both the 11th and 12th Doctor's awful Regeneration?
I don't know. Maybe he does the exact. He tries to do a copy and paste of this one, but it's all wooden and monotone and exposition. It's just fucking exposition.
It's something
Chibnall is so bad at writing dialogue, he couldn't write a scene this bad.
No, just imagine.
It would be physically impossible for him to write a scene this bad.
Just imagine, because this is a pretentious speech, right? Imagine Jodie's Regeneration scene. She's just giving exposition about what's happening.
And so now there is energy coming out of my hands, and this energy is going to transform my body into a new person. I'm going to have a new personality. Who knows? I might even grow a cock back.
Well, honestly, they might make that a joke. It's like, who knows? I might be a man again.
No, I was really, I was. I mean, I knew it was never going to happen, but I was really hoping that
they might do that kind of line. Though.
I was really hoping that Jodie Whittaker's first line would have been, "Ooh, me cock fell off." It's a really great first line.
What if she's like? I suppose we'll have to have a regeneration.
Wow, this is not.
The Regeneration was first seen in 1966's The 10th Planet when William Hartnell was too ill to continue the role.
And then it was redone in 2017, Twice Upon a Time, where we decided that rather than him being ill, we just had to have him be inspired by a pretentious speech.
Yeah, this video makes complete sense now why he has Ryan Johnson on his wall. It's literally just, hey, do you guys notice these themes?
Also, I have to say, Callum, before going into this video, I thought Twice Upon a Time was just below average, but having dissected it now, I think it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, like,
Probably
this video has convinced
I don't really
Colin that it's
care
actually
for it, and I
bad.
probably don't like have as much hate for it as other people, but it's not good. It's definitely not well
I
written.
think if you watch the Hartnell era and fall in love with the Hartnell era, you'll get a special.
Yeah,
hate on
you'd probably not like this more because of the treatment of the First Doctor in this story, and the fact that that's all he does. That would be quite, like, in terms of your personal feelings, that'd be quite disrespectful.
It really is.
And just in terms of the story itself, he literally is nothing. He doesn't do anything.
There's no plot, and it's completely self-indulgent. Like, there's nothing to it. It's all surface level.
And it's character assassination as well. It's just...
Yeah. It's like, it's shit even without the First Doctor stuff, but the First Doctor stuff is what really makes me hate
And
it.
some people might think that, like, when we say character assassination, we are only talking about, like, the sexist jokes. It's not just that. It's more than just that.
Yeah, there's more than just that. Although that is a big problem.
Yeah.
Although it's just clear that Moffat doesn't actually like the First Doctor. Because, like, he doesn't write the First Doctor like how the First Doctor is at all.
Joey likes this episode. Pull your fucking head in, mate.
He likes a lot of things that are bad.
Yeah, Joey has weird taste. Like, he thinks Warriors of the Deep is great.
Like, Connor, your tweet about his tweet and then my tweet about Mandalorian was so funny.
Oh, no, there's a great... if anybody's ever seen, like... Well, you were on it, Connor. My bottom 100 Doctor Who stories. Yeah. Well, I sussed out the difference between Brian's shit opinions and Joey's shit opinions. Basically, Brian is like an edgy hipster who hates good stories, whereas Joey is an edgy hipster who likes shit stories. It's like they have the reverse bad tastes from each other. Yeah. Like Brian likes the shit one, hates the good ones, and Joey likes the shit ones.
Yeah, because Joey likes Warriors of the Deep and Twice Upon a Time, whereas Brian like
and Time Lash.
Yeah, whereas Brian like hates the Caves of Androzani and like fucking
the Wall.
Gridlock and all that.
What? I haven't even seen the episode, and I know it's not terrible from what I've heard people talk about it.
Well, to be fair, I don't think he hates it, but he doesn't like it that much.
Yeah.
It's overrated, so what's wrong with it? And he says the cave monster. It's like, yeah, the cave monster. Nobody likes that. But it's
okay, what about the plot, though? What about the story?
Yeah,
I mean, and he couldn't come up with anything. He couldn't answer it.
It's as if these people have really bad defenses for their bad opinions.
The thing is about the cave monster is that in the actual writing itself, there's nothing wrong with it. It's literally just the costume.
Well, no, it's not even just the costume. Yes. It's a waste of time. Even like there was no reason the plot would be better without it because it just wastes a couple of minutes of screen time and doesn't do anything interesting.
That doesn't destruct an entire story.
No, that's what I mean. It's like that's the only criticism people can come up with.
But that's like the bloody what's the thing that bites Harry's leg in Genesis of the Daleks? Is it like a clamshell or something?
The clam.
Yeah.
Yeah, people agree. I was like, it's bad because McClam.
McClam key. Oh dear.
And like this story is good because of Peter Capaldi's hair.
Because hair, yes, his hair's so long because it shows the development of episode 1. Oh my god, it's so deep.
2 TARDISes, and it makes for such fun exchanges that I'm surprised it hasn't been a bigger part of.
Oh wow, it's such a fun exchange! What a brilliant episode!
It's so fun how the Doctor is sexist, guys. Come on.
Lot of other multi-doubles. I like that they acknowledge that the TARDIS exterior has changed size and shape over the years, and the Doctor's dismissive explanation that seems directly aimed at the nerdy fans who think it's an issue. Something I never.
Oh, I hate when they fucking do this kind of meta stuff. It's so weird because it doesn't actually fit with the story at all.
I know we mentioned this. We mentioned how they repeat, the line in Deep Breath where he's like, "You look at me, but you can't see me," and then they do that again with Bill. She's like, "You look at me, but you can't see me." And I was just like, "There's no purpose for this in the story. It's just."
Wait, did he make that? Did he make that connection?
Yeah.
What's Bernard Wilkie?
Oh god.
I don't know.
But that's literally a label on the TARDIS console.
God.
Like, you just flip that switch. It's like, you go to the Doctor's good old friend, Bernard Milky.
How much do you want to bet that that's someone who, back in the 60s, was a part of the crew or something? I don't know. Because that looks like a name.
I haven't heard of them.
No idea.
Yeah,
that's too random of a name.
Bernard Milky is one of the timeless children.
You see, Callum, it was foreshadowed.
Oh my god.
Avenue I wanted but really liked was the shot of the original TARDIS exterior hurtling around the time vortex.
Yes, the production is very good.
The original TARDIS into time vortex. So exciting. I'm sorry, Joe. I don't mean to mean.
I know, like, again, like the Chibnall
That's a weird comment.
The Chibnall
But that is another surface level comment.
Like, the Chibnall era has a brilliant time vortex that does not make it well.
Yeah, it's amazing. The era is fucking garbage.
Yeah, it's like, it actually has quite a good title sequence and title theme, but it's like
it doesn't fit with the quality of the actual stories, but
like,
it's a very good one.
Like, I really like Sega Akinola's music in The Timeless Children.
Me too.
But the episode's a pile of shit.
Yeah, I agree. I do like it. The episode is fucking atrociously bad. Like, I'm sorry, but
cool.
like this
we
whole
obviously get a look at the,
stuff,
at the inside of the first Doctor's ship.
Everything about it is just so, like, if you can only point out all the superficial stuff, you're probably talking about a really, really shit story if you can't actually talk about the story itself and how well worked it is, how the writing is well done, how the characters all have meaningful impacts in the story, or whether the characters set up, like, the themes really well. It's just, you're talking about fucking all the shots, how they look nice, and the music is like, how, I like how they say this, or they say that. It's so superficial. And it's just so frustrating when people who criticize good stories be like, no, it's just shit because there's a fucking monster in it. That doesn't look good. And it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, so let's
shit
other than superficial elements, what positives has he brought up? He thinks it's a better ending for the first Doctor,
even though it isn't,
than the 10th.
I haven't seen the 10th planet, but I know that's probably not true.
No, it really isn't.
I don't agree with him, and I don't think he really put up any kind of argument for why that's the case. He just said, "Oh well, because William Hartnell was
saying stuff and expecting us to be like, yes."
It doesn't suit William Hartnell's Doctor at all. This kind of ending.
Yeah, because he was like, "Oh, the first Doctor didn't get the opportunity to have a bombastic ending." I'm like, he doesn't fucking need one.
It doesn't that's not the first Doctor at all. I have some
that's not from the stories I've seen of him. That's not who he is. He's not that character, and it's not that tone of story.
There's not even a single bombastic moment in the whole of the Hartnell era. I don't think.
Well, there's probably a couple, but
like the kind of the highest the kind of stakes gets maybe like Dalek's Master Plan episode 12.
Yeah, probably.
And
that definitely is very intense. I also think I think. Maybe I don't know. It's a hard one actually. But
yeah, so it doesn't. So I mean, we disagree.
Yeah, to say it's a better ending is no, just no.
And then it's like everything else has just been like it's good because of the theme of Capaldi's hair.
How can this be a better ending when he's literally? How can this be a better ending when he even says he agrees that the character is shit in this?
Well, actually,
I don't get how that works. How can you say this is a good ending?
The thing is, he's kind of said both things, hasn't he? He said he
has both opinions. He's contradicting himself.
He doesn't like how the first Doctor is in this story, but he also likes how the first Doctor is. Yeah.
It makes no sense. That's so contradictory.
So the first Doctor wasn't good in this story, yet it was good to bring him back to give him this ending.
Yeah. Also, I think we had a bit of an epiphany in this. I mean, we've already had this sort of thing before. But a lot of people like sort of try and say that the Capaldi era has this really like complex stuff in it, and a lot of it is just kind of just surface level bollocks.
It's really it's all themes, and there's no actual. They never give the evidence of it being well worked. With something like Series 3, for example, we constantly go and talk about the actual like writing within it. Like we do this a lot, and I did it in my ranking. I think of Series 3, when I talked about the episodes in that.
Yeah.
Like, it's so well worked, and I talk about the actual writing, how it makes sense.
Well, because the thing is,
and I also talk about the themes.
Well, the thing is, like, if me and you were to do a chat about, say, Gridlock, we would actually talk about what happens in the plot and why it
Yeah, exactly.
the
We wouldn't
story,
talk about,
as opposed to
I like how the Doctor screams Martha like he does with Rose. And all its themes. I actually talk about why that makes sense and why it's worked into the story.
it's not just like, oh, David Tennant's hair is nice. I like this episode.
The things that Bruce face is big.
I like that this episode has drugs in it because drugs are cool. Traffic jams are cool.
I like the colour green. There's a lot of green in Gridlock.
Yes. Oh, Christ above.
It's all superficial, and you can't do anything with it.
I haven't seen a classic TARDIS interior so recently, but oh well.
Also, I just want to mention that this this video is like definitely going to have trigger warnings for like classic Who Elitists, because it has cutaways to End of Time, Hellbent, and the Timeless Children in it. Oh, Dylan, you poor boy.
Well, it still looks but the TARDIS also plays a pivotal role in the episode's plot. It even has a few conversations with
really?
12. It's really great when...
They have one conversation, it's not the end.
Pivotal.
What are you on about? What are you on about? What?
Did I miss anything?
Yes, you did. He said the
Rewind it.
Okay, rewind it.
Go back to like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Ship. I think the novel would have been more impactful if we hadn't seen a classic TARDIS interior so recently, but oh well, it still looks marvellous. But the TARDIS also plays a pivotal role in the episode's plot. It even has a few conversations with 12. It's really great when she's treated like a character and impacts the story beyond just being a vehicle. Seeing that the Doctor was suicidal and unwilling to...
How is that an important part of the story? He literally just
how does the TARDIS impact the plot? But the Capaldi's TARDIS, it gets taken away. It gets taken away in the episode, and they have one conversation.
Okay, an episode where the TARDIS actually impacts the plot is Cage Royer, the Big Finish audio with Paul McGann. That is a story where the TARDIS impacts the plot, not this fucking...
And the Doctor's wife, of course.
Oh yeah, of course, Doctor's wife. But what I'm saying is like, this isn't it. He literally just has a conversation with it. How does that fucking impact the plot?
They have one conversation, is at the end of the episode. When he's regenerating, when the, not so well done plot is done. What are you talking about? What?
They have a conversation in the epilogue of the epilogue.
This is actually the epilogue of the epilogue of the epilogue at this point. Actually, no, let's see. So this whole thing is an epilogue. And then the first epilogue section is when we get into him saying goodbye to Bill, and then there's a further epilogue with Clara, and there's another epilogue with Nardole, and now this is another
the first
epilogue
Doctor.
in the TARDIS. Oh yeah, and there's an epilogue with the first Doctor, and so I think we're about 7 epilogues in at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got the Jodie scene as well, which is another epilogue.
No, that's the prologue.
There's a prologue, man.
Yeah, it's
They finally, they somehow finally managed to end it after 7 epilogues. Finally pulled the trigger.
Twice upon a time, the epilogue.
To regenerate him to the one man he needs to see, himself, kickstarting the whole plot. When he sees his younger self refusing to change...
Oh, so the TARDIS, it's so clever. It takes him to be himself because he needs to be himself.
I'm going to bring the Doctor to his younger self, and that will solve his issue.
I'm going to cross-establish history because that's what the Doctor needs.
It's like the TARDIS, there's always been a situation that the TARDIS is kind of a living creature, but in the same sense that, a tree is a living creature. It's not going to be like, I think this is what this character emotionally needs now.
I mean, I suppose if you go on the basis of what the Doctor's wife sets up, there's some precedent for it, but I don't get why showing the Doctor his past self is would happen.
Especially when the first Doctor goes like, I don't want to change.
Oh my god, just when you thought this episode couldn't get worse, the TARDIS is out of character. The fucking TARDIS is out of character.
TARDIS. Poorly written character.
Poorly written character of the TARDIS.
Oh no, but the TARDIS is theming.
How low can you go?
The TARDIS is theming. It's theming the Doctor. It's not scheming, it's theming.
You know what? I'm with you, Connor. My opinion of this episode is now worse after watching this video. He's pointing out all the things. He's inadvertently pointing out all the things I didn't realise were as bad as they are.
Yeah, he's pointing out all the massive plot problems in this episode.
This isn't new for this channel on this podcast. We did it. You can have this. All the time.
This happens every time. It gets worse.
The funniest one was when we did Hellbent and Harry's haunting house. He pointed out that the car that the Doctor came to the diner in is different to the car that was there at the end of the episode. Like the one at the start is like this pickup truck, and the one at the end is like a
it's a red pickup truck.
Yeah, and then one at the end is like this orange like family car.
Yeah, like a very modern car.
Surely somebody must have been pulling the production team's leg there or something.
They probably re-show it.
Such a stupid oversight.
Because someone in the comments said that the car regenerated.
That was a good joke. I remember that.
To change, he worries what the consequences of that will be. Everything the Doctor went on to do in the thousands of years after his first regeneration would have been lost. Seeing this probably put the Doctor's own wish to die.
It doesn't
in a
matter.
whole new
It doesn't matter
perspective.
because of timeless children. It doesn't matter now. That means fuck all.
I hate this hero worship of the Doctor.
But no, the thing is, even at the time, why would it matter? Like the Doctor. How is the Doctor going back convincing him to live on mean anything? He literally lived anyway.
He would have to. He's going to regenerate. He was dying. He was dead when he hit the floor in the 10th planet. It's like, he can't just, I'm not going to regenerate, I'm just going to die. It's like that's his only other choice, but he's not going to choose that. He's going to choose to live on. Of course he is. It's like, we didn't need an explanation for this. This is
was the whole...
Going back, give us an explanation for something that didn't need one.
Yeah, it feels like this episode introduces this idea for the first Doctor. He just doesn't want to change, even though I can imagine that's not the case at all.
It's kind of out of character for the first Doctor as well. He's the kind of he's the kind of stoic character who would bravely accept fate, and he does in the 10th planet. His reaction to realizing he's dying is it's far from being all over. That's his reaction to realizing he's dying.
Exactly, and the only thing that I would be fine with is the whole idea of him being a bit anxious that it's the first time he's regenerated, but this isn't that. It's literally no.
It would make total sense for him to be afraid, but he wouldn't refuse.
He couldn't, but I don't think you should be able to refuse either, because it's literally a mechanism when you are dead. When you are dead, you regenerate. You can't just decide not to regenerate, otherwise you just die.
Well, okay.
So it's again just valuing regeneration.
I do have a question. What about the idea of if you refuse, you'll just die without regenerating?
Yeah, that's what would happen.
Because that's obviously there's the fucking silly cult of
John
Saxon
Simba,
bullshit. Yeah, that's what I was going to say though, because obviously there's the silly.
Well, let's ignore the fact that he was brought back with literal magic.
Yeah, that's so stupid. He's brought back with witchcraft, which is really dumb.
But forgetting that, just in the context of Last of the Time Lords, he chooses to die, and then that's the whole idea, is that he chooses not to regenerate, therefore his body dies. That's what I'm getting at here.
That's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. And yet in this one, it's just like, you can just amble about and kind
and
of.
The fact that we know he's not. We know he's not going to say, he's not going to refuse, because there have been so many fixed point in time storylines within the Doctor's life. It's so weird.
It's really weird.
This whole story
about it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, this whole story.
He realised that his death would probably rob the universe of all the things his future selves would accomplish. After a period of tremendous loss for the Doctor...
pause it. Do not show the timeless children when you say something like that. Please don't, because that's so fucking stupid. Fuck off.
I really hate how into hero worship people have become around the Doctor because of the storylines that New Who's went with. Everybody's like, and the Doctor will miss out on all of these great and important things he's going to do in the future. It's just like, can we not just have a fun sci-fi show with interesting plots about a traveller? Does every episode have to be about how the Doctor's the most importantest person ever, and we must worship him and pray to him and make him space Jesus? I'm sick of it.
The biggest problem with this example here is that it's completely unnecessary. You don't need to do it.
No, it's not necessary here.
There's no real purpose for it to happen.
losing Clara, River, Missy, Bill, and Nardole, this encounter served as a reminder of what it was all for, and why the universe is better when it contains a Doctor or two. He talks about
Honestly, I don't like this, because it kind of makes the Doctor look a bit stupid for not remembering these things that he's done recently.
Like, he literally,
Do you not remember all the other characters?
He went on a speech about why he does it.
Yeah.
God,
Literally, in Doctor Falls, it shows every single companion from New Who.
God, I can't stand the inconsistency of this writing, because in World Enough in Time, he wastes 10 minutes of time before going down the elevator. Then in the next episode, he does a whole fucking speech about why he does the things he does, and then in this episode, he completely forgets about it.
Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more flawed the last 3 episodes of his run are. It's really making me question if it's as good as I remember
it's just for his character. It's just like, there's just so many inconsistencies.
Yeah, the actual Doctor, his character is extremely inconsistent episode to episode.
Mm-hmm. It's very strange.
Like, I'm sorry, Peter Capaldi stands, but Peter Capaldi's Doctor is not a good character.
Yeah, he's not a good Doctor. Like, in terms of his actual character, his character is not good because of how inconsistent it is from series 8, 9, and 10, and how the fact there's no actual change that is earned in any way. I love Capaldi. I love Capaldi, and he's a great actor. He's fantastic. The Doctor is awful. He's not a good Doctor.
There's also people.
But that's to do with the writing.
This is this big character arc that's been planned from the start. It's like, that's a load of horse shit.
It was not. It so wasn't planned.
And people say,
if it was planned, why did he just randomly change personalities in Series 9? Basically because of the backlash to Series 8. Even though I actually thought it quite good in Series 8. But apparently, all of the people who watched because they like Matt Smith didn't like it, so he had to change it to make Peter Capaldi become Matt Smith light.
And then Peter Capaldi stands trying to pass it off like, well, if you watch Dark Water, Death in Heaven, he simps for Clara, therefore it's foreshadowed. And he's like, I'm an idiot in a box. And it's like, that doesn't mean that he's in the next episode.
Do you remember when the Doctor smashed up his TARDIS because Missy lied about Gallifrey, but then in Series 9 he doesn't care when he's on Gallifrey?
I know.
How great writing is that? Fuck me.
I know, it's so stupid.
And people still defend this era in terms of Capaldi's character. They defend that this is a very well worked story with great characters, when literally every single main character in the Capaldi era is actually really badly written. Clara is absolutely the worst companion, 100% in terms of destruction of the writing of the Doctor as a character, and the character itself as a Doctor is just so poorly done and inconsistent. And fucking Danny is terrible, just a bland character with nothing of real value to add. All the fucking Strax and fucking gang
don't remind me. Don't remind me of
Thankfully,
that,
it's just that one episode. They're in deep breath, and then that's it. They're never seen again, which is fucking thank God.
Can I just say what a bad idea it was to have them in deep breath? It's like we've got this new Doctor story, and the new Doctor.
They're so out of place. They're so out of place.
It was meant to be the start of a new era. Literally, Moffat was quoted before Series 8 and saying this is the most radical change since Series 1.
It really wasn't.
That deep breath feels like a Series 7 episode.
Exactly.
Yeah, Into the Dalek is the first time it actually feels like Series 8.
And even then, it's not really a radical change from the Matt Smith.
No, it's not. It's not. I wouldn't say it's radical change.
It's got a slightly different tone.
Yeah, I suppose.
And even then, it goes back out of Matt Smith tone.
And even then, Into the Daleks is like a really not great rip-off of Dalek, because it steals so many of the themes from that.
Yeah,
it is just retreading on old ground.
And then, of course, Robot of Sherwood's a Matt Smith episode.
That is such a Matt Smith episode.
Except for that's actually what if a Matt Smith episode was actually good?
Yeah, and then you get Listen, which is finally an actual full-on Capaldi episode, but it's a complete pile of shit.
and it's broken within its own season.
Yeah, it's like, who is Orson Pegg and why does he exist?
These losses in the last scene with his friends, comparing his life to the empty battlefield on which he stands. So much of this was implied in the Dr. Falls.
So much. I hate when they do this bullshit. I hate when they've got these, this is a metaphor for everything, but it doesn't have any substance to it. Don't get me wrong.
No, but it's
So
a
the
metaphor.
Doctor's
Shut
life
up.
is an empty battlefield. It's like
Don't-
the Doctor's, got a...
The
Like, do you not remember...
Doctor's
Like,
life.
Like, don't get me wrong.
just like... Everybody remember the film Tomb of the Cybermen when Pat Troughton's talking to Victoria and he's going like, that's the exciting thing. Nobody in the universe can do what we're doing. You see, it's a nice,
Yeah, so
exciting
there's a
thing.
purpose to
Traveling with the Doctor
life.
is
There's
exciting.
a purpose for what he's doing.
Exactly. It's like the traveling with the Doctor is exciting. Where do we stray away from that? Why is it all of a sudden it's because this horrible slog that's not nice and horrible for me?
Like I get with Eccleston, for example, they do the whole veteran war hero really well. They do it so well. But then when you get to Capaldi, and there's been a long time since then, yet we're still doing this.
It's like, wasn't the point of Day of the Doctor that the Doctor gets over it?
Yeah, that should have been the time where we can still have the elements, but it's not as hard as it should be.
And then in the second episode of
He's
series,
literally been back to Gallifrey. At this point, he has literally been to Gallifrey. There is nothing left to mourn about.
Yep, and then
everything is back.
And then
everybody lives.
And then in the second episode of series 8, he's like, "Clara, am I a good man?" And then he's like, "I don't like soldiers."
Now that I'm thinking about it, now that I'm thinking about it more about the whole Time War storyline, how it was resolved in Day of the Doctor, and how everything's still intact in terms of the believability of the Doctor's perspective. But after that, he should not be as hard on in terms of being a war vet as he is, which it doesn't work in that whole background scene. Now that I'm thinking about it, it makes no sense for
From
him
the
to
Doctor,
do
from
that,
the
because
Doctor's
he's lived
perspective,
for
it has been at
over
least
1,000 years.
2,000 years since the Time War.
It's been
at this point. It's been
over
2,000
1,000 years, since the Time
No,
War.
Well, no, because Matt Smith lived for 1,000 years, and then Peter Capaldi lived for 1,000 years looking after Missy as well. So that's 2,000 years. 2,000 years, and he's already been back to Gallifrey. So literally, he's had 1,000 years where he's known that Gallifrey is fine at this point in the show.
Yeah, that everyone's safe, everyone's all good.
Yeah,
because this
still not over it.
This 1,000 years bullshit is literally just Moffat wanking off his storyline, be like, "Oh, look how long he had to fucking wait."
The Capaldi era is actually worse now than I remember. Fuck.
It's all the themes.
It's just if you even take
breaking new ground.
critically think about it, it falls apart.
Yeah,
completely.
if you think about the writing and how it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because the thing is people, I've seen Tempo on Twitter be like, "Oh, the Matt Smith era is all unga bunga and Capaldi era is so brilliant." I'm like, it really isn't. It's just the same showrunner doing the same bullshit. It's just the tone is different.
But all of it is trash.
Like it because of Peter Capaldi's hair and smile. Admit it.
That said, fucking made
You
me
just
happy.
have daddy issues and want Peter Capaldi to be your daddy. That's a joke, by the way.
So
Falls,
well
but this
done, well done, Joe. You made us actually think the Capaldi era is way worse than we actually thought.
But this epilogue gives us time to bring
Maybe
these
I went
themes to the
down.
forefront. Maybe this direct discussion loses some of the subtlety, but Peter Capaldi makes it work. Then we get the regeneration.
Okay, so
that effect
it's
looks
bad
so
because
bad.
it's not subtle, but it's good because actor good.
Capaldi, because
So, like,
Capaldi.
so
Let's
the
not talk about the
writing's
writing.
bad.
Let's
You
talk
could
about the
literally-
actor.
You could literally apply that to almost every Capaldi episode. You could be like, "Oh, bad writing, good actor."
Yeah.
TLJ is bad writing with good actors.
Yeah, I know. It's like, for
like
fuck's
one of the
sake.
worst films ever made.
It's just so stupid how.
Come on,
same
brother,
with
come
Rise
on,
of
come on.
Skywalker.
Last Jedi is not one of the worst films ever made. Come on.
Oh no, it is. It absolutely is. The writing is like,
Do you know
you'd be
how many
surprised how many
films
bad
there
writing
are?
there is.
Do you know how many films there are out there?
TOJ and Rise of Skywalker
Millions.
literally destroy all of Star Wars.
I mean, they can be some of your personal least favorite films, but in terms of just there's a lot of worse films. Sure, they might be ones that you personally rankle you the wrong way because of what they do to a franchise you're invested in. But I don't know if that makes them the worst ever films ever.
Does it make them worse than Disaster Movie and Meet the Spartans?
Well, in terms of craft, they're not good at all. DOJ, yes, it has nice direction, and yes, there's good actors in it, but the writing is absolutely atrocious, and it really it completely ruins Luke Skywalker's complete character and goes backwards. But then something in Mando where it's
Well,
the other way.
I haven't seen all of The Mandalorian season 2 yet, and I'm enjoying it, so don't spoil it for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Last video that the no stars line from the Doctor Falls would have been better final words for this Doctor than what we got. And I stand by that. I don't really like regeneration speeches on the whole. I find
I actually agree with him on this.
I find them a bit too much. I'd much rather a quotable, snappy line than a 3-minute monologue. However, as far as speeches go, this is pretty good.
No!
No.
No!
Is this good writing? He literally nonsensically talks about the children knowing his name, and it all means nothing. It's all just feel-good bullshit that has no substance.
I find that so weird how he's like, I don't like pretentious speeches, looks at Matt Smith. He's like, I usually like something that's a bit shorter, looks at David Tennant's last scene. But this one's different. I'm not going to explain why. I just like it.
Because of my smile and my hair.
because of my bias.
No, honestly, I absolutely love Peter Capaldi as an actor, but this scene is a load of horse shit, and it's the worst Regeneration scene it's ever been for me.
Like, Joe, I have absolutely no problem with you, like, Twice Upon a Time, you said, yeah, the writing shit or whatever, but I'm a really big Peter Capaldi fan. But you, in this video, it seems like you're trying to justify why it's actually a really good ending for, Peter Capaldi's Doctor and the first Doctor. And, like, that's where it's just like, no, you... Like, you can like this because you like Peter Capaldi and you enjoy watching him, but you're not bringing up any substantive arguments as to why this episode's actually good.
Yeah, he's avoiding the writing so hard, it's like so clear.
The idea of the Doctoring advice to the next incarnation is very meta, as it also serves as Moffat's advice to the next incarnation of showrunner.
Jim, I hope you're watching this. This is what the Doctor's all about. I hope you don't make him give over a dark-skinned man to the Nazis, because that'd be too far. That's not what the Doctor does.
No. He would never do that. Never. Nah.
It's about as self-referential as the episode gets, but I don't mind it. After watching this Doctor spend an eternity breaking an indestructible wall, it doesn't seem much of a stretch to see him break the fourth one. In all seriousness...
No!
Oh, shut up. That's...
I mean, that is meaningless as Moffat dialogue, man.
Because they're both...
No, but guys, he broke the wall physically, so he can break the fourth wall. Do you get it?
Oh, they're both walls. Oh, it's so clever.
They're both walls, so it's not. That makes no fucking sense. What? How?
I hope
they don't correlate.
I hope he was joking when he
He's
said
not.
this.
He's not joking. He's not joking.
Seriousness, the amount of times the 12th Doctor directly addressed the audience probably would have annoyed a lot of people if it had been any other incarnation.
No, not necessarily, because it has happened with other incarnations and it's worked.
Capaldi's face right there isn't me right now.
So it didn't work when, Matt Smith did it a few times, I'm pretty sure. I didn't like it there.
Tom Baker did it a few times. I think there was...
sometimes I liked it, sometimes I didn't.
Yeah, I liked it.
I loved it when William Hartnell wished me a Merry Christmas. Though.
Oh yes,
that was a good.
So I like it at the start of The Face of Evil, but I don't like it when he's in the Invasion of Time when he's trying to. What he's doing, yeah.
Just say the Invasion of Time and bad, and just everybody's going to go, yep.
Well, apparently not, because I did a commentary with Joey and Brian. They're like, "Oh, it's not that bad." I'm like, "No, it's not. It is. It's a fucking train wreck."
It's just Joey for you.
God, he likes all the bad stuff.
When Joey says something that is good, then you're like, "Okay, so it's pretty bad then."
Yeah, what is it? He said.
The thing is, Joey does like lots of good stories, but he also likes lots of bad. It's quite a positive opinion, though. To be fair, because he just likes everything. So it's difficult to kind of be like,
he doesn't like he doesn't like Kill the Moon and Hell Bent, so I'll give him that.
So there is some quality control.
2 thumbs up on that.
Yeah.
Can't wait to hear what I say. I'm nothing without an audience.
But there's something so special about Peter Capaldi in this role. He's able to call himself Doctor Who.
God. For God's sake, we know. He's a good actor.
Clever, because Doctor Who is the name of the show.
Connor, let me ask you this, Connor. Let me ask you this. Did you know that Capaldi was a good actor?
No, because I'm an idiot. I didn't know he's a good actor. I didn't know till you just.
Oh well, here's the thing. Capaldi's a really good actor because of his hair. His hair grows. It grows. You know how hair grows, right? This makes him a fantastic actor, and his character is amazing, and you can't argue.
So because Peter Capaldi's a good actor, everything he does, and no matter how bad the writing is, it's just good. Automatically,
it's just good. Yes. Oh, yeah. There's a First Doctor. Terrible. Good ending. Whatever.
Also,
Capaldi good.
I just want to add, the return of Doctor Mysterio does exist, and Peter Capaldi is kind of shit in that.
Oh yeah, he is awful in that. Like,
that was the first story I ever watched coming back to the show when I stopped watching Series 7.
Oh, that was the first Capaldi story you ever saw, was Return of Doctor Mysterio.
I think it was. It might have been,
it is abysmal. It is, in my opinion, that's one of the worst ever.
I didn't think much of it when it first aired. But that was back when I wasn't as critical as I am now.
That was
but I imagine if I rewatch it, I was like, oh god, this probably is bad.
That was back in the era when you thought Arachnids of the UK was a 7.5. Oh, Christ.
Yes, I love it when the Doctor kills spiders by letting them just die on their own.
Suffocate to death.
And deliver lines straight to the camera without it feeling at all jarring. In fact,
it does feel jarring.
Like, I like this Beethoven scene, but like, it is fourth wall breaking, and I don't think they really set that up well.
The thing is, the only reason he's justifying it is because Peter Capaldi's a good actor. It's like, no, that's not the only thing to storytelling. It's not the only thing. Like,
so much in the Moffat era breaks the fourth wall, and it gets to the point where I just can't take
Capaldi's era especially.
I can't take anything in universe seriously because it's just breaking the fucking fourth wall all the time. You know, making
this isn't Deadpool.
Like fans and writers. It's like, just come on! I want to actually watch a story here. That's why we're here. We're not here like, aren't we great, we Doctor Who fans?
Yeah, I think
not. I'm gonna need to go for a second, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
All right, see you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. It is kind of just trying hard to be kind of like that sort of Deadpool thing. Though, to be fair, the majority of the Capaldi era didn't happen after Deadpool happened before, but still.
It's just everything about this sort of video is just like, guys, I like it. It's not actually talking about if it's good or not. It's talking about like superficial stuff, and it's not actually adding anything to the actual discussion of
like, imagine if like we're like, oh, the reason why the scene at the end of Gridlock is good is because David Tennant is a good actor. It's like,
you know what I'm realizing? His title is why I changed my mind about Twice Upon a Time. He hasn't talked about what his previous opinion was of it.
I think he said at the start he really didn't like it, and then he changed his mind. Now
but he never gives reasons to why. Why didn't he like it before, and why is it changed now?
I don't know, because he enjoyed it more.
It's just so weird. This is such a weird video because when you have that kind of title and you are structuring it in like, okay, you would probably structure it in like why you disliked it before and what were your reasons for that and what has caused those changes and why you now think it's good. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The structure of this video is terrible.
Yeah. The thing is, like, because, for example, when Adam talked about why he put the Capaldi Regeneration scene in the middle of his list, he wasn't out to be like, oh, this is why it's a brilliant scene. He literally just said, I miss when Doctor Who was whimsical. And I'm like, that's fine. That's all we're doing in this video. We're just talking about why we like these scenes. Whereas what he's doing here is he's going to be like, this is why Twice Upon a Time is a good episode. And he's not really doing
No,
anything.
it's not. He thinks TLJ's good.
I'm not surprised why.
Yeah, the whole Luke thing just completely wrecks everything. And then with Twice Upon a Time, like the entire plot is just nonsensical and it doesn't actually add anything in terms of the characters in any way.
It's completely unnecessary.
This is a bad video. It's a real bad video.
Yep, it's a real bad episode. I actually am going to knock this down a few pegs. Like, I really don't like it now.
I'm the same with like the Capaldi era in general.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I dislike it more than Time of the Doctor though. I think I still dislike Time of the Doctor more. But this one definitely is not good.
It's making me really question, not because Twice Upon a Time is part of the Series 10 arc with those final 3 episodes. It's really damaging it.
Well, the thing is, I don't.
The
really,
more I'm thinking about
I
it,
don't really count Return of Doctor Mysterio or Twice Upon a Time as part of it. However, if you did, it's pretty bad. Looks pretty bad on it because like
it's all connected. Here's with Twice Upon a Time, it's connected to Doctor Falls and like his reasonings for, regenerating, why he refuses, and the fact that it talks about that and the reason why he's regenerating is because of that. It's just it's a part of the same sort of continuity of the story.
Yeah, it's a shame, really.
And it is a real shame because Doctor Falls and Twice Upon a Time, while having quite a few tisms, it's still a really, really, really good finale.
So you're talking about World Enough in Time,
and
Doctor Falls, not Twice Upon a Time.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Twice Upon a Time is affecting those two episodes.
It's a completely unnecessary episode.
Yeah, and the whole Time Warp thing we just talked about has really just... I'm like, oh, wow, the Capaldi is actually worse than I remember now because of that. So his whole... Like, in terms of just the background scene, for example, is... It makes no sense for him to feel that now. With something like the speech in Zygon, it makes sense for him to be that passionate because it's talking about his past. It's not talking about him and now. It's not still a bitism, but that's where you can pull that kind of stuff out and refer to the Time War. But with him constantly being like a war vet, 2,000 years later, it really makes you question, like, why is he acting like this as if it's recently happened?
Yeah, he was also talking about earlier in the video about how Bill being in this episode undermines her ending, but me and Dylan were actually talking about how like the Heather scene in Doctor Falls is actually a little bit shit.
Oh yeah, that completely undermines Bill's story.
Yeah, it's like a lesser shit.
That is a Deus Ex Machina because it's not set up.
I mean, it's kind of seeded in the pilot, but it's not really paid off properly, is it?
It's not referred to in that way though. They just it's not. They don't say like they don't refer it to as like a well, this is how it works. This is a beacon thing, like a fucking tracker thing.
It's not like
they don't
how,
set it up.
It's not like in it's not like how in Boomtown, how the Heart of the TARDIS is set up at the end of that episode. Which
that's not the Rose thing is not a Deus Ex Machina because it's constantly set up throughout the entire season.
Also with with the Void stuff in Doomsday as well, like that's a setup. Then you've got like the Paradox Machine in Series 3, that's a setup. And you've got the, even though I don't really care about it, the Remembering thing from Series 5 is set up in the 11th hour and paid off in the Big Bang, right? Whereas this, the Heather thing is just, it's kind of set up, but it's not really set up properly, is it?
Yeah, it's really weak.
And then, of course,
if they just didn't refer to it, I guarantee you, if they just didn't refer to it and they were like, okay, well, they're smart. The audience are smart enough to get what we're doing. It's like, no one would ever bring that up.
I remember someone on Twitter one time tried to defend Series 6 because they said that the Tessellator being set up in Let's Go Hitler was the equivalent to the Boomtown one. I was like, what?
No, it wasn't. Fuck off. No, it wasn't. Shut up.
That's so stupid.
That's really stupid.
He was a robot all along. The thing is,
everything about this fucking sucks.
Well, the thing is, like, the Doctor being a robot in the Wedding of a Song doesn't have any positive impact on the story. In fact, it only has a negative impact.
No. Why doesn't he just hijack the suit for all of time?
So he could never die.
Or hell, fucking get money like he does, for example, in Runaway Bride. Just get a bunch of money and just buy one. I don't know. How easy would situations be if he just did that?
Also, I do think that it's a really funny payoff how in The Girl in the Fireplace he says, "How would he get money?" And then in The Runaway Bride he gets money.
I guess he had to learn. He went, oh shit, that might happen again, so I better learn how to fucking get money.
So that picture from The Runaway Bride where he's trying to find the taxi's become a meme now. It's like David Tennant running down the street.
I know, yeah, they became a meme like about a year ago or something.
Yeah, I think it may have even been on like Graham Norton or something. They showed like different.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't Graham. No, I remember. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh god. Yeah. See, this is the thing though, is that like with the Russell eras, there'd always be like a setup, and there's always like they always built on things, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's what Russell was great at.
He would always build on things he'd already done. Whereas Moffat's like, no, here's a new idea.
And that's the thing. Like, I there was a whole high top fucking tweeted something yesterday saying like movies are not about logic and plot, which was one of the dumbest things he's ever said. And I just replied like, why can't we have both? It makes no sense to have like to not expect logic and a good plot within a story.
Well, that's how we get invested in things, is when we can wrap our heads around them. That's the whole point of stakes.
I said like, because Russell, obviously Doctor Who between 2005 and 2010, I tweeted this out, was the best at writing emotional payoffs that made complete sense most of the time. When not all perfect writers are perfect. Series 1, 3, and 4 did this well. Writers should always strive to make stories that make sense.
See, the thing is, like, if this was about sport, that would sound way...
I go for a minute and it becomes a fucking Russell Wankfest. What did I expect?
Anyway, should we press play?
Yes.
The advice he gives the next Doctor is pretty good. If you've seen my Dr. Falls video, it'll come as no surprise that my favourite part of the speech is the reference to kindness. Thanks to his speech to the Master.
It's like, oh yes, my advice next Doctor, be nice.
No, because the thing
What's a revelation?
This scene is good. But it's not comparable. You can't compare it.
No, because the biggest difference between them is that, like I said before when you were gone, Callum, the reason why this scene makes sense in The Doctor Falls is because he's trying to make a point to the Masters about why they should stay behind and fight. Whereas in the Twice Upon a Time speech, he's literally just spouting out his character arc in fucking words.
Yeah, exactly. The scene makes complete sense and actually works. The regeneration scene doesn't. It doesn't work at all.
Mean anything. Him saying be kind doesn't actually mean anything. It's literally just fucking buzzwords.
Yeah. Don't compare these scenes, please.
Be nice and have the children think of your name.
To the Masters, it's the trait I associate most with this Doctor, and I'm glad it's part of his last words. The one bit I don't like is the stuff about the children being able...
Thank you.
Well, he got something right about the last speech, at least. At least he read it.
No, but it's great, though.
Name if the stars are in the right place or whatever. I know it's adapted from something Capaldi said himself, but it just sounds like a load of nonsense.
Oh, sorry, because it is.
Oh, as opposed to the other stuff.
Music. The whole episode seems to be Murray Gold revisiting his greatest hits. I don't mind this.
Yeah.
He's come up with so many great themes that I reckon he's earned this victory lap. We get...
I think we can... I mean...
Yeah. But the thing is, a show shouldn't, like... If an episode is going to be a victory lap for the people behind the scenes, that's not good writing, in my opinion. Like, good writing...
You need to write around it, I agree.
You need to write a competent, you need to write a competent story. And like, your victory lap is writing good television. You don't get to be all self-indulged, like, look at all these things we've done over the years.
Yeah,
like,
if they wrote this story well, then those would be... like, I think I've always described this... I've always described as this story as the Murray Gold regeneration story. Because that's kind of what it is. And that's probably why I don't hate it subjectively as much as other people do. Because I do like Murray Gold's music, but the story is not well written. And it didn't earn some of the moments.
When you think about it, though, wouldn't it have been so much better if Murray Gold's final hour was him composing something that we hadn't heard before that was, like, one of his best tracks?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? I actually totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
About making TV, it's like your victory lap is making good new TV. You're letting too much of the ego spill into it. If all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is a victory lap for myself. It's like that's the answer of how to write, shit television, which has too much of like when you can see the writer and the composer and whatever in every bit of the show. That's when you've gone too far. You're not, because like the whole point is you're supposed to be getting the audience to suspend their disbelief. But we can't suspend our disbelief when in every line of dialogue we hear the writer, or in every bit of music it's like, oh, well, yeah, he's just going over all of his old favourites, That's not how it should be. Like, good TV is written in a way that keeps your suspension of disbelief, keeps you invested. It doesn't make you think about the writers or anything. Like, the best, think of all of the worst Doctor Who episodes as you're always, like, also the best Doctor Who episodes, you're never thinking about who wrote this. Whereas with ones that aren't as good, you're always thinking about, oh, well, this is kind of, that's what this writer does, It's all about trying to get your audience invested, and it doesn't do it if you're because they're breaking the fourth wall in a weird and imaginative way.
Well, think about this, like, in Patrick Troughton's final story, what makes it so memorable is that we see the Time Lords, which is something that we'd never seen before. that's what makes it memorable. It's something that's new, and it puts its mark on the show. Whereas something like this,
Hey, it makes sense.
Whereas something like this is just, hey, look at these things that we've done before. We're going to do them again like a greatest hits album. It's like, no. Greatest hits albums for like a show is something you should do outside of the show, not in the show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Special. Like, the Curse of Fatal Death is an appropriate place to do that kind of thing. Where it's like a comic relief special.
Yeah.
But you don't do it in the show.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could maybe say, like, if you got, like, an anniversary special, having a few references is neat. But, like, again, you should still, at the heart of it, tell a new story. That's why something like...
I even think the Five Doctors took that too far, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, the thing is, like, something like the Three Doctors, right? That actually has a new story that we've never seen before with a new character, like with Omega, right? Even though there are references and like small little neat things that are cool, at the
they do, because they managed to celebrate 10 years of TV while telling a fully new story. That is the focus. Like, the anniversary isn't the focus. The anniversary is incidental to the story, and that's where the best event television comes from.
Because you get the scenes where it's like Patrick Troughton sees John Pertwee TARDIS is like, oh, you've done the TARDIS out of a bit. I don't like it. Like, that's cool, but at the heart of it, what the Three Doctors is about Omega, and that's why it's good.
And that's a good character moment for the Doctor himself, how he doesn't like change between like different, changes, It's a nice little moment.
Yeah, so, anyway.
We get I Am the Doctor, Doomsday, all the strange creatures, Bill's theme, Clara's theme, the Doctor's theme, even the Lethbridge Stewart theme. But for the Regeneration, we get the Shepherd's...
Oh, Murray. No, I'm joking, John. I'll stop being mean.
Shepherd's Boy from Heaven Sent. We last heard it when he made his stand against the Cybermen in The Doctor Falls. It's not really drawing a parallel to that.
You see, the biggest difference, though, is that when it was done in The Doctor Falls, it was actually a new arrangement of it. It was something creative.
It's actually different, yeah.
The Shepherd's Boy was brilliant in Heaven Sent because of where it came emotionally in that episode. But unfortunately, by the end of his era, they'd overused it. Like, that piece was so impactful because of the episode that it was used in and how it was used.
Its purpose.
It loses its impact. I mean, it didn't lose its impact as much in the Doctor Falls because, that is a similar kind of defining moment. Even if I think it's nowhere near as good. Even if I think this moment's stupid, it still at least kind of justifies using it.
And
but
also,
in Capaldi's Regeneration, where he's just kind of going about saying, oh, yes, be kind and think of the children, it's just,
and also,
too much.
Like I said, it's a new arrangement of the theme in the Doctor Falls. It's not the same one. It's a repurposed version, which is what you should do.
Mm-hmm. I like how he says, like, we last heard it in the last episode. I just find that quite funny.
It's been a long time since we've seen Nardo in the last episode, which, yes, he was, like, celebrating the return of Nardo. It's like, Nardo was literally in the previous episode. It's not like a triumphant return.
Yeah, no.
Wait, Callum, you weren't here for that. He played the...
No, he wasn't.
No.
He played the Nardo return over that football match thing that everyone does. When everyone, like, cheers and
stuff. Like, when somebody scores a goal. Like, he edited, like, so he got, like, this video of, like, a bar where everybody celebrates. I think it was, like, in England.
Oh, yeah, I know the meme, yeah.
Yeah, then he edited, like, Twice Upon a Time on the TV, and then Nardo returning.
I mean, I like Nardo, I do. I think Nardo's great, but I wouldn't be cheering if he was back. I'd be like, oh, that's nice. I'm glad they brought him back.
No, but people celebrating while he was brought back after his being absent for one episode.
This is the greatest thing of all time. No.
To that scene or his in Heaven Sent, but it's reminding us of this Doctor's most defining moments, and it's such a great tune.
Then there's a big flash of light, and
it is a great tune, to be fair.
Honestly, why do you have to remind us of his defining moments when you can just create a new one? Why can't you just have another defining moment?
Why does he keep cutting back to himself? Why does he keep cutting back to himself with worse audio quality?
I don't know.
Yeah, eventually it's just going to be like... It's going to be like recorded on like a gramophone. He's going to be like a pixel.
Yeah, that's what I like to think about it. What is the point of him actually cutting back to himself to his room with Ryan?
Well, I don't mind that. I think it kind of works to segment. I think it works to segment the review. To be honest, I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm just like, why is the audio so much worse?
I don't know. This used to happen with Mr.
I like his mug at the back there. It's fucking excellent though. I want that mug.
I have that mug.
Well, the Cyberman one.
Oh no! I thought you were talking about the TARDIS one.
No, the Cyberman one. Look at that. That's nice. That is. I want it.
That's good.
He's got. Is that 2 Tennant screwdrivers?
Probably. Maybe it's like the normal one and then the Day of the Doctor one because they did 2 different ones.
Oh, did they? That's strange.
Anyway.
And the 12th Doctor on. We get a simple but effective introduction to his successor, and the episode ends. When I rewatched this, I felt sad. Sadder than I was back in 2017.
I know. I felt really sad when I watched this as well, but I get the feeling it was from a different source to you.
I don't think I've rewatched it since.
I rewatched it the other day with Jerry because we were doing that Christmas specials live stream.
Oh, yeah.
And wow, it's bad.
I think
now
my
it's even
emotion
worse.
at the time was excitement.
Yeah.
I didn't feel any emotion at all when I watched it in 2017. I felt completely and utterly bored.
No, I did.
Me
I
too.
was quite
Me too.
emotionally invested, but I wasn't thinking about the story at all. I was just thinking about because Capaldi was
Well,
leaving.
because the thing is, like, I really liked Peter Capaldi.
You look at that 10 out of 10 smile and that 20 out of 10 hair.
Well, I mean, I really like Peter Capaldi.
He's irresistible.
I was just like,
No.
I was like, I really like Peter Capaldi, and I'm gonna miss him as an actor. But I was like, this story is bullshit, and it's not making me miss him because it's just so dragged out.
I mean, if like that story was like just spelled out to me in just plain words, like, yeah, I'm really ready for a new era. Obviously, the new era turned out to be shit too, but I was definitely ready for a change, even a shit.
Yeah. Oh,
change.
yeah. Everyone's ready to move on. Everyone's
about.
ready to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody like
Honestly,
it was over at that point. It was long over.
Like the build up on the day that Woman Who Fell to Earth came out, I was so excited. I was so excited.
Yeah, I was too. I was really ready for it, and
Honestly,
then
I was the most excited I've been to watch the show in like 8 years. I was so excited. And then,
I think a lot of people were.
After the novelty of Series 5 came and went, I think most people weren't really excited about Doctor Who coming out after that for until then.
Yeah,
because Moffat really just kind of went.
Series 6 had a lot of hype.
It went in the making.
I think the only exception
Just like it was the same mistakes over and over and over again.
I think the only exception probably would have been Day of the Doctor because it was the 50th and it was in cinemas. But apart from that, you're right.
So I think the funny thing is, my lowest point of expectations, which was going into Series 10 after Hellbent, is actually when I got the pleasantest surprise. It's like the best series in years and years and years for Series 10.
I know, right?
Although I am actually at a lower point now, but I don't think that's going to translate into Series 13.
Yeah, I mean, Maxine Alderson could pull off a miracle, but we never know.
I don't think it's going to be on the same level as Series 10, though.
I think that's the problem, is that because Maxine Alderson won't be the showrunner, she'll just be there.
Yeah.
Do you not think that maybe we're slightly overhyping Maxine Alden? Because she wrote one good episode,
I know.
But that was just one good. We can't pin.
I get what you're saying.
Remember when we pinned all of our hopes on one man last? Back before when the RTD era was, and he was like, "Oh, look at this man! He's wrote a few good episodes. He's going to make a great show."
Yeah, I'm like Moffat wrote 4 of my favorite Doctor Who episodes. And
I'm not going to be
garbage.
like, "Oh no," but she's going to save it. It's like she's still like she wrote one episode and it was good, but it wasn't perfect.
Although again,
like, it was.
Again, to be fair, I was like, when we got into Series 12, I was like, I'm really excited to watch Ed Himes' episode because It Takes You Away was really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Same.
It was awful.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Yeah. And then I remember when I was going to Series 10, I was like, I'm really excited for Toby Whithouse's episode because most of his episodes are really good, and then it was fucking Light
and it was
Land.
by far the worst episode of Series 10.
I was so surprised. I was like, there's this trilogy of episodes. One's written by Moffat, one's written by Peter Harness, and one's written by Toby Whithouse. So I think the Moffat one is going to be really pretentious and stupid, and the Peter Harness one's going to be like Kill the Moon and be really political and stupid, and the Toby Whithouse one will save it. And I was completely and utterly wrong. Extremis was brilliant, Pyramid was fine, and Light of the Lamb was garbage.
Well, Pyramid was pretty boring, but it wasn't bad. It was a step up from the other Peter Harness stories.
Yeah. I think it was fine. I liked the moral dilemma with Bill and the Doctor. But it's all ruined by the next episode. All fucking ruined.
For the next Doctor. But now that the anticipation is gone,
I just really miss Peter Capaldi. He's just so great. From the lows of Robots of Sherwood to the highs of the series.
I actually like Robots of Sherwood.
Shield's a good story. What are you going on about?
It's decent. It's a fun story. It's fun.
I prefer Robot of Sherwood to the Doctor Falls. Not gonna lie.
Ooh, that's a big statement.
I don't like the Doctor Falls. Like, it's just like, so we had a good thing going in World Enough and Time. And decides, now you don't want that story. You don't want to continue that interesting story. Instead, why don't we just have the Cybermen become explosion fodder because of the themes of the Doctor's sacrifice? It's like,
it definitely does. It definitely does fall into the trap of every Moffat two-parter after Davies left.
Yes, I agree with that.
Part 1 is one story, and part 2 is a completely different story because he's like, because the audience.
And part 1 is always the way more interesting story as well. That I wanted continued. I wanted that story continued.
That I agree with.
Yeah. But he always does it. He's like, the audience would be boring if it was, the same story for 2 episodes. And it's like, no.
I think the bigger thing here is the fact there are so many other lower things than Robot of Sherwood.
Yeah, but it's Hellbent, apparently, because he said Hellbent had emotional impact earlier in this review. So you can't say that as a low.
Even within that series.
Even though it's the lowest the show's ever had.
Even within that series, you've got Listen, Kill the Moon, In the Forest of the Night, and Death in Heaven.
Yeah. Yes. Does he like all of those? Is he just not like Robot and Sherwood? Is that the only Capaldi story?
No, it's because it's I don't know. Fucking
it doesn't have themes. It's just fun.
Yeah, it's just like a competent story, well told.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a self-contained, competent story, which, very unlike the Moffat era, I know, but it does happen on occasion.
Yeah, well, because, the late Smith era has a lot of self-contained stories that don't have themes, but they're just absolutely
incompetent.
Just really incompetent. Because, honestly, if Robots of Sherwood was a Smith story, it'd probably be shit, because it'd be like, oh my god, Robin Hood is real!
Yeah, Peter Capaldi does actually sell the humor a lot more, even though it's kind of a similar style.
Yeah.
At least that more kind of grouchier Capaldi, which I much preferred.
Yeah, I really like
more kind of cynical Capaldi.
I really like the Arrow scene.
That was great. He just blows up the targets.
Yeah.
That's a good shit.
An actual good.
I just really watched that.
It's an actual good sonic screwdriver moment in the Moffat era, believe it or not.
And it makes sense as well. Because like the arrow had explosives in it that could be activated by.
I like how that ties into the climax because they're like, Doctor, you should just shoot the target. He's like, sorry, I cheated.
Just of all the episodes to choose from low, like there's so many worse episodes.
Because it doesn't have themes.
I'd honestly say the next episode is worse than Robot Show.
Much worse.
By far.
Listen as a
he probably likes it. Though.
The very next one.
Listen as a vacuous.
Because Capaldi fans really like Listen. Because it makes them feel cool.
Yeah.
I'm not going to assume.
Because Robert Show.
This fucking scene where Clara inspires the first Doctor is just and that makes
Robert Show and Listen,
which is now broken because of the timeless children.
Yeah, so I mean, you should inspiring the first Doctor or the Doctors before it.
I don't know.
Was it?
It's not like the Roof Doctor was that different from the Doctor.
Was it the Black Child really? Even though it sounded like a boy.
No, I think it's meant to be like doesn't. Oh, I have no idea. Anyway, but I think
it doesn't make sense. You can't defend it. It doesn't make sense.
I know. I'm not trying to. But like Robot Show and Listen are like almost the complete opposite of like how you do an episode. Like Robot Sherwood is like a fun story without
how you do. Yeah,
it doesn't have themes, but
how you do a very comedic episode.
It's a fun story that has a plot and a story and characters in it. Listen is all themes, no plot, no characters, no story, and no fun.
It's like it has a story, it has a set of characters, and it focuses on getting actually telling it.
It's like a really awful version of Midnight.
Yes,
because it tries the thing of the mystery of the unknown.
But the base plot details of the monster sounds like, as me and Connor were saying when you weren't here, it has the potential to be one of the best ever episodes. But it's just the fact that it has this great idea, then just says, "Nah, you're not interested in this. We want to see the Doctor be all moody, don't we, guys?" It's like, no, tell us the interesting story of the monster.
Yeah, well, apparently, Game Troll Prime's commented saying apparently my X-Men power is cursing episodes. I don't know why.
Series 10 finale, from the joy of Husbands of River Song to the pain of Heaven Sent. Peter Capaldi knocks it right out of the park. He's commanding, intense, scary, but also
We've been through this.
Scary?
We've been through
this so many times.
We've been through this. Peter Capaldi is a very good actor. We've been through this already. Fuck.
Yeah, it doesn't make him a good character.
The video is almost over, and that's literally all he's talked about for like 2/3 of it.
I changed my mind about Twice Upon a Time because I like Peter Capaldi and no other reason.
I mentioned to Connor when you were gone that the title of this video is why I changed my mind on Twice Upon a Time. He hasn't talked about once why he disliked it before and what reasons he had for it and why they've changed.
He brought up the fact he didn't like the the changes that they did to the first Doctor. So that's why I said he originally didn't like it.
Yeah, but he hasn't talked about what's changed his mind, is what I'm saying. The structure of this video is not good, and the title is very misleading because it's not talking about him actually why he's changed his mind on it. He's just talking about Capaldi's good.
Capaldi's good. Episode good.
It's like I can't argue with that because I agree with you. It doesn't make the episode great. It just makes it. It just means it has a good actor in it.
And that's the thing, when you talk all about superficial stuff, you can't do anything with it. You can't actually have a conversation. Because
his compliment was literally, it's cool to see the old TARDIS in the new time vortex.
You could like it. It's like you can't do anything with extremely superficial stuff that never talk about the actual writing itself. You can't ever argue with it because it's someone's enjoyment.
Though. The themes.
Exactly. If you enjoy it, that's fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but you're not talking about anything I can actually work with in terms of a discussion. It's just so frustrating.
Warm, and funny. I can't think of a single line delivery from him that isn't perfect. He's a superb actor and a magnificent.
Go to Hellbent, please.
I don't know about
Hellbent, he has some awful delivery to line.
Don't take a selfie.
When he says duty of care, I think that's a badly delivered line. And that whole scene with the general as well, when Clara comes back, his acting in that scene is so weird.
It's because I think Peter Capaldi himself probably knows in the back of his head, this is a terrible scene that's really out of character.
This isn't working. I don't know what to do. This isn't working.
It literally unravels 56 years of character development, that scene.
Doctor. Sometimes doctors and companions outstay their welcome, and their final episode feels more like a relief than an emotional send-off. In the 12th Doctor's case,
it definitely
felt like that. Doesn't feel like this?
Like, I think that if it ended on the Doctor Falls, he wouldn't have outstayed his welcome. But Twice Upon a Time is the pure definition of
honestly,
outstaying his welcome.
I can't think of any other Doctor that had an episode like this that completely outstayed its welcome for like a fucking hour of screen time. I'm like, nothing happens in the episode. Nothing. It doesn't mean anything.
We're walking.
It's completely unnecessary.
We're walking, there's some Daleks, there's Rusty, and that was a battleground. And cool. It's all cool. And I like Capaldi's hair.
And his smile.
His smile.
10 out of 10 smile, Mr. Capaldi.
And I like how, despite the fact that he's dying, he can jump up and down and be happy. Fuck off.
I like it. Slight down change. Both doctors, both on the verge of death.
Yeah,
like
the speech totally isn't drawn out at all.
Action scenes.
Doctor's case, he saved his best episodes for the very end, and then had this nice little foreword. I'm so glad that this Doctor, my Doctor, went out with such a bang. Twice. Yeah, I like this episode. Maybe it sounds like I've been complaining for 20 minutes, but it's true.
No,
I can totally understand why people don't.
You felt like you were praising it.
But he has actually brought up a lot of criticisms, is the thing. So he's praised all these superficial features and the themes, and then has said, I didn't like some of the things about how the First Doctor was portrayed, and then I didn't like a couple of other superficial things, and I just haven't talked about the plot at all.
But he's saying that he's been complaining for 20 minutes. For most of it, he's been talking about Capaldi's acting.
To be fair,
I think you did kind of miss a bit in the middle.
True, but there's still a lot he's praised.
To be fair,
that's true. For the
I do have to say, to be fair to him, there isn't really a plot to talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
no.
that's the thing. You need to address that if you're going to say that it's a good
No,
story.
shush, Capaldi's hair. Shush.
I was right with them until recently. I can't believe I feel so positively about something I used to hate so passionately.
Oh, he's a skate as well. Portsmouth. What's should have known. Fucking Portsmouth.
Guess I, like the Doctor, have softened over the last 3 years. But this episode just makes me happy.
Do you
At
get
the
it,
start
guys?
of
The
Stephen Moffat's-
theme of his video is that he, like the Doctor, is like softened up as a person for the last 3 years, and it's all us, the themes.
Moffat's era, the show had this sort of fairy tale feeling. The Raggedy Doctor, the majestic tale of the madman in a box. It was a core part of it's because it is.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
Stephen
rewind
Moffat.
that there. But like, he's literally just here's some Moffat quotes from his episodes about the epithets for the Doctor. This is why it is good. Sorry for accidentally rewinding that.
Yes.
I clicked on the wrong button.
We're just trying to get back. I think it was like 22 minutes. Yeah, here we go.
20 minutes,
Yeah.
but it's true. I can totally understand why people don't. I was right with them until recently. I can't believe I feel so positively about something I used to hate so passionately. I guess I, like the Doctor, have softened over the last 3 years. But this episode just makes me happy. At the start of Stephen Moffat's era, the show had this sort of fairy tale feeling. The Raggedy Doctor, the majestic tale of the madman in a box. It was a core part of the show's identity in series 5 and 6, and makes a return here in a big way. The story opens with a little introduction. Words on
It's not the same. I'm sorry. I've recently rewatched all the series 5. It is not the same.
Well, because it doesn't have any purpose in the plot. It's literally just, here is something I did
Yeah,
before.
I'm very fresh off of rewatching series 5, and I can tell you right now, it is not the same thing.
Can I just say how much I hate all these epithets they come up with for every Doctor all the time? It's really annoying, and like, is that they're trying to like build up their own grand mythology by themselves, you know? It's like they're trying to say, oh yeah, we're so great, look at our, you know, epithets, which make us look all intellectual and cool. I don't know, it really rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is about it.
all the like nicknames and slogans and stuff.
Well, it's not just, I mean, that's kind of a different thing. I'm all talking about stuff like, you know, the man who never would, the raggedy man in the box, and, you know, am I a good man? You know, this kind of, you know, it's a bit pretentious.
Well, it's very surface level. It's like it's the kind of thing that you probably it would be much more substantial if you actually explored it in the story, which is not what Twice Upon a Time does. It just says things. It's just like, this is what it is. It's
Yeah.
like, why
It
don't
just says the things.
Why don't you actually do it?
Battlegrounds.
Show, don't tell.
Oh,
And don't tell me that, I've just got to go for another second. I'm getting a phone call. Sorry about this.
that was so polite. He just completely changed his voice.
So let's fucking show this. No, I got a phone call. I gotta go.
God, how British. Ugh, yeah, I hate this. I hate this. It's just like, oh, it's he's bringing back the themes from series 5. It's like,
Yeah, he hasn't talked about the actual story at all, and the fact that he's talking about the fairy tale aspect is really annoying me because they are not the same thing. Then one of them is well worked and one isn't.
well, the difference is that this doesn't even do anything. It's not actually a fairy tale. It's just
It doesn't add anything.
He's just like, I am referencing something that I did 7 years ago.
Just him going like, I like this episode. It makes me happy. It's, you know, it's like the fucking line in Spider-Man 3. It's like, I like being bad. It makes me happy. It's the same vibe. It's just with this. I like Twice Upon a Time. It makes me happy. I might make a meme of that because that's a fucking genius idea.
Like, he's just going through the whole thing of like, oh, Moffat poetically ended his era. It's just like, oh, why can't you just write a story? Why do you have to have all these references and just meaningless, vacuous fucking slogans and themes? And it's just like, oh my god. This is one of the biggest things that I was happy about when Moffat left. I was like, I'm so glad that I don't have to put up with this. It's just so... Like, I think my like official nickname for Moffat is like the brainstorm writer, because he really is. He just loves to just have like, be like, here are all my ideas, and then he's like, okay, I'm going to move on, and here are some new ideas. And it's just like, just do something with these ideas. Don't just fucking tell me what they are.
Yeah, this is just so surface level video essay bullshit. Yeah, this just isn't a good. This is a really bad defense of this episode.
Mm-hmm. And it's made me dislike the episode even more than I did.
God. What a terrible, terrible, terrible video.
Indeed. I didn't expect to go for...
I like it because it makes me happy.
I didn't expect to go for 4 hours on this.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to go this long. But the fact that we have had so much to talk about Twice Upon a Time and why it's actually extremely flawed. Yeah, oh god, it's actually really flawed.
Yeah, it's a pile of shite.
Yeah, Asmat, you've missed a lot. Twice Upon a Time is actually terrible. It's actually really, really badly written.
Yeah, it's much worse than I remembered. It's
yeah.
really awful.
I remember when I first watched it, I liked it, and I was actually emotional during it, but now that I haven't really watched it since, but now that I'm looking at it now and thinking about how it works, oh god, it's actually way more flawed than I could possibly imagine.
It's just so void of story. It's just so pretentious, and it's just, I can't stand it.
Yeah, it's trying really hard to have like really important themes of
God, I can't believe
moving on.
It's crazy how much I've U-turned on both of Moffat's like Regeneration stories this year. Time of the Doctor and Twice Upon a Time.
Yeah, you really have, yeah.
Fuck me, they're so terrible. They're so terrible. None of them make any sense, and like especially this one with nothing happening that actually improves anything. Yeah, Asma, we're kind of realizing that Series 10 is actually a bit more flawed than we realized. I mean, it's still got some.
At least for me,
it's still got some great stuff in it.
Oh, it does. It does. It's just, it actually isn't as good as I once thought.
I think that the most surprising thing is that a lot of that is coming out of like the last few episodes, which we originally thought were bulletproof, but no, there's a few weird.
Not Twice Upon a Time, but the finale specifically.
There's a few weird bits. It's still a really good story, but there's just a few bits from like, oh, Moffat. But yeah, I think it's a fair criticism to say that the fact that Twice Upon a Time is lacking in story is a big problem.
Yeah, I'd say so. I definitely agree with that. That the story is very much lacking in terms of actual, not only purpose, but impact.
God, I can't believe I spent money for a DVD of that one episode. Because it's not on any of the series box sets.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, because it's not on the Series 10 one, because that came out before that.
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, you're back. Sweet as.
Yeah, there's lots of complicated stuff
right
about
out of a
organising
storybook.
Christmas.
And obviously...
Oh yeah, cool.
Because like, tier 4, tier 3, all that kind of crap.
Bollock.
You bloody Kiwis. Can I just come live with you, please, Connor? I'll marry you so that I can get a visa.
We get a citizenship.
Yeah.
I can actually move to Australia if I wanted to, so...
Yeah, well, that's the shit New Zealand, isn't it?
Yeah.
True, but it's better than
It's not on fire, for one thing.
Yeah, true. And we
And
also
we can have a live EDAR. Well, this is live, but in-house live EDAR.
Yeah, the thing is, like, New Zealand isn't on fire, and I say we have water supply, but to be fair, we have had a bit of a drought. But we've always been better off at Australia. And we're also better at rugby.
I've made a quick meme that I think you should show on stream, Connor.
Oh, what's your dank meme?
Where is it?
I did. I think you missed this. I'm not going to say what I referenced, but Connor knows, and I think it's pretty fucking funny.
Wait, where?
I just put it in the Discord chat. I've just put it in the Discord chat.
Oh, yeah. That's from Spider-Man 3.
I like Twice Upon a Time. It makes me happy.
Wow.
So let's get back to when he was saying this episode's good because it has text at the start.
Obviously, the name Twice Upon a Time evokes that fantasy feeling. It's a gorgeous title, as long as you don't abbreviate it. I don't know if this is the last episode.
It's true.
Twat.
Oh no,
Twat.
oh no, it's Rachel Talalay. I bullied her. I'm in so much trouble.
Oh, yeah, you disgusting bully.
Wow, you're the bully. Why'd you do that?
Last episode Rachel will direct for the show, but if it is, I'm glad she ended it on such a stunning one. The colours are
I mean...
Yes, it is well directed. Yes, we get it.
Good direction, good actor equals good.
Yeah.
So pretty much most of New Who is well acted and directed, with a few exceptions.
Yeah. This isn't
It's
new.
It's the writing that's the problem. It's the right. Like, talk about the writing. That's the thing that people are contending isn't good.
I always say that every time on every EDAR. I'm like, talk about the fucking writing, you scared little boy.
Like with Doctor Who, people are almost never talking about the writing or directing because that pretty much in New Who is uniformly pretty good.
I always talk about the writing, so I'm glad I'm not part of that.
So it's the writing, you know. Like if you're trying to say that Twice Upon a Time is actually good, yet nobody's going to criticize Peter Capaldi's acting. Nobody's going to criticize Rachel Talalay's direction. People are talking about the writing. Talk about how it's written.
Talk about how it makes sense or doesn't make sense, or if it does make sense, and we're just wrong. Prove us wrong, please. I'd love to be proven wrong, because that means we get good Doctor Who.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can. There's less episodes we don't like. Be great.
Yay.
But I'm also
Colours are rich, and a lot of scenes have this warm glow. Some are just so beautiful, like illustrations in a picture book, which fits very well with the vibes Moffat was going for.
Oh, the vibes!
Oh, the vibes, my vibes!
Can I say, I think the effects for the regeneration in this episode are fucking terrible.
Oh, yeah, the lightning.
I think they look so bad.
Can they stop having the same regeneration effect? It's quite. I mean, it's a minor complaint, but I thought it was quite cool. It was different every time in Classic Who.
I get that, but the best it's looked in terms of just pure effects, End of Time had the best regeneration effects in New Who, but for some reason it's getting worse as time goes on.
I actually think Utopia had the best. I love that one. That was so.
Oh, in terms of color, that's
by far
really
the
nice.
best one. Oh, that is by far the best regeneration. That one.
Yeah, but in terms of like technology effects, the End of Time one.
That one went too over the top for me. That one went too over the top.
What with the explosion?
No, I'm just talking about the pure. I'm just talking about the pure effects of the regeneration, like the sort of the glow of the yellow.
Maybe.
Fair enough. I would still say that Utopia's is better from that standpoint as well.
I think I like it in terms. I do like that. I think it's great.
I think the Utopia one has a better face transition because the End of Time one.
Yeah, the face transition's great.
I love the.
I agree.
From Jacoby to Sim, it's so awesome. I love the way it's like Jacoby's face and then Sim screams and it's just it's beautiful.
Yeah, I agree.
I do love watching a man scream, Connor.
Oh god, what's that line from River in Impossible Astronaut? She's like, "I am a screamer."
That's a spoiler for you.
God, why is Moffat so weirdly sexual in his era?
The weird thing is, like, because like Chris Chibnall's completely sexless. Like, there's nothing in his era that's got any.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, there's quite a lot of sex stuff.
That's why if you pull down the trousers of anybody in the Chibnall era, they probably don't have any genitals.
Yeah. The thing is, like,
You got smooth patches.
because the thing is, like, the RTD era has sexual stuff as well, especially with like Captain Jack. But it always felt like it was kind of in taste. It always felt like kind of like cheeky and a bit like, you know, a bit sort of.
Well, there's
jovial.
less sexual assault for one thing, so it's much easier to be in taste there.
The closest we get is when Cassandra assaults the Doctor, but she's the villain, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it's not portrayed as a good thing.
Yes.
It's not like hooray for Cassandra for bravely
also,
sexually assaulting this man.
and also to be fair, the Doctor did like that, so yeah.
I'd stay away from that territory, Connor.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway.
Vibe.
The fairy tale aspect isn't restricted to just the episode's atmosphere and framing, however. It's something that the characters actually discuss.
The first...
Talk about the writing! He's going to talk about the writing, guys! He's going to talk about what's written in the episode!
With 3 minutes left. With 3 minutes left.
Hey, come on, let's see. What's he going to say?
The first Doctor's best scene is when he talks to Bill about why he left Gallifrey. He brings up his fascination with the fight.
Well, no. He left Gallifrey because of Clara.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Stephen Moffat wrote that himself.
I ran because I was scared.
Moffat, no take backsies.
Because I was scared.
Also,
Yeah, we didn't even run because you were scared of the hybrids. Yeah, so like all of a sudden Moffat's like, actually, that's all bollocks.
Also, Chris Chibnall has made this scene false as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god! Why is every showrunner nowadays determined to ruin the first Doctor?
Do you remember when Doctor Who made sense? I remember that.
Yeah, it made sense when they stopped caring about, like, didn't just always have to go into the past for every single new thing. It's like, make up something new. Stop dwelling in the past. Stop fucking around with old lore. Just forget all that. Do something new. I don't care if it's inconsistent with the old stuff, just as long as it's something new. As long as you're not going over, old stuff and kind of changing it. It's like, nobody cares about that. We want new stuff.
New stuff that actually works within the world.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it has to be well written too, but just doing something new would be a good start.
Yeah, you have to do an idea that will absolutely work and is quite creative.
Like, Series 11 was a good start in terms of it did actually try to do something new, but it was just shitly written, so you can't help that.
Yeah, it's not a good... Yeah.
It was a step in the right direction, though. I will stand by 100% when I say that Series 11 was a step in the right direction. Series 12, stepped about 5 billion steps back.
Series 11 is better than Series 12.
Oh, by far. Yeah.
See, the thing is, it's weird.
Both are terrible, but Series 11 is better.
It's so weird because, like, Series 11 is worse than Series 10. Yeah, it's the step in the right direction, creatively speaking. It's just not well written.
Yeah, it's fine to have a stepping off point, but the only problem with it was because the characters themselves are really, really bad, and the stories themselves were not well written. But in terms of the actual idea of making like a blank slate start, it's a fantastic idea. Like, it's completely fine.
It's the whole reason why
just
we were
it just needs more talent behind it, really.
It's the whole reason why we were so excited for When It Fell to Earth, because it's like, yes, it's a new start. And then 2 series in, Chibnall's already drowned himself in the fucking lore again.
He's already, like, literally, Series 12 is just a Moffat story arc written by Chibnall. It's exactly...
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
Yeah, like, the thing is, like, at the very least with Moffat, he didn't start doing that until he had an excuse to with the 50th anniversary, right? But with Chibnall, he didn't even need to do it. He just did it because he wanted to. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Because I want to change things, because I'm smart.
I think he'd done it because, like, the reaction to Series 11 was pretty lukewarm. So he thought, oh shit, he just panic went back to what worked.
Do you think this was his plan the whole
time,
but he rushed it? Do you think this was always his plan, but he rushed it?
I feel like there were changes along the way, but he definitely would have. I mean, I feel like the Timeless Child thing was something he definitely thought of before he was...
the Timeless Child whole arc was something he wanted to do from the start. It was very clear. Because he set it up in the second episode of his...
Well, you say he set it up, but it's literally just, like...
The rags
cloth,
told it.
Like, one cloth said one word, and then nothing is said after it until,
I like how a random bit of cloth knows about the Timeless Child, yet we've never seen it being brought up by anybody else ever.
It's like the all-wise and all-knowing cloths.
Wouldn't the Silence know about it?
Anyway, we're talking about the Chibnall era again, so...
Kindness can lead to triumph, he actually makes it so. The Doctor brushes this idea aside, saying it sounds too much like a fairy tale. He mentions this again when he returns the Captain to the moment of his death, apologising for the universe generally failing to be a fairy tale. And then something miraculous happens. The Christmas armistice of 1914. A moment in history so incredible that it's hard to believe it really happened. Something I love about the Truce's inclusion is that it's not caused by the Doctor. 12 doesn't stand in the middle of a battle.
Oh yeah, thank God he didn't do that, because I could totally imagine Moffat writing that.
When you fire that first shot, you don't know who's gonna die.
A battle and convince them to all stop fighting with a speech about why war is wrong. They all just collectively choose to put down their weapons and be kind. It's up there with the most heartwarming moments in the show's history. In an episode...
So apparently this is showing the First Doctor that there can be fairy tale endings in the universe. But it's like, you say, oh, there can't be fairy tale endings in the universe. This was hardly a fairy tale ending. All these men, the very next day, went back to killing each other, and probably the vast majority of them died in the war. So it's like, it's not hardly that much of a fairy tale ending, is it?
It's just a nice moment in history, but
it was a nice moment, but it was hardly like a fairy tale.
There's also the aspect of reality.
Is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Can't I have called One Day of Peace? That's basically what it was. It was 1 day of peace. That's all it was. It wasn't a fairy tale.
Yeah, it was a lovely moment. Don't get me wrong, but you can't say it was a fairy tale kind of thing because
it's just forcing the themes. It's forcing the whole
they went back to killing each other the very next day.
It's just.
I mean, there were mutinies to try and stop the war, but it didn't work. Obviously, after the day of truce. But it's like. Yeah, it's like all the people involved in the Christmas truce, I'd say a good 80% of them probably died in the war because there was such high mortality rate.
Episode where the Doctor feels isolated, it must have comforted him to see so many people spontaneously choosing to be kind, as he always does. It's a reminder that he's not alone and that kindness can triumph.
Why the fuck does he need to be reminded? He already knows this, and he already said it in the previous.
He knows this This happens so many times.
Oh, he made this.
He said I think he said it about the First Doctor as well, though. Just to point that out.
Oh, but why does he need to do this?
But it's like this would make sense maybe if the First Doctor just came off the back of something like the Daleks' master plan. But it's coming off the back of the 10th planet where it's a pretty regular story. It's not like anything horrific happened to him.
I mean, he did die, but
well, yeah, aside from that.
I don't know. It
wasn't like he was, shanked to death or something. He just died of natural causes.
I think it's a bit insulting to think that the First Doctor needs to know about kindness at the end of his character arc.
Yeah,
weird.
He's already learned this. Like the whole point of his character arc was learning this. And you literally, Joe, you said this earlier in your video.
No, but
and again, this kind of stinks of Moffat not knowing, what the First Doctor's like. Because he's not a fan of the First Doctor.
He doesn't like it.
Which, fair enough, but don't write about him if you're not a fan of him, and if you're not really sure how to write.
It makes no sense for him to write about the First Doctor if he has no care for it.
And I'm not just making that up whole cloth. There's an interview done in 1995 where Stephen Moffat outright says he hates the 1960s Doctor Who.
I think you can tell from this very episode.
He did. I'll have to say this. He did disavow the comment, but that was when he became showrunner. So I think he kind of didn't want that to kind of go anywhere bad. And I think it's pretty clear from every time the 60s kind of comes into the show. I don't know. It always looks like just this is an example of where he doesn't really understand it because he doesn't like it, which is fine, But whatever. Let's finish this video.
Gentrell Prime has commented saying that Chibnall is like the sociopath from that Star Trek episode of Black Mirror.
No, he isn't. Don't be mean. Chibnall's... I'm sure Chibnall's a nice man. There's no need to say he's like that character, because that character is really horrible. What's Chibnall done that makes him like that?
I mean, he's wrote a really bad TV show, but I wouldn't call him a sociopath. I just think he's an absolute moron. I just think he's a moron.
Oh no, I don't know if I would even say he was a moron. Just because you write you don't write well doesn't mean you're a moron. I mean, because
I think the only reason I say that. No, yeah, but the reason I say is that he thinks that this is good content. He thinks this is good Doctor Who content, and was like, okay, this is as showrunner.
To be completely fair,
he says
Callum,
this is good enough to be.
to be completely fair, Colin, you don't have any proof that he thinks it's good.
I mean, truth.
Yeah,
But then that makes him an arsehole in that case.
Well, I don't know. I think it's harsh to call him a
content.
sociopath or a moron. I don't think he's either of those things. Just because I don't like his Doctor Who doesn't mean I think he's a moron or a sociopath.
There's a few tortured episodes he's written that are really good, and apparently Broadchurch is really good. So he has done some good
Broadchurch
stuff.
is good. I haven't watched it in a very long time, but Broadchurch is good. I just think Chibnall was trying way too hard.
Well, I thought in Series 11 he was just coasting.
Yeah, in Series 11 he wasn't trying enough.
Yeah.
See, it's like if
Now he's trying too hard. It's like you went from one extreme to the other.
I wish Series 11 had the energy of Series 12, you know? Like where it was all new ideas, but it had that exciting energy, because Series 11 just had no energy. It was just so boring.
And it needed longer stories as well. It's pretty much every single story suffered from.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna make
45 minutes.
it. I mean, people compare it to Classico. I'm like, if you're gonna make it like Classico, you better go all the fucking way with it.
You need a longer runtime. Like Classic Who would be shit if it was only 45-minute episodes. The only reason that Russell T Davies had 45-minute one-parters was because everything was linked together for a story arc or linking kind of.
And he also was he was also minimalist with his characters. He would put focus on characters.
And it doesn't. You can't just take that format and then just apply it to your own thing, even though you're doing something completely different from Russell T Davies. You have to actually change it to fit what you're doing. So if what you're doing is self-contained stories, which is my personal opinion, that's the way Doctor Who should go, it needs to be longer than 45, 50 minutes, because that's not long enough when you have to set up a whole new world and set of characters and plot.
I think there are examples where it could work, but not every week.
No, it can't work every week. Like the only New Who stories that are self-contained that work on that level are really minimalist, like Dalek, Midnight,
Blink, and all that stuff. You know,
Heaven Sent, and even Heaven Sent's 50 minutes long. You know.
Yeah, no, it's like again, like you can, and like when you look at Classico, like something like The Rescue, it's very focused on what it's doing, even though it's a short story. You know.
Yeah. So imagine trying to fit a plot as good as the War Games into like a New Who story.
It just wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work. Like literally, they'd have to reveal what was going on about 8 minutes in.
Imagine like a New Who story with a modern budget, like Frontier in Space. That would be amazing.
Oh, I love. See, that's the kind of story I want more of in Doctor Who. Just kind of, big kind of exploration through space with these vast empires, being lost in space.
That's what I thought the Ghost. That's what I thought the Ghost Monument was gonna be, but then it was just so lame and so underwhelming.
It needed 2 more hours to be able to do that. Because it's just here's this really interesting idea about this kind of game that's going on, but we're barely going to show you any of it, and there's literally nothing in the story. It's there's barely any obstacles.
I was like, oh, is this going to be like a Mad Max Fury Road sort of thing? But it's like, no, it's just a really lame little boat.
Anyway. It's like they try to do the Keys of Marinus in 45 minutes.
No, you can't do that.
You can't do it. You just can't do it.
Yeah, and
the Doctor doesn't cause the truce, but he does play a little role in the miracle. He tells his former self that everyone is important to somebody, and uses his knowledge of the Christmas truce to save the lives of the captain and the German soldier with whom he was having a standoff. In another full circle moment for Stephen Moffat, everybody lives.
Every fucking Moffat episode. It's not a full circle when he's been doing it the whole time. It's a flat line. It's not a circle, it's a line.
It's a line. Well, it's the start and finish line.
There is one episode where it ends in death, and that's because it's a fucking historical figure that dies, and that's Madame de Pompadour.
Yeah.
She dies because she has
it's the only
to die.
time we couldn't do it.
So
she lives a full life. It's not like she was murdered in her 20s.
Well, she died in her 40s, didn't she?
Yeah, but back then
that's not really living a full life. She died very early.
That's like
but that was hardly uncommon back then.
That was like disease era France,
No, true. I get that.
I mean, it's not like at 40, you'd think maybe you could have gone a bit longer, but at the end of the day, it wouldn't have been like, oh, what a tragedy, she's died so young. What we think of as maybe 60 today is 40 back then, or something like that.
Yeah.
So along those lines.
Yeah, there are.
So when you're in your 60s, oh, you could have gone further, but you're kind of getting on a bit at that point.
Yeah, because it's just the technology is so low, and also the like in terms of fluctuation, like people dying was really random back then. It was like you just didn't know when it was going to happen. It was very out of the blue.
Well, yeah, because they didn't know what were the causes of disease, so they couldn't identify it in early stages.
Yeah.
And,
Whereas whereas like most people these days, it's like, oh, you live to like 70, 80, 90. Whereas like back then, it's like you could live to 40, you could live to 80. You don't know.
Or you could just die as a toddler, which most people did.
Thanks to the value the Doctor places in a seemingly unimportant life. For one last time, he became the storybook hero that Bill said he was. The moment reminds the two Doctors of their place in...
There should be a storybook hero, though. I think that's something that Moffat's grafted onto the character that didn't really exist before. Like, in Classic, he was just a traveller. In the Russell T Davies era, he was a conflicted character. And then Moffat's just decided, oh, well, he was always this fairy tale saviour and hero.
I think, Dylan, you have a point. It goes back to what I was saying before in the stream about Moffat within his own era, I'm fine with, but when he starts putting his fingers in other people's pies, that's when I have an issue. It's when he's like saying... when he says that the first Doctor is this fairy tale character that we have seen in the Moffat era, it's not true.
It's not true.
It's forced.
In the universe and convinces them that it's time to regenerate.
You were right, you know. The universe generally fails to be a fairy tale. But that's where we come in.
Oh, I don't like that.
The word fairy tale is very overused in the Moffat era.
I also find it funny how, like, in an interview he did after this episode with Crystal D, he said, "Oh no, my era wasn't a fairy tale."
Then what? Like, what was the point? Like,
then what's his line then? What's his line though?
Yeah, he's just like, oh, people who are saying it's a fairy tale are like being exaggerating, but it's a sci-fi show. It's like he's like, oh,
you're the one who's been exaggerating these elements,
yeah.
Stephen.
And he tried to justify it by saying that, oh, Russell T Davies era isn't a kitchen sink drama; it's a sci-fi show. I'm like, yeah, I know, but yours is definitely a fairy tale. You can't deny that. You've literally said it in dialogue. Ugh.
You listen to Capaldi come at the camera, wink and say, "Fairy tale show, wink. I'm a fairy tale hero, wink. I'm Doctor Who, wink."
Good. Just imagine if right before the Doctor steps into the chamber to save Wilfred at End of Time, he just says, "Wasn't it just such a great kitchen sink drama?" Oh my god.
Mwah. Absolutely amazing stuff.
No, it's not.
No. If you haven't, I mean,
if you had brought points and actually argued it, then maybe.
I thought he was going to talk about the writing there, but he didn't. He just went back to talking about the themes.
Yeah, well.
Actually, like you said, so this bit of Hartnell dialogue was good because it linked in with the themes.
Gosh, it's just.
And as I've said, I don't think these themes are justified in the context of who the first Doctor's character is.
I just think it's so poetic that he's got Ryan Johnson's face on his wall when he's saying all this shit.
It makes. I've literally said at the start of this stream, like, oh wow, this video's going to make complete sense now of what he's going to say. And I was right. It's all themes and no substance.
There we go. Anyway, what we
It's so magical and it makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't!
Fuck off! It's not a beautiful modern fairy tale. And having the Doctor himself address this is just so perfect.
It's
the
perfect.
Characters on screen tell us what they've just watched is good writing, apparently. It's like, we needed Pat Troughton to come out at the end of the movie and say, "I'd like you to thank you all for watching this Base Under Siege story." Yes. It's like, people can work out what they've watched. You don't need to tell them.
Yeah, just imagine if, I know I've already fucking milked this joke, but I just can't help it. It's just like, imagine an episode where Tennant and Eccleston meet each other, and he's like, "The universe fails to be a kitchen sink drama, but that's where we come in."
We make it about science fiction kitchen sink drama.
Twice upon a time's fairy tale framing that allows me to look past most of its flaws. Sure, David Bradley doesn't...
It is, I can look past how badly it's written because I'm a fairy tale.
Because I like actors and hair and smiles.
The film has no plot, I'm sorry, the episode has no plot, but it is good because themes and hair.
It makes perfect sense. He has Ryan Johnson on his wall. It makes perfect sense now.
Oh my god, this is poetic. This is great themes right here.
This the theme of this video. It's great.
Feel like the Doctor, and I can't deny that the episode is muddled and seems rushed, but it's got this intangible...
Seems rushed.
It seems right. It just seems rushed.
It just seems it. When you say the episode is muddled, do you by any chance mean the whole plot is muddled? And that it has no actual substance to it?
This might be the most uneventful Doctor Who story in the entire fucking show.
I think I agree.
Just nothing fucking happens.
Like, they think there's a problem, they go out to find if it's a problem, and find out that it isn't a problem. And then that's it. That's your plot. But it's all right. It's got lots of themes, and it's so great how they don't always fit in with the characters as well. Perfect stuff.
Tangible magic to it that makes me love it. It's a beautiful fairy tale mess, and I really appreciate it. There's a part of me that still wishes the Doctor Falls was where the era ended, because it would have been nice for an episode of such quality to finish the series off. But I don't mind anymore that we got this, a postscript. I really enjoy this personal epilogue for the character and the era.
Isn't it just so fitting that the end of Moffat's era ends with an episode that completely undermines the ones that came before, and it's a complete and utter surface-level, substance-filled, full of themes, fairy tale mess.
You couldn't epitomise the Moffat era more than Twice Upon a Time. People like it because themes and actors, but it actually has no real substance to it whatsoever.
Yeah.
And it ruins things that came before it as well.
Yeah.
I'm glad the 12th Doctor got an ending that was slightly more positive than his death fighting the Cybermen, one that reflects on his history and makes way for what's...
What was so not positive about the 12th Doctor's sacrifice? I thought the whole point of that episode was this was his heroic sacrifice. How is that a negative ending?
Feelings, themes. Oh, God.
For what's to come. It's good that I rewatched this story and realised this. I'd recommend doing the same. I can't promise you'll like it any more than you did originally, but it could happen. I never thought it would happen to me.
And also, if it hadn't been for this episode, Doctor Who would have lost that 25th of December slot, ruining everyone's Christmas tradition. Imagine how bad that would have been.
Really happy to have Christmas specials anymore, because there's nothing more embarrassing than having to watch the shit Christmas specials we get served up every year with family, and they're kind of like, you like this shit? And it's like, no, not really.
Yeah, except for husbands.
Some of the Christmas specials I've had to watch with family, it's just been embarrassing. Oh yeah, Husband's Rose Song was fun, but like stuff like the Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe, and the Return of Doctor Mysterio.
Yeah.
It's like, this is not the program I like.
Imagine it's like your family hasn't watched since like the RTD era, and they remember they're like, oh, those great episodes like Dalek and the Empty Child, that sounds good. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to watch a Christmas special, and then you watch Time of the Doctor, and they see the Doctor slapping Clara's ass. They're like, what the fuck's happened to the show?
You know what? My least favourite part of Christmas is having to watch the fucking Christmas specials, because they're all shit. That's no exaggeration. Like, Christmas is great, but the Christmas specials are awful. Like, there's a few of them that are okay, but most of the time they're just some of them.
Yeah, I'd say most Christmas specials are bad.
Yep.
At least all festive specials have been. Most of them have been quite poor.
Definitely with the Moffat era, definitely.
Especially
100%.
I don't think they were great in the RTD era, but it did take a nosedive.
I feel like even the weakest ones are just sort of dumb, fun schlock, whereas with the Moffat era, they're just
yeah, I agree.
They're just so like
Moffat clearly doesn't even care about writing them. It's like if you're not interested in writing them, which you clearly aren't.
What's the most overrated one? I would say Last Christmas is the most overrated.
I would say Christmas Carol is the most overrated one.
I would say End of Time Part 2.
That's a New Year's special. Well, I mean, to be fair,
that's a New Year's special.
To be fair, even RTD fans aren't that big on Part 1. It's more Part 2 that we like.
No. Yeah. Well, even then, part 2, I would say is like a 6. I wouldn't give it any higher than that because it's still got a lot of flaws.
Although End of Time does have sexual assault as well, might I remind you?
It does actually. You're right. That's a good boy.
On the theme of bad
Yeah,
Christmas
that's why part 1 is so much worse. Part 1 is terrible.
I really do enjoy part 1, but it's
Thank you so much for watching. This concludes my look at the Series 10 3-part finale. I hope you enjoyed
You're
it.
not even going to talk about the Jodie scene? Okay, fine.
I've put linked videos on World Enough.
Well, the thing is, he's going to be... If he's going to talk about the direction, the fucking Jodie scene looks amazing. It's direction-wise, it's brilliant.
The scene makes no sense, but it looks nice.
Well, it's more so what happens after in the next episode, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but it's like, I can't believe a TARDIS can just be completely destroyed and tip over and materialise with one press of a button.
No, because it just didn't like that the Doctor was a woman. The TARDIS is sexist.
Yeah, true. True.
No, because women can't drive, women can't drive.
God, Chibnall really isn't woke, is he?
He hates women.
He hates
And
women.
I hate women and minorities, Chibnall.
He hates women and minorities.
Yep, and he thinks capitalism's good because of Kablam.
Chibnall is the man who goes on both sides of the coin.
He's trying to be a centrist.
Radical centrist Chibnall.
Yeah.
I like a bit of fascism.
He's trying to piss off every side.
Yeah, I want a bit of fascism, a bit of anarchism, just everything.
Wait, where was the anarchism?
We'll sprinkle a bit of woke, but then we'll have some racism in there.
Would Fugitive of the Jadoon count as anarchism?
Why would Fugitive of the Jadoon count
Because
as
it's like
anarchism?
anti-police. I don't know. Oh, I'm fucking pulling chin.
No. I just think it's just anti. I think it's just anti-good.
Anyway.
World Enough and Time and the dolls in the description if you want to check those out.
I
My next video will be out in...
Wait. I just always laugh because I thought he said Word Enough and Time and the balls.
Wait, why the Doctor Falls the perfect Doctor Who finale? No.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's not.
I like it, but it's not perfect.
Such a thing couldn't exist. Like, such a thing can't exist, but even if it could, it certainly isn't that.
No,
not even close.
Not that one for me.
And I know exactly what he's going to say. It's the themes.
Well, the thing is,
because it themes Peter Capaldi's era.
The thing is, though, I would actually, in comparison to this one, I might defend some of it because there is a plot to Dr. Falls, whereas this one, there's just fucking nothing.
There's nothing. Yeah,
but no, I don't think it's the best finale. I think there's a few that I would definitely put over it.
So, I do like your joke, but that video was that was not a good one.
That was a terrible video from start to finish. And I missed some of it as well.
You're allowed to like stuff, even if it's shit. You just like the actors and stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's what we always say.
But don't pretend it's some kind of profound thing.
The only part that he got really right was when he was talking about how good the first Doctor was, and in his own era.
Yeah,
in the 60s,
and that lasted about a minute off the 27 minutes.
Maybe.
Yeah, I totally agree. You can absolutely like bad written content, and that's absolutely fine.
I love the Dominators, but I'm not going to pretend like it's a profound piece of fiction.
I love the
Room.
I love the End of Time Part 1.
It's like we're not saying it's profound fiction. It's just we enjoy it because we like the actors in it, and it's kind of a bit funny.
I like the actors or the fact.
I think Fairhair is fucking hilarious fun.
Oh, me too.
Oh, yeah, same. It's just really badly written.
It's like,
that's the problem with videos like these.
Because all the worst Moffat, so like kind of with bad, like kind of the worst of classical, and even some of the worst of the RTD era. Usually, it's not trying to be something profound. It's just like a story that's a bit of shit. But with the Moffat era, he puts in all these kind of surface level, stuff about themes and whatever. And so that's why we get all these people defending these terrible episodes because like they think they're so clever because they found a theme.
The thing is, like, shite like Fairhair and the Idiot's Lantern is filler that is rushed, whereas like something like Listen is meant to be important for the characters. It's like a big episode. That's the problem. And like Time of the Doctor is like a regeneration story. It says Twice Upon a Time, and then you got like some of his series finales, like Hellbent and Winning a River Song, they're meant to be these massive, massive moments, and they're just really poorly written.
Themes will conquer all.
That was bad.
Like
That was a really bad video.
Power of themes. Power of themes, mate.
That was abysmal. That was a bad video. Actually, that video did the opposite of what it was meant to do. It actually made us think Twice Upon a Time is worse than when we first thought.
Game Trailer Prime wants us to bring this energy for Demons of the Punjab. I think that episode is much better than Twice Upon a Time.
Yeah, Demons of the Punjab's alright. Like, it's not amazing, but it's a decent story.
It's definitely better than Twice Upon a Time. It has a plot, it has a story, it has characters in it. And it's not just themes.
It's a step up. It is a step up.
Yeah.
It is a step up.
I know Joey loves that one. He has it in like his top 10 of New Who. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent story, but like, there isn't.
It's not top 30. It's not even top 30.
Wait, Callum, you'll be pissed off by this. He ranked Demons of the Punjab above Human Nature and the Family of Blood.
Pissed off about that, and I'm not even like the biggest fanboy of that story.
Ugh, God.
Although, to be fair, his beef with it is probably because he's a VNA book weeb. Because he's like, oh, the Seventh Doctor one's so much better. That's not how he speaks at all. What am I talking about?
My thing is with Human Nature, Family of Blood, I love the story, but some of the Tennant stuff does rankle me because I'm not a fan of that kind of characterization.
But hang on a second. Liking the Seventh Doctor one surely doesn't mean that you have to dislike the 10th Doctor one.
I mean, I'm not a big Seventh Doctor fan, but I imagine if I saw that kind of thing, it would kind of just the way it's.
But just because it would be, even if it is better, I don't know if it is or not. Even if it is better, it does not make the TV version bad at all. I don't think that's not how you can really judge it. It's like,
really how it works,
both can just be good. Both can be just really well written.
Like you kind of have to judge it as its own thing.
The Hartnell master plan kind of side of it that pisses him off because he likes that as a part of the Hartnell master plan kind of arc of the VNAs, and maybe he doesn't think it works with Tennant.
Well, the thing is the Tennant version's a different story, though. It's reworked for this character.
Yeah.
Like, it's more of a... like, the thing is, with the Seventh Doctor, it's more about the
different story.
Master Plan. It's more
I don't imagine it's the same exact story.
Well, it's not, because the Seventh Doctor and the 10th Doctor are very different
That'd be really weird.
Like, I can't imagine the Seventh Doctor with this Family of Blood two-parted story.
That's true. Did the Seventh Doctor try and bone somebody in the book? I doubt it.
I mean, I don't know.
No. I imagine
Ace certainly wouldn't have been jealous, so that would be a difference.
I mean, if it was the 8th Doctor, I could maybe see that working for this version of it, but not the 7th.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, just like, 8 wouldn't even need to try, you just have women all over him.
Well, yeah, because that wouldn't work there, because his John Smith wouldn't be so awkward. He would just be like, hello there, want to bone?
No, because the 8th Doctor's kind of like, he's a bit shy, but everybody loves him.
I know. He's like, I know. He doesn't have to put any effort in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas I think
girls like David Tennant and men love Paul McGann. Women love Paul McGann.
But yeah, you are right though. But like, I feel like the 7th Doctor version is definitely very different in its purpose. Because the 10th Doctor one is more about like why the Doctor can't fall in love with a human.
Sorry, cut out for a moment. You cut out for a moment there for me.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying like the TV version, the character-wise, it's more about why the Doctor can't fall in love with a human, whereas the 7th Doctor one, I imagine, is much different to that.
Oh yeah, I think.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's the same story.
Jeez, that's a weird tangent. I definitely don't think we have time for the Kill Moon video because it's like 2 a.m.
No, we've gone for 4.5 hours.
Jesus, do you want to do it another day then? Because I want to have a good old rant at Kill the Moon.
Yeah, especially because
we'll do another episode.
I recently listened to a podcast with Peter Harness on it, and he actually talked about Kill the Moon. So it's actually I have a bit more context.
Well, yeah, he claims that there isn't anything there in terms of the metaphor, but I don't believe him.
The funny thing is that
it literally has a bolt flashing on the screen in the episode. Come on, man.
I know, because when he was talking about it on the podcast, he sounded really nervous.
Yeah, I think he just didn't want to get cancelled.
Yeah. Well, because also, the podcast was on Galactic Yo-Yo, and that's run by Molly Marsh, who's like a hard, social liberal, trans sort of thing. Like she's very, she's very in that camp. So I imagine, especially around this person, he'd be wanting to reprimand his actions or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know, but
metaphor for abortion that actually makes the episode even stupider. Even though I think the metaphor's terrible, that means the episode has a purpose to it. Without that, it's just really ridiculous and what does it even mean at that point? It has no when it has the abortion, it's stupid. But without that, it has no meaning. So it's well, this is even worse in a way.
It doesn't even have themes anymore. It doesn't even have themes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he says
it just makes what Clara does even more nonsensical.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is in the interview he was saying I come up with the idea of what if the moon was an egg, and then he's like, well, as I was writing it, I realized that this
what a great idea.
Yeah, and then as he was writing it, he came up with it, right? And then as he was writing it, he thought, oh, this allegory could be interpreted that way. I'm like, yeah, and if that was the case, you wouldn't fucking write it, would you? If you really didn't believe in what you did in that episode, you wouldn't write it, would you? Surely.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard that podcast, but it sounds like he was weaseling his way out of it there.
He was really nervous, I could hear him, sort of shaking, talking about it. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a nice guy, and he also, actually, to be completely fair to him...
I'm sure he is.
After that point, he came up with a really interesting thesis about the morality of the show that I thought was actually brilliant. It's just a shame that it came after him weaseling out his way out of Kill the Moon.
Everybody goes on about the morality of Doctor Who. I don't think I really care. Can we just, watch fun space adventures rather than, we must all copy the Doctor's way of thinking?
Well, that's not really what he was talking about.
You get all these people on Twitter saying, the Doctor wouldn't be like this when somebody does something a bit mean. And it's fuck off. It's a TV show.
Well, the thing is, the point that he was making in the interview was more about, I can't really put it in his words because he explained it way better, but it was more about how in the 60s the show was made in, a post-World War II world where there was, sort of almost universal moral standards around certain things, whereas these days there are certain things in the 60s that are different, and the show hasn't really addressed that or made a decision on some of that, and that's kind of what he was getting at. And he was thinking that it would be a good idea for the show to sort of choose a side, or at least dive deep into that.
So what kind of issues is he specifically talking about that have changed?
Oh fuck, there was one in particular he brought up. I can't remember what it was though. Oh Christ. Ah, damn it, I can't remember. But you should listen to the podcast if you want to hear him talk about it.
So I'm guessing, kind of the morality that he's talking about from, the 60s, totalitarianism bad, because, they just defeat the Nazis and then there's the Cold War. So I'm guessing that's kind of the base of it, which that is definitely borne out in most of Doctor Who. But I'm trying to think what kind of issues it's going to address these days.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was.
It's interesting. I'm interested. Maybe I'll check that out.
Yeah,
I might check that out.
Yeah, Galactic Yo-Yo podcast with Peter Harness. I think it's a really interesting listen. It's just, I can't exactly remember the details, but it was really interesting to hear him talk about that, and it kind of sparked a few ideas, actually. And he didn't just talk about the themes. Or at least I don't think he did.
Actually, he said no. He said that the themes of one of his episodes didn't exist. So it's just your episode is actually just about a moon that's an egg, and that's stupid.
One thing that I did like though was he actually acknowledged that the science behind his episode doesn't make sense. He actually said that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, the science behind the moon base does make sense. It's still a good story.
Yeah, I know.
So
But
they literally use a plastic plate to seal up a puncture in the dome.
I know that's.
But it doesn't matter.
I know that. But what I'm saying is that he recognizes that like his episode is ridiculous. Like it doesn't make sense.
I'm sure he realized when he was writing the moon isn't actually an egg. It's not like Wallace was like, the moon is made of egg.
Moon is made of cheese, grommet.
No, it's made of egg, grommet. It's hard boiled in the sky.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm burnt out now.
Yeah, wow. Like my entire morning's gone. I might go for lunch now.
It takes a lot for me to get exhausted, but that was a lot. That was a lot.
Yeah, you've exhausted him.
When all you hear for like 4 hours is Muffins and Capaldi's hair, you know, it gets a bit
and
tiring.
smile. Don't forget his smile. Don't forget his precious smile.
And this is all foreshadowed by the episode Smile. Oh, it's so clever. But yeah, Twat is a terrible episode. Really don't like it now. And that's all I got to say. Dylan, you got anything else to say?
Yeah. My opinion of it even lower.
So I don't know if that's a success or a failure.
Well, I mean, no form of enlightenment is a failure, even if it's a negative one. Because I am an enlightened individual, as you know.
Dear. Callum.
Yes.
Anything you want to say?
That was a really bad video. Twice Upon a Time was worse than I thought it was, and the only thing that can make people happy about it is because of Capaldi's hair.
The theme of the Capaldi's hair represents.
I still can't believe he said
like
that. That
it's
was
like
so
that,
stupid.
It's like that scene in Love and Monsters with Bliss where she's trying to talk about what this carving represents. That's what the Capaldi is. What could the Doctor represent? Russell foreshadowing the Moffat era in series 2.
Foreshadowing Capaldi's hair. Oh, it's so bad.
It's like Caecilius looks at the 12th Doctor's hair and he says, "Modern art." Alright, I think that's a good bombshell to end on. So, I hope you all enjoyed this EDAR stream about Twice Upon a Time. Next time we do EDAR, I'll probably do Kill the Moon. And then also...
get me on, lad. Get me on.
I also want to do one about Mr. TARDIS reviews, because Mr. TARDIS has been doing Cyber December or something like that, and he gave a negative review of Rise of the Cybermen Age of Steel, and he gave a positive review of Closing Time, and I'm not happy about that.
His Closing Time review was like, my themes are good.
Ugh.
Yeah, it was about the theme of like the 11th Doctor protecting and making people's lives worse, and fathers and mothers and babies, and blah. It's like the themes are good. The themes are good.
Honestly, I think Closing Time has bad themes.
It does.
I think honestly, even though I love Rise of the Cybermen Age of Steel, his criticisms of it were pretty fair. But Closing Time is completely off base. Although most of his Cyber December has actually been really good. That's like Closing Time is the only one where I've been like, okay, I really strongly disagree.
Yeah. But yeah, that was day 20. And I suppose we'll see you next time for day
20! Give it up for day 20!
Yeah. I would say we'll see you next time for day 21. But the problem is I haven't actually filmed it yet.
You're in day 21 right now.
I know.
What are you gonna do?
So I'm gonna have to wake up in the morning when I get up out of bed, or I'm gonna have to film it after this, probably in the morning. And I'm gonna have to film the video and edit it and upload it and then air it as soon as possible before the 20th.
And then go to bed.
As soon as possible before the episode, before day 22 airs, which is like 22 hours from now.
Oh God.
So my deadline for day 21 is before day 22.
Well, get yourself some kit.
I shall. So yeah. Oh, thanks, Powerspine. They said it's a great EDAR. I thought this was a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's got to be on it.
I agree.
And what's his name? The guy who did the video?
Joe Brennan.
Ben.
Yeah.
No, he's a good lad, Joe Brennan. Like, you know, no insult to him. I think this was a bad video, but, you know, he's a good lad.
Yeah, so basically, Joe Brennan, if you're watching this, because I know some people like to watch the EDARs that we cover, like Mr. TARDIS watched our one we did on his Dinosaurs in a Spaceship video. If you're watching this, we'd happily have you on if you want to discuss this further. If not...
Absolutely.
Because civility and discussion is always important. I would really like to hear you respond to some of our points that we made in this about why we disagree with you on Twice Upon a Time.
Teach us on how Capaldi's hair is great.
We'll actually try and get you to talk about the writing, unlike this video.
Yes, talk about the writing, not the themes. Or at least talk about how the themes are done well in the writing, rather than just talk about how you like the themes.
Yes.
But yes.
I try to justify that, but I feel we did a pretty good job of refuting it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we absolutely did.
Yes. Alright then. Well, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh.